Well, ladies and gentlemen, they've done it. We've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been one criminal who has been terrorizing StarCraft for far too long. This one man has been a menace. He has been ruining the game, occasionally beating Clem, and abusing a broken mechanic to do it. Some call him the sexy boy. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The Great Republic, the United States of StarCraft, is proud to announce we got him. We found him hiding in a cave, 400 changelings guarding him. What a pussy. And we said, no more changelings. You're gonna make us click on every changeling. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, no, no. If I shoot one, they're all gonna die. They're all gonna die. Every changeling's gonna die. We got him. Yeah, fucking get wrecked, Rogue. You just got nerfed. You know, he's a very good StarCraft player. Some say the best Zerg player. I don't know. I like him. I like the guy. It's not me that went after him. But yeah, no, they did just nerf Rogue, which is hilarious, guys. For those who didn't see, there's a crazy big StarCraft patch, and they have nerfed changelings. So if you kill one changeling deaths are contagious to other nearby changelings. Oh my god. So that's going to be really interesting. I've downloaded the PTR here, guys. Does this carry your settings over? Please tell me this carries your settings over. It does? Okay, it looks like it does. Hotkeys. August 2025. That's not quite right, but I think this carries over. We're gonna be testing changes, taking a look at them. They are obviously absolutely crazy. Some cool shit in here, some crazy stuff, some good stuff, some stuff that people are gonna go no, and some people are gonna go yes. I would put a call out for everyone to hop on the ladder and play. I hope we can actually find some good games today. I think that would be really good if we could find some good games. We will be able to on the PTR. Who knows? I'm sure there's going to be about 4 million people coming to talk about, to complain, to discuss, to cheer. Can we actually get a lot of people to download the PTR 27 gigabyte client and actually test the change or changes? I hope so. Please help me out with that later today, guys. So what's up? How are you all doing, guys? I see you're all there chatting. Pig was the intern all along. They just did Pig's economy changes. You got to realize these are not just my economy changes. These are things that we tested over a year ago, talked about for a long time, did a bunch of videos, and Greener is actually the one who has tested those economy changes and put them into action in many ways. And even over a year ago, the last big patch notes actually copied quite a few changes from Green Earth's mod, or at least had very similar ones. So whoever at Blizzard is doing these is clearly watching modded tournaments and paying some attention to the modded tournament scene. I don't think Green Earth has any particular thing either, you know, good line to them, like I said. But yeah, no, we did a video the other day. I was going to do some videos talking about common misconceptions, as well as just interesting talking points to do with the economy changes, which are the biggest ones. We will, I think today's plan is I'm going to go through, do a reacts video to these, and put that up straight away on YouTube. Dot's awake, so she can cut that for me immediately. Play a bunch of games, and then I can start having 1 or 2 discussion videos about, I think, the most common points that people talk about. We were writing these down the other day, but I haven't really done any videos on them just yet, and I was literally planning to, like this afternoon. So, yeah. Okay, so I think the main one will be, it just slows the game down a bit more. We need to test that a little bit. We'll do after a few games, which will be interesting. We'll talk about this one as well, like, you know, people leaving the game because the build orders are going to be absolutely messed up for sure in the early game. Yeah, but there was some really interesting topics on that recap video I did, summing up all of the worker change experiments I did and the lessons that I learned. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to talk about. I was shocked by a few of these changes. I have, you know, no magic inside line to Blizzard, guys. No one does, unfortunately, and it is what it is. But we'll see what happens. I think I'm excited, positive. This is PTR, not straight to live game. Does anyone know how long we have on PTR before it goes live? Has there been any info on that? If you guys know, let me know. I don't think it says anywhere in this post. So is this like a month, 2 months, 3 months? If anyone has any info on that, you guys let me know. There's a locust change, Helix. Fix an issue where Swarm host lacked an equipment weapon display indicator for the locust. I think it means range. I think it's like how far they can get. Which is bizarre, because that's going to be like 2 screens away. I have no idea, Helix. Locusts that were previously uncommandable during their swoop animation are now also unselectable. If already selected, they will stay selected. I don't know. Be fucked if I know. Closest thing I have was one of Zombie Grub's mods, estimated to 3 months based on past experience. The last one we did, there's only one past experience we should base this off. And I'm not too clear on the timeline because I was in Dicey. I think it would be less than that. I was in Manchester at the time during the last testing on a laptop. I was still streaming a bunch of stuff, but that was about September last year. I think it was about 1 month, that testing period, right? It was like maybe 1 month. I can't imagine they're going to do more than that because I think the Classic, from what I can tell, the Blizzard Classic Games department spends like a month or 2 preparing these sort of tests, putting them out, and then finalizing and fixing them, and then does Warcraft 3, and then does Diablo, and then does Heroes of the Storm. It feels like they give us like a month and a half max, and then they disappear for like 9-10 months, maybe a year. That feels like the Classic Games department's rotation. But we'll see what happens. It would be a mistake if a few weeks rather than months, says Dicey, in my opinion. So that's a really interesting point, and I would totally agree if people tested it. I can almost guarantee you, much like last testing, when people were up in arms about energy recharge, changes, and a bunch of different things, nobody will test it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the StarCraft player base like to talk about changes, and when it's on the main ladder, they will play the fuck out of it, and when it's on the PTR, they will not. I hope I am wrong on this. Please help me be wrong on this. But I remember in the past one, I was like, ooh, I really want to see how this change works. I was DMing Zerg players for custom games, for replays. I could not find games, and I think that's going to happen again. I think it's one of those things where the PTR, after about a week or 2, you kind of get as much data as you're going to get. Outside of the couple of Gold League Passion Lords who are still there, and playing every day on it and testing it. Unfortunately, the high-level players just don't hop on the PTR. And I think it's just there's this barrier to entry. You've got to download this 27 gigabyte thing. And a lot of people will still, after like 2 days, like, I don't like this change or that change, and they just go on the main ladder. And it's one of those things, I hope people test this more, because this is crazy. Big changes, wild changes. But I'm really hoping I'm wrong on that. So we'll see what happens, because yeah, there's a lot of knee-jerking in the StarCraft scene where people will play it like once, go, I don't like this thing, or they play one tournament, and then they're just like, nope, and they just won't test it anymore, and that's kind of annoying. But we'll see what happens. Fix an issue where Phoenix would not face their channeled Graviton target. Oh, what the fuck? They changed that, Raja? That's crazy. Yeah. So anyways, point being, I think what's far better than having a long testing period, and what's more important, because this is a very important point, is they need to follow up with a patch after the main patch. So this period is nice to get a bit of pre-info so that you go live to ladder with something a bit more refined. What's more important is over the first month to 2 months, having 1 to 2 big changes to adjust things. And they did do much better. What's going on, Dot? What's wrong? Where's the sub? Okay.
Where did you put it?
I didn't do anything. So if it's not showing up, you just refresh cache. And it's there. You know how to do that? Right click properties, refresh cache. So yeah, if a browser source doesn't show up, that's usually the way to do it. I don't know, the cat piss from years ago? It always smells in this room when I haven't aired it out. I don't know why. Take the jacket? I don't know. Or maybe it's is the hockey jersey there? Can you chuck that in the wash? No? I don't know. This room always stinks. I mean, I still feel like there's, I don't know, some cat piss hidden somewhere from fucking IKEA or something. It's not me. It does stink in this room. I don't know why. Usually once the aircon's on it clears out. I still don't fucking know. Ever since we had this real scaredy cat, and I thought it would be good to give her roaming of the house that we were taking care of from the shelter. Turns out, scaredy cats, I learned the hard way, do not like it's overwhelming having access to lots of space. So she would go out and shit and piss on everything at night, and I was like, oh, you're meant to leave them in a confined space, and the cats actually prefer that if they're a scaredy cat. I was like, whoops. But did piss and shit on multiple pieces of furniture in my house. Catbert says, thank you very much. Appreciate the love, yo. Thank you. Thank you. That's 27 sec. For those who don't know, if you guys are wondering why Swedish people are so virile, it's because they have a lot of sex. People say they're a very wealthy nation. They've got a very high sec drive. Yeah, so thank you very much for your 27 sex. Yes, I appreciate it. It's a bad joke, but it's a good one. It's reliable. All right, guys, let's get in and talk about this. So we've got a flood of comments in the chat. I really want to answer things. I want to talk about things. You do know you're echoey as fuck. Maybe at the start when I was doing the rogue voice, but there shouldn't be a huge echo anymore. Was it just Coffeeling had the echo earlier and everyone else was fine? Oh, it was just Twitch fucking up. Yeah. Oh, you had two browsers open? Oh, that's so funny, Coffeeling. Sorry, I was just scrolling up a chat. Boom, how are you doing? New strats time, 100%. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's just do a reacts video and then I'm gonna answer all your questions, okay, guys? And we're gonna have more of a discussion about it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, let's go through and do a reacts video, and then we can kind of discuss all the things. Okay. All right. If I look a little tired, a little surprised, a little confused, it's because I've woken up and there is a massive StarCraft patch. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. It is a PTR, which means public test realm, aka a beta patch. A patch that is going on to a special version of the game, which you guys can download and test right now. Now, one of the big problems we've had in the past, before we get into these changes, is no one tests these changes. So the economy's changed, Protoss has changed, Warpgate is semi-removed from the game. It's crazy. If you want to play this, go to your thing, and instead of StarCraft in this dropdown, click Public Test Realm. You'll have to download a 27 gigabyte client of the game. Download that, and you can play with everyone else and actually test it. Normally, we don't get many people who actually test these things until they're actually live on the ladder. But with such big changes, I really hope there's a massive influx of that, because these are some big changes. I was not expecting these. A few people have said, oh, look, this is just the economy changes Pig talked about. There's a reason I was talking about worker start changes, guys, recently. It's because people kept telling me they're going to change the worker start. We mentioned this in our worker start video. I said, I don't know where people will not give me a source, but I have had people for the last 2 months in my chat every day saying, Pig, why are they changing the workers? I've had people say 6, I've had people say 9, I've had people say 8, but there's lots of people saying they're reducing the worker count, Clearly there was some sort of leak. I never got a clear source on when that was happening, if it was happening, or anything like that. And I was very open about that in my last videos. People were like, wow, they just did the changes you said. Yes, because these are the changes that I was talking about a year ago, did a whole series of videos testing, and since then, we've been playing modded tournaments of these on Green Earth's mod for the last year, for the last 6 months at least, right? With similar changes to these. Not quite these, but similar. So let's go through and talk about them. First of all, economy. Starting workers reduced from 12 to 8. Default large mineral patch resource reduced from 1,800 to 1,600, and small raised from 900 to 1,200. So what we're seeing here, guys, is your bases are going to lose half their mineral patches a few minutes later, but the big patches aren't going to last quite as long. Overall, it's a slight increase on minerals on a base, but almost the same. What this does is it means you are not going to run out as fast. Your bases aren't going to mine out as quickly, which means you can do more one base, two base aggression without the double whammy. If you guys didn't see my last video about this, explain this in clear detail. Essentially, the double whammy was a problem with the 900 mineral patches, where these would mine out in your main base at about 8.5 minutes every game. So if your opponent defended, you say go two base muta, you fly around, your opponent secures a third, but it's kind of very turtled up. They get a third mineral line, you're both on 40 workers, they get the third mineral line open. In a normal RTS, that means they have a mineral line, they have maybe 8 worker advantage, big advantage, but, you know, it's okay. You can transition and catch up as the muta player. What happened with the double whammy is because your main base would half mine out, and you don't have a third base as the muta player, you're down to 1.5 mineral lines, your opponent is on 2.5. So it's actually a much bigger advantage percentage-wise. It gets closer to double your economy in terms of available minerals. As you guys know, minerals are the most important resource in StarCraft 2. And what this did is it basically forced you to expand or kill the opponent. So just to summarize, what was the problem with the 900 mineral patch, especially in the main base specifically? And that was that your main base minerals would mine out. So if you did something very high-tech or very aggressive, but you didn't actually completely kill you or hamstring your opponent, you would not only have them maybe secure some sort of advantage by defending, but you would also get double whammied by your economy getting mined out behind. So this is going to give you a few more minutes of ability to stay on 1 or 2 bases without your economy getting cut out from underneath you. That's cool. Now, I'd actually suggested in my last video not these changes. Keep that in mind. These are not my changes. I said you should make the main base only, all mineral patches 1500 minerals. Everything else still works the same with the mineral patches on every other base, but the main base specifically will take way longer to mine out. But your other bases will still mine out at a more rapid rate, encouraging players to expand to an early 4th and early 5th and get rewards for it, rather than sitting on just 3 bases and turtling for a very long time. So these are different, but I still don't mind them. It's still, there's a smaller differentiation between when the patches mine out, but there is still an advantage for continuing to expand. Really curious to see how this plays out. The gas on the Vespene going up, I don't think that's really necessary. It's an extra 500 per base, lasts a bit longer. It already feels like the Vespene gas lasts a lot longer than the minerals on bases. This is something I only really see affecting PvZ. You know when there's a really scrappy PvZ where the Zerg doesn't have an amazing economy, but the Protoss economy is like totally shot to shit, but then Protoss wins anyway, because like, even though they've got no minerals, they're like, oh, I have 1500 gas. And because the gases keep mining, even with they're down to 3 bases with barely any mineral patches, but I can make another 6 Archons. And the Zergs are like, oh my God, Archons are a really good, well-rounded unit. I don't really see this being that impactful outside of that situation. And then last but not least, the rich Vespene gas geyser harvest return value has been decreased from 8 to 6. Map makers were saying this was a really big thing because the Vespene rich gases gave too much reward. They had to be really conservative with where they put these purple gas geysers because it was such a big payoff. I don't know if you guys watch my commentary, but it is a meme in all of my commentary that you could put a rich Vespene gas geyser anywhere on the most obviously horrendous base. Pro gamers will take it because it's got purple gas on it. Contrary to popular opinion, I think pro gamers threw a huge percentage of games when they did this. I think pro gamers probably like just got baited into taking purple gas bases and throwing games unnecessarily dozens of times, hundreds of times. I think I already think that people were way overvaluing the purple gas geyser and getting excited, and they would literally kill themselves trying to take the base. It was really dumb. I don't think you needed to change this, but if this gives you map makers more freedom, I almost always bow down to map makers on this. If they think something is too restrictive, I think open it up. Why not? If they think that's going to give a bit more, you know, maybe you can do a double purple gas base because they give a little bit of less gain. Maybe you can put them in slightly more conservative or less conservative positions. Go for it. Why not? This is a map maker change, which I'm sure a year from now, I'll see all the maps they've done with this change and I'll go, it'll finally click in my brain and I'll go, oh, you can do that now? That is really cool. But it's going to take time for me to fully understand these little kind of niche map maker changes. All right, guys, let's get into the Zerg changes. Now, obviously, if you're changing the worker count from 12 down to 8, part of the reason you want to do that is because, remember, expanding is too cheap and high value in current StarCraft 2. So part of that is you get a lot of extra supply in Legacy of the Void compared to Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty with those supply buildings. The reason that is so you don't get supply blocked at the start of the game. Hatchery, Lair, and Hive. Supplies provided reduced from 6 to 4. Obviously, Command Centers and Nexus are also going to go down from 15 to 13. If they want, they could make Protoss down to 12. For those who don't know, Protoss actually got less supply than Terran in Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty. Protoss had 10 supply for the Nexus, Terran 11 supply on the Command Center. And that is one, some would say, part of the reason why Terran is such has been cheated. For those who don't know, ask a Terran player who's got balance complaints. Supply depots take 21 seconds to build. And the SCV needs to sit there building that depot. Zerg and Protoss, 18 seconds for an Overlord or a Pylon. They just pop it down or build it from the hatchery and go back to mining. Like, what the hell, man? What the hell? But part of that, obviously, you need to build the depot before you can build the barracks. It's part of what gates certain Terran cheeses and rushes as well, which is why it is that way. But anyways, I assume they're going to do 13. We'll find out in a moment. The creep spread and recede rate is slowed. So your creep spread's a little slower, but it also recedes a little slower when it gets cleared. I don't have many thoughts on this, guys. That's probably reasonably impactful, but I don't have much to say about that. Like I said, I didn't know these changes were coming, so I'm just going to be reacting to them. If I don't have much to say, I'm like, we will see what that does. In general, creep can feel a little frantic, like it sometimes spreads way too fast if the Zerg has map control. If that's like a little less of an APM dump, feeling a little less frantic in the game, I guess that might feel nice from both sides of it, but we'll find out. Now, a lot of people are complaining about Mutalisks being too dominant since the Spore has been lowered to 300 hit points, so they're adding an extra 5 damage to biological. Let's just do some quick maths. In this sort of situation where a change is obviously based on a single thing, you've always got to do quick maths there. So a Mutalisk has 120 hit points, guys, divided by 30. So previously it was taking 4 shots from a Spore to kill, except it wasn't really 4 because of regen. Remember, all Zerg units instantly regenerate a fraction of a life when they take damage, which means it would actually have taken 5 hits to kill unless you had a queen or something else adding a bit of damage to that Mutalisk, right? Because it would have regened a hit before the 4 hits come out. So now you do 120 life divided by 35. It's actually only going to take 4 hits on its own. Now, if you had a queen there that happened to hit the Mutalisk before the Spore hit it, okay, cool. That doesn't change anything, but this does overall just make sure those mutas die in 4 hits when the Spore's on its own, which is a pretty impactful thing. If someone's coming in with like 12 Mutalisks to snipe a Spore, they're going to either have to be very quick at microing those Mutalisks back, or they're going to pay a price of a couple of Mutalisks, which is cool. Next up, guys, Carapace is being buffed. Now, this is kind of crazy. Level 1 Carapace from 151... Wait, didn't these already get made cheaper previously, guys? I'm trying to remember, have these already been buffed in a previous patch from their like Wings of Liberty Heart of the Swarm value? Because I know Terran upgrades got made a lot cheaper when there was all that horse trading going on around 2023 with Terran and Protoss changes, where like Terran was like, well, if you take away our Widowmine, we need cheaper upgrades. There was so many little minute trades that went on that it's so hard to remember them all. Like, it's so hard to remember them all. I don't know. I think they made shield upgrades cheaper for Protoss, and all Terran upgrades cheaper, but maybe they never buffed the Zerg upgrades. I can't quite remember the changes. You guys let me know. I don't know if this will have this stuff. Does this have changes on it? Yeah. Okay, guys, so we can see here, armor upgrade cost, this patch 5.012, which would have been, I think, mid-2023. Armor upgrade cost was reduced from 150 to 225, 300. So it was level 2 and level 3 upgrades. Both got made cheaper in this patch back here. So Zerg did already get a slight buff on this, but now we're going to buff them more so. And this is a pretty damn significant buff for ZVT. You're saving that 50 minerals, 50 gas. Zerg is all about upgrading an early Carapace against Terran Bio. That's a pretty big change. And you save a bit on these two as well. Pretty nice buff for Zerg there. Infesta, Microbial Shroud range is increased from 9 to 12. Wow, it's already got a big AoE, guys. Don't get me wrong, tanks and libs could sometimes shoot down the Infestors before they get the Microbial super deep into the Terran arsenal if they were focus fired. 12 is crazy. This is the Infestor's going to throw the Microbial from a different screen and shield your whole army. You also don't need an upgrade from the Infestation Pit. All right, guys, so Microbial is not just playable. Microbial is now overpowered. This is so funny. One of the big points of contention in the patch where they made these Microbial changes is I was like, this ability could be crazy overpowered. And everyone went, well, it's not overpowered, is it, Ping? You were wrong. And I'm like, well, yeah, they added an upgrade. Like, I think they made it so you needed to get Hive Tech and then make an upgrade. And then they took away the Hive Tech requirement. The upgrade still costs a bunch and takes like 2 minutes to get. So this is going to go in the other direction, probably be slightly overpowered in the mid game against Terran, but I don't think it's going to be like, I think it's probably good for us to test it in a slightly overpowered state and see how it goes. I was always saying, make it accessible, make it easier to get to so we can actually test it and play with it and feel it out. Don't gate it behind so many upgrades that it's this mythical thing that kicks in the late game and no other time. You know, let it kick in a bit earlier so we could test it and see the real strength. And then maybe lower it, because at the moment, Microbial is a 50% damage reduction from ranged units. It also works on the enemy as well, by the way, keep in mind. So if you throw Microbial and their bio stutter steps into it, and it's bio versus Roach, for those who don't know, the units both are taking less damage. So sometimes there's this like funny thing where the bio's like stutter stepping into your Microbial. Obviously, if you're playing Ultras, Lings, Banes, melee units, you don't want to run towards that as a Terran player anyway. But yeah, this is definitely something which is an interesting change. Microbial Shroud range from 9 to 12 is absolutely wild. I don't think it needed to be that far. I think what's really lame about this part is it removes the interesting counterplay. It used to be, if you really wanted to get your Infestors in, you might need to spread them so they don't all die to one tank shot, and you would often have to throw a Microbial as kind of the launch pad, where your units are basically shielded from the first volley of tanks and bio shots, but also your Infestors aren't just getting one shot by tanks. They're taking 3 tank shots to die once they're in Microbial, which is a lot. 3 tank shots to kill an Infestor is a lot. So 12 allows you to throw it from so far away, it removes that counterplay. And I think this part is probably leaning too far in the other direction. I think just change it so you can cast without the upgrade. People will use Microbial now. People will get it out before the ghosts are here. I would imagine if we look at the end of this testing period, this gets removed and we keep this. I think it already has perfectly fine cast range. You might think, oh, 9 cast range is not that big. Remember, when you've got a spell with a big fat radius, the effective range you're reaching with that spell is far beyond 9. So yeah, this is kind of crazy cast range here. All right, guys, Viper Abduct now considers sieged tanks a valid target. Oh, the 2 most complained changes about in the last patch. We all know what they were. Ghosts randomly getting 25 hit points at the 11th hour when they were meant to be made more fragile, which was utter bullshit. And the Viper, a unit that specializes in pulling high-value targets to it, not being able to abduct the 3 supply siege tank, while still being able to abduct carriers, tempests, Thors, and battle cruisers, literal interplanetary capital ships. But for some reason, a mothership, which can hold an entire civilization as it flies between the stars, and a single siege tank because he puts a little metal bolt into the ground are unabductable. Thank God they removed this. It really removed part of the fun of the game. It actually, to be fair, shout out to Harstem guys, who did a fun video going Mass Viper, and people were getting really hyped about Vipers are good. And I was kind of laughing because I'm like, this is like the weakest Vipers have ever been against against like mech and stuff, where like they're not bad, but like you could only use Blinding Cloud. You have the option for Abduct. But well done, Harstem. You've done a video just before they've removed that change where you successfully made a bunch of meme builds with Mass Viper before they've gone back to making the Viper actually good. Shout out to you, Kevin. Well done. Very good timing. Overlord. All right, speed without pneumatized carapace decreased from 0.9 to 0.7. Okay. Yeah, so Overlord's going to be a little bit harder to get those 2 pillars to scout with them and stuff. This is crazy. This is so game ending. This is terrible. How are we going to scout? I think this is okay. Hear me out. 8 workers start. Things are going to build up a bit faster. So you're going to get to their base at the same time, relationally to the build, right? I could be wrong. Oh, that's yeah. That's without Overlord speed. Yeah. So this is. I think it gets there at the same time. People are arguing in the YouTube chat right now. They're shouting at each other. Just be civil, guys. Thank you so much, Identity. 100 secs. Chipping in for bribing the intern. Oh, thank you, Identity. Guys, the Swedish people are sending me crowns. The Swedish crowns. Here are some kroner. We're coming up to midsummer and we are going to send you some Swedish crowns. Thank you. That's a terrible Swedish accent. I hope you enjoy it. Dark Matter, thank you for the 44-month resub. Appreciate you as well. Thank you, guys. Hurley and Ganari. My entire knowledge, I've only been to Sweden, mostly during the actual summertime, and I love it there. If I go there in winter, I think I would hate your country. I think I would absolutely hate your country. It can go fuck itself if I'm there in winter. I was there, actually, no, I was there once at like the end of summer, just after summer, and I was like, it's so cold! Why is it so cold? It was like September or something for like one of the Stockholm tournaments. I was like, and we were out like drinking at 3 a.m. and I was like, we left the bar at like 2 in the morning, and I was like, why? I was like, I don't like this. Yeah. Anyways, much love, guys. All right, guys, speed without noob size. Okay, so back on the Overlords, guys. All right, guys, so back on the Overlords, I think you get there at a similar time, but people are going to tell you one really important thing. ZVZ, what if someone 8 pulls? I mean, with 12 pull, they could even sneak Lings out already and avoid your first Overlord. Like now, you just can't hatch first. I think Drone Scout in general with 8 worker starts is really nice. I also think pull first becomes a bit nicer as well in a lot of matchups. One problem I have is I don't think there's a queen change here, right? Yeah, there's no queen change. So what I've been playing a lot of Green Ertz mod where queens are much cheaper and they're not like a one-size-fits-all defensive unit, but they're still good at injecting and they still help with the initial defense. So going pull first to get your early queen out, to get your injects going, and the queens are a bit cheaper as well, feels kind of nice. But I do think drone scouting, SCV scouting, probe scouting, the lower worker you go, the more valid these are, the more it's a calculated risk when you don't do those things. And honestly, even if the Overlord was the same speed as it is currently, if someone goes 8 pull, I don't know if you would have been able to see before the Lings sneak out. So I'm not sure. I need to do some testing on this, guys. Yeah, I don't know how this speed change corresponds to Green Ertz mod. Green Ert is in the chat. Guys, we have a modder in the chat. Green Ert, what is the Overlord speed in your mod? Is this commensurate to yours? I think this is a bit lower than your... Because I know you nerfed Overlord speed, and it felt fine when I was playing with 8 workers on your mod. But I'm not sure if your speed's higher or lower than this. Because I know there's usually been a lot of overlap where clearly the Blizzard guys watch some of Green Ertz mod games, some of Patch's mod games, different ones. So Green Ertz changed move speed from 0.902 to 0.82, whereas this is down to 0.7. So this is a bit more of a significant movement speed change. I got to test that out and kind of see what that affects. Overseer. Changelings automatically inherit the current order queue of the casting Overseer. Sorry. We also got this, guys. Can now issue load nearby unit commands. I skimmed these changes very quickly before. Every transport has this. So basically there's a button now where you can just tell so if you know how everyone struggles with drops? So I think the idea is if you've got like 4 Metavacs or Overlords and people struggle with like clicking on them and stuff, which it's not really that hard, but hey, if it lowers the barrier entry, I think there's going to be a hotkey now, like an option, and you can just press, let's imagine it's like V for, and it'll just grab whatever's nearby. So you can just be like, press V once, all 4 Overlords are just going to pick up the Hydras and Lings like a vacuum, whatever's nearby, and then you can go drop them. This seems just like a noob-friendly thing. No pro gamer is going to use this button literally ever. Unless they're doing like the old hold position Overlord elevator to elevate Zerglings over the cliff into the main, which, well, we don't have hatchery tech drops, so bring back hatchery tech drops. Pros might actually use this, but I don't think pros are going to use this. It's just a nice way of making it a bit more noob-friendly to use transports. Fair call. Changelings automatically inherit the current order queue of the casting Overseer. So this is a change where you can basically click your Overseer into their main, press drop a Changeling, and that Changeling is automatically then going to walk into the main where the Overseer was already told to move to. Once again, noob-friendly change. I don't mind. I'm okay for UI noob-friendly changes that don't really change too much. I don't really care about that. Now, for those who weren't here at the very start of the stream, this is the funniest change of the entire patch. Let me just zoom in here, guys. Changeling deaths are contagious to other nearby changelings. They nerfed our boy. If you guys weren't here at the start of the stream, was us. Oh, did we close it? Did I close it? I closed it. Okay, well I'll show you guys what we're gonna show you guys our history on stream. That's very dangerous. Basically, we opened the stream with this image and with a, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We nerfed the most cancerous Zerg of them all. Yeah, we nerfed Rogue. Rogue's been spamming mass changelings, and they fucking nerfed him. This is hilarious. No longer does Clem have to get mad at his PC lagging so he can't do his perfect micro while mass changelings go in and block his camera and 48 overseers fly over his army so he can't see what's happening. Absolutely amazing. I don't think this change was needed. Is it annoying? Is it frustrating? Yes. I think there's two camps you will fall in. It's going to be very subjective. You are either team Rogue. I love seeing abusive shitfuckery, just being annoying and being a dickhead. Heck yeah. So you're either team I hate this change, team Rogue, or your team Beyond, save Beyond's wrists. If you care for Terran players' wrists and you're sick of watching Beyond try and like shift click 470 changelings every minute of a 30-minute TVZ against Rogue while his like wrist is bleeding on the table, then you're Team Beyond. So it's up to you guys. Are you Team Rogue or Team Beyond? I mean, I think it's really unfair to nerf Rogue and his clever strat. I also feel really for Beyond's poor wrists. For those who don't know, this is a funny strategy because specifically in Pigfest, there was a really funny game where this came in. Actually. This one. Yeah, this is it. All right. Oh, it's the second. We're gonna go to part 2, do we? Yeah, this is the game. Okay, so guys, funny game. This was specifically the game. Rogue got a massive lead in Pigfest 6 on Beyond, could have gone and killed him in the mid game, but being Rogue, he decided to play with his food and make 300 overseers and just spam Nidus at him and changelings for the next like 20 minutes. And in fact, Beyond was like barely hanging on. You can see here, he looked very stressed the whole time. Rogue was just like, lurkers and Niduses. And Rogue actually threw this game, and it was specifically, Beyond ended up getting a planetary in the back of his main base, barely in time to defend one of these waves. Let me see if I can find a shot of it in the VOD. I'd never seen a guy build a planetary in his main. He got hit by so many of these friggin' Niduses that Beyond literally got a planetary in the back of his main base to defend it. It was one of the funnier things I've ever seen. And Beyond ended up winning this clutch, really long late game because of it. And Rogue kind of threw the game. He's beaten Clem a few times. He's annoyed a lot of Terrans with it. I don't know if it was necessarily an overpowered strat. It was just a very obnoxious strat. And I can imagine if people were spamming it on the ladder against average Joes and like breaking people's PCs and stuff, it's one of the more annoying things to play against. But I am kind of sad to see variety taken away from pro play, even if it was one of the more obnoxious plays. I think that strategy games and RTS is you kind of want obnoxious strats mixed in there. So kind of sad this one's getting nerfed. I hated playing against it, but I kind of enjoyed the variety of watching it, even though it did feel like Rogue was trolling his opponent rather than trying to win in the most efficient manner. So I think the Niduses have stopped at that point. Let me see if I can get a shot of it, guys. I'm just going to put this on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, this is it, guys. So yeah, I finally found the shot. We've got... Who puts a planetary for... He put a Florencio planetary behind his main base. Like, you're not meant to do this at pro level, but Rogue is such a degenerate. He legit put a planetary there, and it saved him from, like, multiple lurker Niduses. Such a sicko. Yeah, Beyond was meant to get eliminated in that group stage, and Rogue played with his food, and he kind of got screwed up. If you guys want to see that video, links in the chat, both chats. Thank you guys for the subs, appreciate it. All right, let's go. We got to get through these changes. All right, guys, Mutalisk. Mutalisk Glaives now prioritize targets. So I think that means normally the Muta bounce just goes to the closest thing. I think basically within a certain range, it's going to target combat units. So basically, like, I imagine it'll always bounce to, like, does that mean attack? I guess that means attack priority counts. So it's always going to target another Marine rather than a medevac with the bounce. it's always going to hit an SCV over a building, right? Essentially, like each bounce, because it used to just hit the building if that was closest to the target. It hit the medevac if the medevac's flying above. But because medevac is a lower attack priority, building is the lowest attack priority unless it's a fighting building, it's basically going to prioritize those units. I don't see this making much difference at all. Arc slop increased to 180 is huge, guys. For those who don't know, arc slop is something that I need. I don't know what the hell that means. I'll be honest. If you guys, does this do anything? I don't know what the fucking arc slop is. I don't know, man. I think it makes it may be easier to shoot when moving or something, like to keep moving, but like you could already move and shoot pretty. I don't know what that means. It's yeah. Does this change anything? You guys can let me know. I know attack range slop used to be is a thing with like ultras and melee units where they get extra range when the enemy's moving out of range, because otherwise a melee unit would run up, start attacking, and then be like, oh, I can't complete my attack, and you'd have an ultra be like, and the ultra's like running and stopping and running and jittering out and never actually landing attacks. So I know range slop was like a stat which basically gives melee units like extra range so they can complete their attacks so the game doesn't look as janky. I don't know what it is in the case of the Mutalisk here. Arc slop is a weapon data field that determines the angle, allowing a target to move outside of the weapon's standard arc without losing the target lock. Okay. In game design, this is an angle to determine how far a moving target is allowed to stray from a unit or weapon's default targeting cone. Yeah. Okay, so basically it just means if they've started shooting a unit, the Mutalisk, and the unit moves further away, it can still shoot it. So essentially 180, I imagine it's like almost 2 spaces beyond what its actual 3 ranges. So if you start attacking a unit with a Mutalisk and it moves almost to, or maybe this is 180 degrees, I don't know. I have no idea what this means. You guys can tell me. We'll need to test it. Command Center supplies reduced from 15 to 13, and oh my lord, I told you guys the intern watches Green Arts mod. It's the effing Super Ghost. Now, for those who don't know, the Super Ghost is actually a concept I quite like. Because what I hated about the last patch is they made it the Super Ghost without acknowledging that it was the Super Ghost. They put it back from 3 to 2 supply, and then they buffed the heck out of its hit points and a bunch of things. And I was like, what the hell? Why are you doing that? So this is kind of, it looks like at least partially inspired by Green Arts Super Ghost. Green Arts in chat saying, this is stronger than my Ghost, by the way. He's like, hold on. That's stronger than my Ghost. I don't know why my chat just disappeared, but it did. So supply is increased from 2 to 3 for the Ghost, but it's back to 100 hit points. It's still a light unit though, so it's less tanky than it's been on this last patch. Attack damage changed from 10 plus 10 versus light to 20 flat. So it does the same versus light, but now it does 20 versus other, which means you can like stutter step down a friggin' Banshee, or not a Banshee, but like a Medevacs with the Ghosts. It just does more damage in general. Its basic attack is just more well-rounded, and it gets 1 more range. 7 range on that sniper boy, which makes sense. He or she, they've got sniper rifles. Steady targeting, back up to 170 flat damage, what it used to be, and no longer cancelled upon taking damage, but it does cost 25 more energy, which means instead of getting 4 of these casts at max energy, a Ghost can only cast 2. So, I mean, I like the idea of it not canceling, because I always hated the dichotomy of like, well, I don't quite interrupt the snipes and my whole army gets blasted, or I interrupt the snipes and the Ghosts do absolutely nothing. Ghosts felt very binary. It also felt very much like it encouraged the Terran player to sit in their corner touching themselves furiously rather than actually getting on the map. Because if you guys ever played Terran and you weren't Clem, I know Clem just pushes on the map with his Ghosts. He's so good at micro, it doesn't matter. Most Terrans would be like, well, if my Ghosts get caught, they just do nothing. They just die because they can't get their snipes off and they're terrible, right? So I actually like the idea of this change specifically, because it does encourage the Ghosts not to just hide behind planetaries quite as much. Overall, I haven't quite grasped this is a lot of changes in one go. I haven't quite grasped it. The Ghost obviously takes up more supply. You can't mass them as much. It's a bit less tanky. It's way better at generically fighting. Realistically, generically fighting is not really its goal, especially against Zerg. So if we were to put this, so what do these 2 changes do? These are buffs versus Protoss, because very rarely is the Ghost sniping. The Ghost just throws its CMPs and then it just shoots. And that extra damage there, it's going to matter if they're shooting an armored unit. So not a Zealot, not an Adept, not an Arch. Archons aren't light. So it's going to help them against Archons, which were already getting blasted by EMP. It's going to help them a little when they're shooting like Stalkers, Immortals, Colossus. I mean, it matters. It just doesn't matter that much. Most of the time, they were already shooting Zealots. So I don't really, I don't think this damage change. And against Zerg, normally the Ghosts are just sniping Ultras and stuff. Obviously, it helps shoot down Banelings really badly. Like, they will blast. I guess when they're not sniping, they're running, and then they turn in a concave. They're going to, like, gun down Banes very easily. Do a lot more damage versus Roaches as well with a regular attack. It's impactful. It's very hard to, like, wrap my head around exactly how impactful. Oh, by the way, just a quick disclaimer. If you're watching this, whether on YouTube or Twitch, and you're going, you need to shout about this being broken or that being broken, you're in the wrong spot. Go watch any other StarCraft content creator. Every patch that's come out, every patch that's being proposed, there's a big pattern. I make videos when I do a first impressions reacts video where I'm digesting changes in a video. That's what I'm doing. I'm digesting them right now. And a lot of people don't understand this because they're like, well, I'm coming to you because I want you to echo my opinion in the most emotional, loud way possible. This is not the video for that. Now, I'm going to be doing follow-up videos and all sorts of analyses and testing things. When you haven't played with a change, you're reading it for the first time. If you have a really strong emotional opinion, that opinion is almost always hot air. It's almost always garbage. And even if you agree with someone and they echo that, that does not mean you should carry momentum. You should go and practice that and see how it plays out in game and actually think about it a little bit more. And a lot of people don't like that. And I've got this criticism for a long time in StarCraft 2. They're like, well, you're not shouting enough about the changes. I get it. Some people only watch the first impressions video. They don't watch the multiple analyses that actually break things down and go, this is clearly broken. This is clearly too strong in this way. This thing's clearly too weak. You know, I get those don't get as many views as, oh my God, new patch changes. Let's just look at them. But keep that in mind. Critical thinking and actually testing things and actually thinking about things. So I think at the end of every one of these units, people going, you need to tell me, is it 30% stronger, 80% weaker? Shh, that's going to come later. We're going to give some first impressions in that regard, but we're not going to go too deep on that. Just keep in mind. All right, overall, the Ghost is a stronger raw combat unit. Snipe cannot be cancelled. It cannot spam as many snipes. Snipe does a bit more damage against Ultras again. Goes back to almost one-shotting a Queen, one-shotting Roaches, one-shotting Zealots. It's 3 supply. You can't get as many. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about these changes. I think they are probably okay. But I'm going to completely reserve judgment on the Ghost. I need to play with this. This is one where I'm like, it's probably, I'm somewhere, you know, I'm a squiggly line. We're going to have to wait and see. I don't know on this one. I need to play with this. I need to play with and against this a bunch. All right, Medevac can load units nearby. It's also got subgroup priority, guys. Priority order updated from Raven, Ghost, BC, Marine, Marauder, Siege Tank to Ghost, Marine, Marauder, Raven, Battlecruiser, Siege Tank. I don't know what that means. Why is this on the Medevac? Is it the order? What? Medevac's not even in this list. What is this? Does anyone understand what this means? Like, I don't get why we would have a subgroup is the priority when you tab through the units, right? So why is this under the Medevac when the Medevac's not even listed here? I think this is meant to be down in the general Terran changes, not under Medevac, right? Yeah, there's meant to be a space. Okay, this is just not formatted. There's meant to be an enter between this and this. This is a completely different change to the Medevac change. Okay, this is just bad formatting on the post. Yeah. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, basically, this is interesting, guys. So one of the big problems Terrans used to have, and part of the reason we don't build Ravens, is because when you box your bio to quickly stim and react and spread in different directions, guess what? Or you select your army, guess what gets selected first? The Raven. Terran is one of the most twitchy, fast-paced micro-required races. If you're wondering why Terran players often send their Raven off to go drop some auto turrets and die, it's specifically so when they get surprised by something, they don't jump back to a battle, try to stim, and go, oh shit, my Raven's selected, my units didn't stim, and they all died to Banelings. So essentially, you'll notice the Raven is getting moved lower in the priority. So it's going to be Ghosts, then Marine Marauder, and then it's basically saying, hey, the units you usually want is these ones, right? EMP, then tab, and then stim. And that actually, I like this change. This makes a lot of sense to me. I've heard Hero Marine, I think, says he doesn't like it because he's used to the other one, doesn't want to change, but also he's totally like open to it and he will figure it out. He's like, I'd rather it just stay the same because I'm used to the crappy way. But I think for most players, for me personally, I assume most players are like me, as like relatively more casual compared to pro gamer Terrans. This is going to make it much easier to have a Raven in my army without ruining myself. All right, guys, onto the Protoss changes, the Space Elves. And this is the part when I skimmed through before that actually broke my brain. Pig just made all these changes. Pig controls the balance now, yeah? What? I've not seen any of this, guys. I've not seen any of this. I've not heard of this. I've not talked about this. Just because I've done deep dives on the account, I've not talked about this at all. This is not something I saw coming in any way, shape, or form. Warpgate is completely changed. I've not investigated this. I don't know what to think. Warpgate research has moved from the gateway to the gateway from the Cybercore. I don't like that. I think it just made sense to be on the Cybercore. I imagine it still unlocks when Cybercore finishes because otherwise you could get Warpgate crazy early. But whatever. I don't care. This like doesn't really matter. It's just moving a thing around. I guess it's more logical if the upgrade's on the gateway. I don't care. Who cares? Warpgate research speeds up gateway unit production time. It doesn't need the Cybercore. Oh, so you can get Warpgate earlier. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so you can get Warpgate earlier. All right, chat's confirming you can get Warpgate earlier. Warpgate research speeds up gateway unit production time by 35%. Now that's crazy. So this means when you're producing units out of a gateway, not a Warpgate, they produce 35% faster. This is one of the most insane production speed increases. Can you guys imagine if all your barracks, all your hatcheries just produce 35% faster? Well, hold on. It's not actually overpowered. Do you know why? Warp gates already give you like a 28%, like it's a very high, maybe 30% speed increase on all your unit production. So all this does, the majority of this 35% is actually just catching up gateway production to what warp gate production not naturally escalates it to. For those who don't know, it takes 27 seconds to build a zealot. Warp gate 20 seconds. And it's from not when it finishes warping in, from when it starts warping in. So if you have 8 gateways, you can make 24 zealots a minute with 8 warp gates in the current version of StarCraft 2. So this means you could build them slightly faster. What's it going to go down to? So it's going to go from... Okay, so they're making the zealot take an extra second to build. The adept take a few seconds less. This is without warp gate. But you can see that, yeah, the zealot's going to be 2 seconds faster if you build it out of a regular gateway than a warp gate. But it's still got to rally to where it's going. Overall, I wouldn't say that's a buff. I feel like you could make it 16 seconds, maybe even 15. Because the downside is you're not warping a unit in their base on the front where a drop's coming in. So this is already not like a massive buff, is it, by any means, in that regard. It's a slight reward for leaving them in gateway production, which I love, and I think this is a really good choice. So on Greenert's mod, it's really interesting because initially he had no warp gate. Warp gate was just removed, and he had all these cool bonus upgrades. Zealots had 10 extra shields, and I really enjoy playing that non-warp gate Protoss style, even though it's quite different, just because it's so different, and I was really having fun with it. But he actually, in his more recent versions of his mod, added warp gate back in. But what he did is, like, the overpowered upgrades that he'd added for the non-warp gate style would get grayed out if you went warp gate. So you could still play warp gate Protoss, same as normal, but you wouldn't get access to these, like, really cool upgrades that would give zealots bonus shields. It would allow you to turn stalkers into, like, a dragoon style unit with extra hit points and damage and range and all that sort of stuff. So that was the way he kind of added both paths. So it was like, you can produce your units faster out of gateways. It was called like warp efficiency and stuff. But this is very different because this change next changes everything. And this is what I have no experience with, which is transform to warp gate cost increase from 0-0 to 50-50. This is not the warp gate research, which already costs 50 minerals and 50 gas. This is every gateway transforming to a warp gate is going to cost you 50 minerals and 50 gas. And this is the change which has got me going, what? Wow. This basically makes warp gates incredibly expensive to get up and going. It means if you want to get to that gateway production, hey man, you want 8 gateways, that's 400 minerals, 400 gas. That is a mothership cost. It's kind of like adding a reactor and add-on for Terran. In isolation, I think I like this. I'm a big fan of Warp Gate being an option, being something you invest in to go warping units in their base. What I would be concerned with is that it is, of course, a very significant nerf. I think there's a good idea here, an interesting idea. I don't know if the balance is right from what I'm seeing. Let's finish these changes and confirm this suspicion. Warp in time is no longer determined by slow power fields. Warp in time instead is decreased to 3 seconds from 3.6 and 11. We're going back to overpowered warp in. Okay, so warp in is going to be faster than ever, even faster than fast warp ins, and you can do it off a single pylon. No more proxying a gateway. If you want to do a warp gate attack, you can just do it with a single pylon. But it's way more expensive to get going. You know what? I like that idea. That's kind of really cool. Back in the day, does anyone remember Heart of the Swarm? Does anyone remember Jadong Zerglings? Jadong, who's recently back playing StarCraft 1, by the way. Dude, the maps sometimes are really big. You've never seen a man hunt for a single hidden probe or pylon on the map more than Jadong's early game was jumping between macro and then going back, and he'd have 2 to 3 scouting Zerglings who would shift click every single corner of the map, every nook and cranny. If there was like a little bit of fog of war, his Zergling was going to go, he would queue up hundreds of little shift A moves. His Zerglings would go around every corner, because back in the day, if a pylon got up near your base, Protoss would just make an army out of nowhere, and you'd come out of the fog and you'd just die. Because you didn't need to build a gateway back in the day. It was straight 4-second warp in the old time, which became 3.6, I guess. But in this case, it's harder to do that because you need to now make the warp gates 50-50, which you can't just cheese this at the start of the game. This is, I think, an interesting combo. Overall, it's still obviously a big nerf though, right? Even though you can warp in a bit faster, you don't have to worry about slow warp in fields. The 50-50 is a big cost. And it'll be interesting to see how that gets kind of commensurated. I think these changes are so big, and the economy changes apply to all factions. Looking at these changes so far, I'm going to be playing Protoss all day today and feeling this out, because this feels interesting. I honestly don't think I'd be using Warp Gate till late game. I think I'd basically be going, this is so expensive, I am not going to be making Warp Gate till late game. Like, why would that's too expensive. Unless you want to go for a DT rush. And then you just make 1 or 2 gateways into warp gates, hide that pylon or that prism, and then you just warp in like 2 DTs off. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, chat's saying it as well. Basically, if you want to do DTs, you make like 1 or 2 into warp gates still. That's cool, actually. That is kind of cool. Yeah. And you're like, oh shit, there's a drop. So you're like, I can warp in 2 stalkers to defend the drop. No more than that. Two, and that's it. Zombie Grub, thank you for the raid. Zombie Grub says she hates you. Yeah, I look forward to having a lot of hate on this patch, guys. If you're just tuning in, I did not make this balance patch. I did not know this was coming. We talked about this a year ago, and we've done a bunch of videos talking about experimenting with it. And just so you guys remember, who is the Adam and Eve of StarCraft, guys? Who's Adam and Eve? Who's Adam and Eve? Am I Adam? Am I Eve? Excuse me? Do I look like Bert and motherfucking Ernie? The Adam and Eve in StarCraft. Everybody knows who Adam and Eve of StarCraft are. Look at these 2 gentlemen. And if you go back to my first ever worker start video, I was neural parasited by Artosis and No Regret talking about worker starts and variety. And that's where I made a video reacting to that. And I went, this is so interesting. And then I went on my whole series of experiments testing different worker starts and economy changes. And that's clearly picked up steam with guys like Greener making mods for it and stuff. And yeah, so I blame these guys. Tasteless, like literally a month ago, made a video a month or 2 ago about how he's like, I think StarCraft 2 has like not enough variety early and you should like lower the worker count like StarCraft 1. And then he DM'd me, he's like, Pig, I made this video. He's like, I just found out, apparently you've been talking about this. My whole comment section was people going, Pig's been testing this for a year. And I was like, you've come around. I mean, originally it was Artosis. It was Artosis and No Regret, but then it's kind of funny that out of nowhere, Tasteless like had this, I don't know if it was an independent thought or people were asking him in chat and made like a video talking about it. But anyways, point being, it is crazy that these changes are happening. The Protoss changes we're on right now, those from Zombie Grub's chat, just keep you guys up to date. Thank you, Oriental Habit, Tactical Llama, Dare Damon, Dark Matter. Appreciate you guys so much. I did not see these changes coming at all. I did not see any of the changes coming. The reason why we made an update, oh my God! The reason why we made an update on the worker start, if you guys watch my recent video, is people kept asking me about this worker start in the last month. So clearly something leaked about these changes going out, which is why I made that video a week ago, because clearly people were asking me about this. They're going, oh, they're going to change the work account. So someone leaked something, obviously. But that's that. I actually found out from Twitch chat that this was going on. Well, not that this was going on, but Twitch chat said, oh, this is going on. I didn't really believe them, but yeah. Zogger, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Hot diddly damn. Thank you very much, Zogger. I really appreciate the support, dude. That's crazy, man. Thank you very much for the love. Holy shit, guys. Thank you for slapping the bacon down there. For the one and only, the beautiful, the man that goes whole Zog. It's Zogger GG. That there is a slap on my moist bacon. Let's continue, guys. All right, so guys, pre-warp gate, Zealot is slowed down by 1 second, Adept sped up by 2, Stalker slowed down by 1, Sentry slowed down from by 1 second, High Templar from 32 to 40, Dark Templar to 30 from 32 to 40. Okay. Why?
Thanks for the
Okay, so guys, what they've done... Oh, thank you, Flick Stuff, activating the hype train. Thank you for the 5 months. Guys, thank you so much, getting us above 1,200 subs. So I think what they've done, guys, is they wanted there to be a flat 35% speed increase from this number to this number. But I don't think you need to have it be a flat 35%. You can just make it speed them all up different numbers, right? So I don't know why we need to add a second to the Zealot on pre-warp gate. Is there a reason for this? Like, why is the Stalker building a second slower? Why is the Zealot building? I mean, maybe there's reasons for all these changes. It seems like High Templar and Dark Templar are getting massively slowed down though. Like in the current version of the game, doesn't a High Templar, how long does a High Templar or a Dark Templar take to build right now, guys?
Toss a coin to your witcher, O Valley of Plenty.
I'm a little confused by this. Your mom likes my new patch. Hey, thank you, Lilyhammer. Thank you, Santas. How we doing, guys? How long does this take to build? 39 seconds. So have they changed this, guys? This says 32 to 40. Oh, is that still part of the swarm time there, is it? Why are they making High Templar and Dark Templar so slow to build? I don't even... Whatever, I mean, okay, I think this is very similar anyway. I just don't get why pre-warp gate is slowed down. It's just like, why? I think it feels like these numbers have all changed so they can apply a flat 35% because symmetry. It's not going to affect anything because you're not building any of these units until after warp gate's done. I'm just confused about why they did this, guys. You're always going to have warp gate done by the time you do that, I think. It's okay. I don't know. Weird one. I'm not really sure. I guess this makes Protoss... This is a nerf to PvT early game. This is meant to open up... This actually allows Clem to just be a dickhead with his openings a bit more. This 1 second, I think, just allows like little bunker rushes and things to be a bit better. Maybe Proxy Marauder's a little stronger. Protoss pressuring the Stalker across the map. Terran can maybe skip the bunkers slightly. The Adept's a little faster, so that's a little stronger. I don't know. I think if you, I guess Stalker Zealot is like the scary proxies that actually kill you. Adepts are the more harassment proxies. I have so few thoughts on these number changes, guys. This is just confusing me a little bit. It is what it is. All right, ad break's playing, guys. Sorry, we got to play an ad break. We'll be back in just a second with the wrap up here on the last few Protoss changes and then getting into testing it. I'm playing with no warp gate and seeing how it goes. We'll be back in just a sec. Sorry, Twitch has forced an ad break. We'll be back in one moment. Thank you so much, the hype train. Later today, we will be doing a video about what I consider common misconceptions, but also common talking points about the economy changes specifically. I was already planning to have some long chats discussing those and turn those into YouTube videos. Now that this patch seems to be getting tested, seems to be serious business, we better speed up that content. So we're going to test a bunch of games and then talk about that in a bit. See you guys in a moment. He's got 7 barracks now. Looks like he's enjoying 7 rather than 8 barracks. Oh, these aren't well placed. I think you need those slightly to the right. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, but he walks over it. Holy moly, sorry. Oh man, I hope my filter max is on my mic, because I apologize if I burst anyone's eardrums. That was like 25 Marines. Oh, the Zergling couldn't fit inside. He's like, I want to be one of the boys. Please pick me up. Please, can I go? Please, can I go? Mom. She's like, no, Jimmy, you're too young to kill SCVs. You can't come into the Terran base. Not until you're older. It's like, oh, I just want to go fight some Terran, man. Oh, Adept's going to get... Oh! Oh my god, the micro! What am I looking at? I'm not even commentating. It's so well microed by both players. What did I just witness? I wish I commentated that. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Oh my god. I'll take it. Oh, it's so huge. Oh, the force fields! And then the High Templar comes in from behind, storms the medevacs down as well. Oh! 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 Wee! Wee, 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 wee.
Position would completely be blindsided by tank pushes.
Your face is woefully out of position.
I'd say that might be one of the easiest things to fix, but
You're one of the easiest things to fix.
for some reason, and
You're a reason. Sorry, guys. This is my new game called Unmuting Other Casters and then saying nonsense at them. It's a fun game. Shout out, guys. Look at this. Oh, look, I'm watching Twitch. Maybe I want to go watch Comeback TV because I'm like, Pig's commentary is stupid. Petite penis commentary. Petite penis, pig, cochon. Oh, speaking of selling out, that was a clip of me telling you guys how to use your Prime subs. Awesome. Thank you, Polar Bear, Circuit, Santas. Guys, thank you very much for the subs. Let's get back into it. Sorry for the forced ad break. I snoozed it as long as I could, but it kicked in anyway. We are on level 7 of a hype train right now. Oh, level 7. Holy shit. 10 subs or 4,600 bits to complete, guys. There is a loading emu emote that will unlock for you permanently if you're part of this hype train, I believe.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
We say petite zizi, not penis. Petite penis? No, petite zizi. Is zizi like a cute way of saying it? It's like hoochie or something? Alright. Petite zizi. Petite baguette. Crusty baguette.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Fromage. It's like saying wee wee. Nice, I like that. That's cute. Petite zigounette. Dragon Blue, Surf Absolute send you. Dude, I have a few guys in my YouTube comments who watch my casts, and they're always really offended at my French accent. They're like, how would you feel speaking a language that isn't your own, and people always making fun of you? And I'm like, oh no. Because like, I get it when you go to France and you speak French, and they're like, I will not speak French to you. Your French is so shit. But like, I'm so clearly in good fun, is it not? I have so many French friends, like, but there's a few guys who maybe don't pick up the kind of, I don't think they get the banter, and they're always like, always shitting on our French accents. How would you feel? It's not your native. Like, I'm like, I would really appreciate it if I go to France and I'm like, fromage, and you guys are making fun of me. I would feel so loved. More Dragon Power. Baskerville, thank you very much for the love. Appreciate it. Alright guys, Sentry next up. Hallucinations automatically inherit the current order of the casting Sentry. This is the same as that Changeling thing. Click the Sentry to their base, cast Hallucinate Phoenix, and it'll just go there. I guess this is like nice for noobs. I don't care about changes like this. Quality of life, it changes nothing for high level players, but hey, cool. Oh shit, Plasmodium, thank you. Baskerville, Plasmodium, thank you guys. Thank you for the love, thank you for the subs. I appreciate you so very much. Holy crap. High Templar, guys, Side Storm, total damage reduced. Okay, people have been complaining a lot about Storm, especially mid and low level players. The Storm is a zoning tool that obliterates things, and a slight damage nerf on it is, I think, kind of okay. Yeah, you know what's really funny? Am I correct? Greener, are you still here, mate? Is it 100 damage on your mod? Because I remember they kind of copied your Storm changes, but like not quite, right? Like one iteration of your Storm, and yours is 100 damage. And now, okay, they're like, okay, we're not even pretending to be like, we copied his, but we just added more damage to it and duration. I think your duration's a bit shorter as well. I think Green Art's duration isn't as big. But that's funny. They're going down to the green damage now on the Psy Storm. Yeah, I think that's just lessens the pain of it a little. It's still a spell you absolutely want to avoid going into. I think that's fine. It's okay. I think Storm's really good. I think recently, if we look at Psy Storm in PvZ especially, Hero has lost a lot of PvZs, and it's when he didn't make Psy Storm. And when he decided to make Psy Storm again, he absolutely destroyed guys like Shin, you know, and a lot of other Zergs. I think there's been, you know, early on with the Storm changes, when this last season came out, there's a lot of people, Storm is bad now, Storm is bad, Storm is bad, all it does is zone. Oh, I really want my main damage spell to be a zoning tool. Anyone who's played with it enough knows it's fantastic. It is worse in certain situations. So when is this Storm worse? Early, like, you can't attack and jump on their army and just throw a Storm drop and kill units as quickly. It used to be you could ambush them with Zealot Storm drop 2 or 3 storms on them, and kill the army very, very quickly. Whereas now it's more of a, hey, I'm between you and your base. Good luck fighting through these storms. It takes up more space. It's used in a different manner. But if you ever are just getting surrounded and flanked and jumped on by armies, this storm has always been worse than the previous storm, because the previous storm just did more damage faster. So in a very blitzing, quick engage, the old storm was better for like instantly popping the Marines and the Marauders. But in a more drawn-out fight, which is probably more common, this bigger storm was generally a little better. I'd say overall, maybe slightly better. It definitely was a different storm. I think this is probably fine. I don't really see a big deal on this. I'll have to play with it, as always, but we'll see how it goes. It is still weird. Like, part of me still wishes we had the old storm, because I do miss the damage density of it. Was very satisfying. And this storm, it's different. Not as satisfying to use, I guess. It's satisfying to pop things with storms, and I do miss that. All right, guys, Disruptor now has a phantom attack weapon. Wait, wasn't there one for Zerg earlier as well? Did I miss that, guys? Oh, the Infestor also has an auto attack weapon, guys, and Neuroparasite on Builder SCVs will only expire at structure completion. Sorry, I didn't talk about that. It used to be you would have to neural an SCV like 6 times in a row to build a command center. Whereas with a hatchery or a nexus, you neural it once, throw the thing down, and it builds. So this is, I think, a fantastic change. If you're neuraling an SCV and building a command center anyway, let's at least make it like less impossible to do. Now Terran can get neuroparasited as well. But auto attack is really good, guys. So the auto attack weapons, the High Templar got an auto attack weapon, a phantom attack auto attack weapon. Basically, it means your spellcasters, if you A-move your whole army, they'll stop and start throwing a little snowball at the enemy. It doesn't really do any significant damage. It is a noob-friendly change. One of the worst things that Blizzard ever did for Protoss in the community and the respect they got was add a bunch of quality of life changes to Protoss that they didn't add to the other factions. It was one of the dumbest things they've ever done. There was a series of these, they're like, Protoss players don't know how to use control groups. Well, no. Okay, here's where it started. So step 1, right, was warp gates. You have to look away from where the production building is to warp in the unit. That's too hard. If people don't use control groups, they don't know how to use control groups. So for noobs, we're going to give you a built-in button so it selects the warp gates, and then you can warp them in any way you want. So that one kind of made sense, right? So they added this one little quality of life because for complete noobs, otherwise they can't use warp gate because noobs don't know how to use control groups. Okay, I get it. But then they were like, guys, Protoss players don't know how to use control groups. So their spellcasters are always just A-moving into the front of the fight and dying at low levels. So we're going to make the High Templar just stop and throw a snowball. And you're like, okay, that's cool. Like, can we get that for Infestors and Vipers as well and Ravens? And they're like, no. If you're Terran or Zerg and you A-move your units, your spellcasters are going to go and die. And you're like, why wouldn't you just do it for all of them? They're like, well, High Templar and spellcasters are really important to Protoss to win or whatever. There's some stupid reasoning for it. And I'm just like, just do it for everyone. And here we are like 10 years later and they're like, guys, we're going to do it for everyone. And you're like, why didn't you just do it? You know, it's crazy, man. They're not giving it to flying units, probably so they don't harass worker lines with it, says Sentry. Does it do real damage? Has anyone tested this in the chat? Does this do real damage? Because I've seen one of them says auto attack, one says phantom attack. Phantom implies no damage, auto attack implies slight damage. Infested does 4 damage, Disruptor does 0 damage. Okay. What is wrong with Blizzard? How? Is there something written in the Blizzard employee contract You can't make anything as strong for the non-Protoss. Why would you give the High Templar 5 damage on its auto attack and the Infestor 4? It doesn't matter, but it just like, why are you guys promoting all this anti-Protoss hatred? Like, just give the extra damage. I'm pretty sure the snowball from the High Templar that it throws is 5. Oh, the Infestor has faster attack speed, does it? Does it balance? If the DPS is the same, it's fair. Which is why would you give people so many reasons to hate on a faction? Stop. Like, this is like, you know, like when a parent like treats one kid as their favorite and everyone's like, oh, that's so unfair to the other kids. But then all the other siblings beat that sibling up and like take their stuff all the time because like you're hurting that child by giving them favoritism because then they all get bullied in the playground and like, you know, like you can't, no, it's bad for them. Stop it. All right, apparently it's got higher attack speed, so it's fair. It's just one of these things where I'm like, why would you guys do this? Brodo's got nothing but straight nerfs. That's not true, Dunny. That's not true. That's not true. Don't get me wrong. I have already, there is a section of Zergs and Terrans that actually hate me because of the video in 2023. The video a year, 2 years ago, because I talked about from the start of 2023 for like a year and a half, there was a bunch of very bad changes for PvT, which I think a lot of people are talking about. And the real victim Protoss have been of is constant seesawing. So it's not necessarily just straight nerfs, it's been seesawing. Protoss gets the mothership core. Okay, now we're going to remove that. Now you get shield battery. That's not good enough. We're going to give you shield battery overcharge. That's too annoying. People don't like playing against it. Okay, we're going to take that away, but now you get energy recharge. So Protoss has had to like rotate through band-aid mechanics through like all of StarCraft's history, where it's like, we're going to give you, here's recall, now it works different. Mothership has this cool ability. We're going to like nerf it back down. So Protoss has like the most like big cool thing comes along and then like gets removed and replaced with another cool thing. So you kind of have to like, Protoss has had like the most like core big cool band-aid things that like got removed and reworked, which is like very frustrating for a lot of Protoss players over the years. But they're definitely, you know, there's also people who say Zerg got nothing but nerfs for the last 10 years. Let's just try and steer away from these absolutes, guys. Every faction's had a lot of nerfs and a lot of buffs, and no one remembers even half of them, myself included. Like, I have spent so much time going through the patch notes. It's a deep dive, guys. There are so many buffs you forget about. There are so many nerfs you forget about. And the way they interact is really fucking complicated. So let's just steer away from those absolute comments like that. And let's also not start fighting with you. No, Terran have it harder. No, Zerg got it harder. You know, can't like just let's try and just be a little more chill with it. Didn't Zerg get turbo scuffed this patch? No. Spellworks, rather than asking a question like that, tell me what you think might be bad for Zerg. Start a discussion. If you guys want, I'm gonna talk to chat a lot in a minute. Once we're done going through here, which we're about to be, just give me very clear, like, be like, oh, I think the worker start is worse for Zerg because they require taking expansions more. Like, give me something to work with. Let's start discussions. Okay, guys? Yeah. I'm gonna put the whole video up. You can go back in the VOD Spellworks, but I'm gonna put it all up on YouTube in like an hour or so, hour and a half. But yeah, we've gone through all the changes. Microbial is a huge buff. Yeah. Oh, you mean it's too good? Oh, you're saying it's too good for Zerg. It does look too good. The cast range is stupid. I think the other part's okay. It'll probably still be a bit too strong. The cast range is obscene though. Yeah, like, can you guys just imagine, guys? You're just chilling in your natural with your wall off. You know what I'm going to do today when I play Zerg on the ladder, right? On PTR? I'm going to run up. I'm going to throw a microbial on my opponent's army at their base and then run away. And they're never going to see the Infestor. That's the cast range. I am legit going to be trolling people by taking farts on them. You have 12 cast. As long as you have like an Overseer or an Oversight to get cast like vision, you can throw it from siege tank range, this giant orange. Like, I am going to just be constantly going up and just throwing a fucking fart on their army and then going away. And Terran's going to be like, what the fuck, bro? And I'm just going to be like, I'm going to be typing to people in chat, how's it smell? Smell my farts, like that, pull my finger. I am going to be trolling people so hard with the 12 cast range on the microbial. It's going to be frigging hilarious. It's going to be so much fun, guys. You're going to see them stim and like spread their bio back, and then no army comes in and they're going to be like, what? And I'm like, nah, I just wanted you to smell my fart, dickhead. The infestor's going to walk off. It's going to be so fun. We're going to have a lot of fun. All right, guys. Okay, so the Disrupt has a phantom attack. Warp Prism can now issue load nearby units command as well. And onto the bug fixes and quality of life. Now, guys, there's normally 50,000 of these. Ever since like the modding community started like posting public changes and mods with all these changes, and some of those clearly inspired Blizzard to add them in. I don't know if any of these are worth talking about. A lot of the times when I read through these are kind of not interesting or don't make sense to me. Are there any of these you guys would specifically point to as being impactful? Let me know, and I'll try to focus on those as I skim. Fix an issue where carrier interceptors owned due to a player casting Neuroparasite would not inherit the opponent's upgrades. Oh, okay, cool, guys. So now if you neural a carrier, the interceptors actually have the same upgrades as your opponent, whereas that wouldn't happen before, which, okay, that makes sense. That's a good change. Could have fixed that 15 years ago, but yeah, why not? Do it now. Welcome to StarCraft 2, guys. They're fixing weird bugs / unintended behaviors 15 years later. Fix an issue where EMP visuals did not provide clear visual indication of effect radius affected units. Oh god, what does that look like? Has anyone got a clip of this? Oh my. That sounds like it could be very good or very bad. I don't know. It is kind of hard to see where EMPs land, to be fair. But this could also be done in a very ham-fisted way. There's like a giant purple blob where EMPs land now, and you're like, eh. Fix an issue where motherships would warp in adjacent to the Nexus rather than on top. So remember, guys, it's building. It's meant to pop out of the middle of the Nexus, I guess. This doesn't change anything. It just looks cooler. Fix an issue where Guardian Shield visuals would persist after loaded in a transfer. Oh, no! Even I wasn't sure if that Guardian Shield still affected units. You guys know when you pick a sentry into a Warp Prism and the bubble would still be there? Everyone would be like, whoa, that's a crazy bug. Apparently it wasn't. It was just visual. Okay. Fix an issue where melee units targeting builder SCVs would lose their attack order when the SCV moved through the structure. Whoa! 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 Guys, if you're attacking with a drone, you find a proxy barracks, or you're attacking the barracks in their base with your scouting probe, what you do normally is you go A and you would shift left click like 10 times on the building SCV. Because if you didn't do that, when the SCV would move, the probe or their drone would go, I can't attack it, and it would just derp out and it would just sit there. You don't need to do that anymore. If this works as intended, you can just tell it and it'll automatically kind of follow the unit and keep trying to acquire it. Cool. Nice quality of life. You've just removed part of the skill that I've worked on developing in 15 years in StarCraft, and I'm mad about it. I don't care. That's totally fine. I don't really care. It's not the end of the world. It's small enough that I've just kind of shrugged my shoulders these days. Old Man Pig years ago would have said, nah, but that's a little piece of interaction that gets rewarded. These days, I just kind of go, whatever. I don't really care that much. There's a little part of me that's still a bit annoyed whenever you remove away any little bit of intricate knowledge that can give you a small, minor advantage in the game. But it is what it is. Fix an issue where SCVs could not have build orders queued sequentially onto structures already being constructed by another SCV. Oh! Clem just got nerfed. Okay, the difference between Clem and me defending Max Pack's proxy or Zealot into Adept Harassment just got closed. Get wrecked, Clem. We're removing your... So what happens is if you lose... You know you're about to lose that SCV on the command center. It's about to die. And you grab a new SCV, you click it on the command center, it's not going to build it. Because when you click it, that SCV hasn't died. And it will die half a second later, and then the SCV will walk up and stand next to the command center, and he's like, what do you want me to do, boss? And I'm like, clearly fucking build the command center, you dumb friggin' idiot. And he's like, well, there was another guy working here when you gave me that order. I'm like, he's clearly dead. Pick up the drill and start building. And he's like, nah, well, technically, actually, it's not in my initial build contract here, sir. And you're like, fuck. So this is just a nice noob-friendly change, I guess. It's not the biggest one. For Clem, he doesn't give a shit. Clem's got unlimited APM. For us, it makes it a little easier in some situations. It's not a huge deal, but yeah, it helps. Fix an issue where Guardian Shield visuals would not update player color post initialize. I don't care. Fix an issue where... Wait, are Guardian Shields meant to be color-coded? I didn't even know that. Fix an issue where KD8 charge could knock back immobile targets during recall. No! They got rid of the bug! Dude, I had this happen 2 games in a row a few months ago. So what happened is if you would throw your grenade just before the recoil goes off, and it would knock it in the middle of the recoil animation, the probe would teleport home, and then it would get bounced back to the base, to the Terran base where it recoiled from. This happened twice to me, 2 games in a row. I knew it was a thing, and I was like, this never happens in actual games because it's so rare. It happened to me twice in a row. And I was like, what? It happened to me 2 ladder games in a row. I don't know. Yeah, cool. It's like a little bug gets fixed. It's fine. Fix an issue where KDA charge like to place model AoE effect, radius, cursor, indicator. Nah. It fixed an issue where the charge would be thrown in front of target unit rather than at the targeted. Oh, so if you clicked on a unit, it would put it in front of a unit. Now it'll throw it directly under in the center of their model. Okay. Fix an issue where some unit spells would not trigger Protoss shield damage graphics, like Purification, Nova, Corrosive Bile, KDA charge. Okay. Units with burrow lose their current orders when told to burrow. Oh, okay. You don't need to do an extra. Yeah, this is like the changeling change and a few of the other changes and the hallucination change where like they keep the order when you burrow. These just like make the game easier to play, I guess. These are like all very quality of life, very noob friendly. Cool. Fix an issue where Zerg rocks were lacking polish. Oh, now it uses the correct wireframe, has a Zerg building armor icon, and uses animation state to communicate health. Oh, okay, so you can see it's like mostly bled out. Zerg rocks are rocks that decay automatically. Yeah. Fix an issue where a variation of large diagonal rocks did not receive an attack command if certain portions of the rocks were within vision but not others. I don't know what that means, I don't care. Fix an issue where attack commands with the depth shades in the selection behaved erratically. Finishing a shade caused the attack target to be lost if the command was not issued by smart command right-click. Units could unexpectedly move command. Ah, I gotta test that. It used to be, yes, a lot of players, even pros, would mess up their shift clicks right after it or a shade a lot of the time when they were trying to target workers. This is gonna make it a bit easier to do Glaive Adept harassment micro. Interesting. Fixed an issue where the Nexus had no indication, Nexus recoil, nor energy recharge abilities, cooldowns were global. Command card now indicates charge counters and minimap displays all Nexus range radius. What? I mean, you can only have one charge of recoil anyway, right? What? Fix an issue with the Nexus recharge ability range radius would display permanently. Oh, I liked it displaying permanently. I actually liked knowing where that line was just by selecting my Nexus. Because then I would rally my Stargate directly to the edge of that to get an energy recharge before it flies off. Yeah, I don't know. Lurker attacks could be heard through fog. Oh, you could hear lurkers breaking rocks through fog. Okay. Eggs now take less time to appear due to faster birth animation. Play a death cry to communicate when destroyed early. Okay. Or prism would not display. Yeah, I mean, this is like just a ton of cool. Is there anything I'm missing here, guys? I honestly, like, this is just, I want to go play games. There's like, this is a lot of cool shit. That's amazing. But I don't think any of this is like game. It's all quality of life. It's all just little bug fixes. Is there anything big? Check the quality of life. This is the quality of life. Is it not? The last one. Mule repair is now set to autocast by default. Mules with a harvest order still do not attempt to repair units. Yeah, that's good. Sure. Because it used to be if you grabbed your SCVs and told them to auto repair, I guess maybe that didn't affect the mule. You would have to do that manually, so that's fine. There's a queen shuffle. Improved an issue where injecting queens shuffle, allowed reissuing inject during ongoing casts, so orders are not offloaded to other queen. Oh, long range orders are invalid if another queen is nearby. Okay, this actually makes injecting easier for noobs. That's the, if you're using the spam method of injecting, I think this makes it way more reliable, right? So this actually seems like this is really good for noobs to spam inject without the queens all derping and running to the wrong hatcheries. It's a really good quality of life for players who use that, I think. No yoinking sieged tanks, says Spellworks. Oh, no, they changed it in this patch, so you can yoink siege tanks. Yeah. Lava is now expanding from the bottom of the base. No longer collide with or block players' structures or units. As lava increases, they will now spread further upwards around the sides of the hatchery. Okay, it just to make it look more natural. This is a visual thing, so the lava are just wandering around the whole hatchery to make it look cooler. This is a aesthetic. That's an aesthetic change. Yeah, doesn't really change too much. What about creep control grouping? Wait, what? What you talking about, Willis? Fix an issue where casting generate creep would only affect a subselection of overlords or transport overlords rather than both variations. Oh, okay, that's cool. Fix an issue where creep tumors lacked placement and placeholder models when spreading themselves. Sure. Active tumors will now take selection precedence over inactive tumors. Active creep tumors in a control. So if you just box all your tumors now, it'll select the active ones. That's a great change. Active creep tumors in a control group at the time of exhausting their charge will now transfer control group membership to the spread tumor. Holy shit. Control group creep spread is here. Control group keep spread? What the fuck? Wow. So when you spread a tumor, it spreads to the new tumor, the control. If you have all your tumors on like control group 7, you select 7, go around, spread those tumors. When you come back 30 seconds later, the new tumors on the front are all on control group 7. I don't think I'm going to learn this. I don't think I'm going to use it. I don't even know if it changes that much. Like, obviously, it will be nice. I remember Scarlet spent like months trying to figure out a way to use control grouping to make creep spread more efficient. But she had to like remake the control groups every single time. And she was just like, fuck off. Like, she's like, I tried it. I pushed it as far as I could. It's not worth doing. She will actually use this. Yeah, it's cool. Like, I'm really fascinated to see that. That's really cool. Yeah. That's really interesting too as well. Pig, look at the pinned message, says CHF. There's a pinned message on Twitch chat. You can spread creep via minimap. You could always spread creep via minimap. That's always been a thing. It's always been the worst way of doing it, but yeah. You right? Oh no, you could always inject on the minimap. You could always inject on the minimap. You can't spread creep on minimap. Okay, sorry, I'm wrong. You can inject on the minimap, and it was always terrible to do. I would never inject. I would never spread creep on the minimap personally. I don't think. I think it's gonna be trying to control such tiny movements. Is it worth doing? Maybe. If you could rapid fire across the minimap. Oh maybe. Yeah, actually. And sorry. You guys are saying you can do that? Hacker is top says you can't on the PTR. Can you change your control? Oh, you can. The PTR has removed all of my rapid fire keys, says Fear Subdued Rationality. Really easy to fix. It's annoying if it's done that. It must be using a different documents folder. Essentially, is what happening. Is happening there. StarCraft 2. It shouldn't be though. No, it should be drawing from, because it's got the same hotkeys. It should be drawing from the same StarCraft 2 documents folder. Windows documents StarCraft 2. It shouldn't, but you should be able, that like, I don't know, BattleNet's a piece of shit and does do weird shit. It shouldn't be changing what's in those text files, but yeah, the variables file should not be getting edited, but that sucks if it did that for you, dude. Pig, they are talking about Siege Tank Viper. The Vipers apparently can't yoink siege tanks. Okay, so they just messed up the implementation. Yeah. Make sure you guys like record all that. The PTR just switches you back to using default. You have to reselect your hotkey file that you want, says Zesty. Okay, yeah. You just got to select your hotkey profile, says Zesty. If you're just on, yeah, you just need to go to the. It's not intentional. I mean, Spellworks, you can read the changes as well. I'm going to go out on a... I'm making fun, Spellworks. I'm giving you a bit of shit, but take it in jest. If I'm going to go out on a limb, as much as I mistrust Blizzard a lot of the time, if they make a post and say, patch is going to make it so you can abduct siege tanks, you load into the test server, you can't abduct the siege tanks. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a mistake and not intentional. Right? Maybe? Maybe? It's the wording. Siege tanks being valid targets. I mean, there's no other interpretation of that. It absolutely, you're meant to be able to yoink the siege tank. You can target a cast to yoink on the siege tank, but it fails to yoink it. You put a lot of faith in the vibe coding intern. No. I put a lot of faith in their intention. I didn't say their implementation would be good. This is me understanding their implementation will probably not be good. But on the other hand, they will fix the bad implementation. That's what they did in the last patch. You guys have to remember, I'm giving Blizzard credit where it's due. The last patch which they did, they actually fixed almost all of the mistakes, or all the key mistakes, like a week or two, within 2 weeks of the patch going live. They actually went and fixed all the bugs. Hopefully they can do it again. But the bugs in the PTR last time as well were some of the most ridiculous bugs we've ever seen. It is what it is. At least they fix them. We'll see. Hopefully they do it again. You guys are going to make sure you record it, write it down, start a Reddit thread. Yeah. Now you can mana mule and it's okay. What, because it's going to repair? Yeah, of course. All right, any other quality of life that I missed, guys? What do you think about Neural SCV? I mean, why not? You could always Neural and build Protoss or Zerg. Why not Terran? It's not going to affect competitive play. It is purely for the rare highlight reel. But yeah. Critters don't block anymore as well. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. Hey, I like that. That's good. No more getting your third blocked by a cow. Workers adjacent and move commanding to a geyser now update their command to a gather order if a refinement structure gets built. Yeah, is that fixing the Protoss probe bug or whatever? I don't know. Pig, the implication is that siege tanks could not be targeted before by Abduct, but now it can. I think that is the interpretation. What? I think you guys are massively overcomplicating, guys. Basically, like, there's nothing to discuss here. Siege tanks were immune to Abduct, now they're not. They didn't implement it correctly. There's nothing else to talk about. This is a really dumb discussion. If I sound angry, I'm gonna go play some games now. Not talking about that. That's just, I don't know, man. You guys, this is not a magic card. Have you guys read these patch notes? They said it takes 2 seconds to build a Dark Templar now. Okay, they did actually, they corrected, this said 2 seconds before, guys. This is not a magic card. Magic cards are written very specifically by friggin' lawyers. So the rules actually logically make sense. These balance posts are written by a friggin' AI or something. They've always filled with bullshit. They've always there's typos, there's bad formatting. It's just, it's not proofread. The medevac for some reason has a subgroup priority change that doesn't affect it written in there. It's just weird wording. Yeah. There's like 50,000 changes. They've already edited the 2 second. It said DTs take 2 seconds to build. It was an obvious typo, and they've already corrected the post. Yeah, they've already corrected the post. It's fine. Obviously they're just reverting the previous Viper change. Yeah. Pig, what do you think about the current state of TVP, TVZ? In current balance? Nothing to do with these changes? I feel Terran get nerfs. Oh, you're talking about with these changes. So not the current state. Okay, so how do you feel about this patch for TVP and TVZ? Terran get nerfs. Do they get nerfs? I don't know, man. Protoss gets the biggest nerfs for sure. Protoss has had their warp gates fucked. TVP, I feel like you're just going to dominate. So Ghost is, I don't know if it's a buff or a nerf. What nerf do we have here? Where are the nerfs? Where are the nerfs? Sorry, I'm honestly surprised. I just don't know what you're talking about with nerfs. There's no changes to Terran. Terran's untouched. Terran doesn't have any cool changes or any bad changes. It's just not changed other than the ghost being moved around a little bit. Is it better or worse? Because it has 25 less hit points. It also has 1 more range. Heyo. All right, so we're playing PvP Gateway Man. Yeah, it's also got extra range, extra damage. I don't think it's clear the ghost is nerfed. Late game TVZ, it's not going to be able to snipe as much. So is that a nerf? Probably, maybe. I don't know. The man of the hour. Like I'm the one who did it. Oh no, this is gonna be a fun month, guys. Everyone's like, so Pig, with your follow up to your patch, what are you gonna do? I'm like, it's not my fucking patch. If I did the patch, you know what would have happened? You guys would be playing with Green Earth's mod changes. You'd actually, I would, if I could like stealthily have done the patch, dude, I would have just clicked live on Green Earth's mod changes and everyone would be fucking hating me so much. They'd be like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Yeah. At the moment, it's a nerf for Protoss because there's no commensurate stuff for the warp gate. Oh shit. I didn't give like a summary to the changes there. I finished the changes. I need to give a summary in terms of a rough balance assessment and stuff to finish the video. Okay, after this, I'm gonna play one game, and then after this, we're gonna do that summary. Dot, is Dot watching? Is she editing? If she, I'll do a little summary after this game to put at the end of the video. Okay. I can't hear you, Dot. Sorry, you're gonna have to open the door. Come in here. Oh, I'm just saying I'm gonna have like, I should probably do a little summary at the end of just like summing up my thoughts. Okay. I realized I didn't really do that as like an outro to the video, so I'll do that right after this game, just so you can tack that like that. No. It's just going to be me going back over the changes and just taking a second to absorb them and kind of give a little thought so people actually have something to take away. Because, you know, people always want to be told what to think. So that's my chance to, like, basically tell them what their thoughts are, you know, and control the narrative while pretending not to. So, you know, just... guys, I don't have a second gateway. What are we doing? What am I doing? Oh, shit, you can't make warp gate here. So how the fuck are we meant to make warp gate? Do you have to just make like 3 gateways and have one of them make warp gate? Oh my god, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this. Probably should have made a shield battery. I don't think that gets up before he gets here. Just go out there, go out there. Oh, Jesus. Whew. Oh. Get out, get out. Oh, he survives. Heyo. Where are the adepts? Dude, this is so... this is crazy. Okay. Stalkers go there. Pylon behind the base is a massive troll. We do have warp gate going though, right? Yes, we do. Okay. You guys can go here. Okay, we've got a shield battery, so we're fine. Oh shit, you need way more gas for that, don't you? Shit. Okay, stop building stalkers. Make warp gates. This is hilarious. Okay. And we're just making zealots, right? Yeah, we're gonna make zealots here for sure. Why is it not letting me warp in? Oh, if you've got them selected on the same key, it doesn't let you warp in. Oh my god. Ah, okay. The subgroup selection doesn't work. That's not being tested. It literally won't let you warp in units. You can't tab because it selects them as the same unit. Well, yep, subgroup's fucked. Okay. All the dummies who don't use hotkeys are going to be much better off there. Who don't hotkey their warp gate because then they can just build the thing. GG, well played. Lol, the subgroup doesn't work for gates. If you have warp gates and gates on same hotkey, you can't warp in. and can't tab. Oh my. Alright, I'll be using the select all warp gates button here to click today. Yeah. To be fair, if it did work, would it be any better than going mixed production? I mean, it just seems like you would never want both. Well, you can't afford both. That's why. Like, I was mid-transition and can't afford to swap them all. So like, I literally couldn't build them. I think generally I'd go all gate, but you get like 1 to 2 for DTs, right? Or adept warp in, you know? So you can do like a couple for harass. Late game obviously can full swap or go many more for drops, attacks, you know, warp in defense, etc. Right? Yeah, for like late game. Yeah. Crazy changes though, man. Wrapping my head around these toss changes is gonna be a journey. GG. Smoke. Alright, nicely played. No game sound, chat says. Really? You guys don't have game sound? Counts as a different game, does it? Yes, it does. Okay. Alright, let me, PTR is not the same as StarCraft. It's a different game, guys. Different game, apparently. PTR. That's all. Apparently it just counts as a different application. Alright, play a little bit more. There's no balance council, Bushka. I didn't see the rest of your comment, but there's no balance council, just so you know. Hasn't been for a while. Last patch was the, I think the first non-balance council patch, right, guys? Do we warp in on the low ground? Yeah, why not? I think we do. Let's just check we're not getting 8 pulled, I guess. Should we? Yeah, we'll build a gateway. We'll do a gate scout. Bit normie, but that's okay. So guys, this is my second game. We're gonna do that little shout out after this game. Remind me to not queue another game after this one so we can do our little summary for the video. Gate scout, 52-second gateway goes down. Ooh, wasted chrono time. That's not a good build order. I probably should have just built that gateway one supply later. It's okay. It's a bit weird because I'm used to playing Green Earth's mod, which has quite a few changes with this worker start, and I know this is not that. It's quite different. But there's part of me that's like expecting things to be the same as that mod, so I'm like, oh, okay. I don't get Rush Guard shielding, I don't get these other cool perks. We are playing Hatch first, I should really be expecting that. Most people are going to play this exactly the same as the current version of the game, so I really shouldn't be surprised. I definitely should have dropped another chrono earlier. And we want to get that Cyber Core immediately here. I'm going to put the Cyber Core a bit far forward. Does mean it's a little vulnerable, but I think that's okay. I think we want to get a pylon here. Now, this is where I would love to do a Zealot pressure, like Boanon style. He's not taking gas, so yeah, let's rally that Zealot over. You guys can go there. You can go there. You can go there. And I guess we just save the chrono for the Adept, right? Okay, well, that's about to pop, so let's chrono it now. And we'll chrono, yeah, Adept across as well. I don't know why Warp Gate has been moved to the gateway. Seems unnecessarily complicated. I guess maybe there must be, and this has got to have been thought out. I just don't know what the intention is, so for me it just feels a little bit confusing about what said intention is. Okay. All right, let's get in here. Ooh, bad play. I'm going to move the Zealot home. I guess I make this now? This is so weird, dude. I think it's still probably worth making an Oracle or two. And we definitely should have walled off the base by now. Okay, we've got some more gateways coming in. You can go here. Got another Adept making. Need to make the Oracle. Trying to go for a third because Oracle should still be bullshit. Obviously, it's very, very odd having to get Warp Gate on the gateway. So this is so interesting because, like, I think the worker change is going to throw a lot of people through a loop, obviously. It does change things massively, but the Warp Gate change here is, on top of that, is kind of going to take me quite a few games to wrap my head around. This is really changing the dynamic of that early game quite a bit. And, yeah, I don't know. Is it good? Gonna find out. Okay, Adept can go here. Still got energy recharge, of course. Build that. Okay, this is so weird, man. It's not come back in. Okay. Okay, let's get these. Just gonna make a Phoenix to deal with this. He's just spread it over here, I think. Okay. You guys go there. You guys go there. You go there. Yeah, I think we just go finish this guy. Let's leave our rally point at our natural, kind of like a Terran, where they often do that to like naturally kind of wall the base off. What are you doing? Mate. Naughty. Okay, we need a lot of pylons. Warp Prism is not going to be as important. This guy's pretty good. I don't know what level he is, but... GG's. Alright. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna go do that summary. Thanks for the reminder, guys. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, I'll do some Zerg as well. I just want to start with Protoss because the warp gate changes are so crazy. Okay. All right. So, all right, guys. So to summarize the changes, my brain's kind of melting a little bit. I just played 2 games with Protoss, and I like these economy changes. I've talked a lot about this. I don't think I need to go over that. But if we have to summarize everything else, right now, I'm kind of just in this space where I'm going, these Protoss changes are melting my brain a little bit. Obviously, it feels like a pretty big nerf taking Warp Gate away. I do think overall this is only a small production increase. Your Zealots are building 2 seconds faster compared to with Warp Gates. You know, it's especially at pro level, it's probably more of enough. I think for lower level players, the ability to queue up 2 Zealots or 2 Adepts or Stalkers per gateway might actually improve players' macro, right? And they'll build a bit faster. But there's still the downside of I can't warp into your base without spending money for each gateway to transform. I can't warp into Defender base without spending money to transform. And these are sort of things we take for granted as Protoss players. It's hard to quantify how much like losing that is. Now, I've already played games. There is a bit of a bug right now where they do need to fix the subgroup selection as quickly as possible. At the moment, if you have some gateways and some warp gates on the same control group, you literally cannot tab between the two. So you cannot warp in units. It will only select the gateways. So if you are testing this today, I'm sure they'll fix this quickly, but you need to manually select your gateways, your warp gates separately from your gateways. If you're someone who manually control groups your warp gates, and then maybe you've only transferred a few because you don't have the money to transfer all of them, it will screw you over. Make sure you use that built-in warp gate button, at least for today and tomorrow while we're testing, and hopefully they fix this as quickly as possible. Because that is obviously a big mistake there. Not being able to even tab between them is crazy. Okay, so overall, with there not really being any commensurate buffs for Protoss, Storm's slightly nerfed, and the warp gates are heavily nerfed. That's a big deal. Don't get me wrong, your warp in time is slightly faster, so when you get to warp gate in late game, it'll be a slight buff in late game. Because, hey, for all floating thousands of resources, anyone can afford to transform all their gateways to warp gates. Number one, it's going to be harder to get to late game with an 8-worker start and the mineral and gas changes. Because people are going to be fighting a lot more in the mid game. That's just what I've seen in pretty much all of my testing of lower worker starts and especially 8-worker starts. And more importantly, getting there and the early game strength is the most important thing. So right now, I'd say balance-wise, there's not really any impactful changes for each race's like strength, except like, you know, like, okay, like Zerg got a little upgrade buff. Microbial Shroud does seem like it'll be a bit busted against Terran. I don't know. I still don't know. Does this affect it against Protoss that much? Like, Microbial Shroud is going to reduce, like, Immortal Arc. Yeah, I mean, I will be using mid-game Infestors. I definitely think this should get taken away. I think Microbial Shroud will be legitimately strong now, not needing that upgrade. It'll just kick in so much earlier in the game. But it'll be interesting to see how that goes. I really feel like the big change is the economy is massive. And the warp gate change is massive. My biggest problem right now that I don't understand is this change, guys. Why is warp gate moved from the cyber core to the gateway? So when I'm doing my openings, it's really weird because I literally can't make warp gate. So it's the problems I'm having right now, right, is you've got warp gate. This is so hard to explain because I've just played a few games and it's broken my brain in these games, guys. You can't make warp gate when your cyber core's done. You have to make another gateway, and then it sits there just making warp gate. Like, it's such a massive nerf to your opening. And I think this kind of, like, it feels like these changes make sense if Zealots have 20 more hit points. Like, if all the Protoss gateway units are a bit stronger or something, like, but they aren't. Like, so in the greener mod, the Zealots have 10 more shields by default, and if you don't go warp gate research, instead, you get warp efficiency and alternate path. You get all these cool extra upgrades you can make on Twilight Council. Like, Zealots get extra bonus shields for 4 seconds after they're charging. Stalkers can regenerate shields, 40 shields after blinking. The campaign shield regen. There's these cool things you can get as kind of recompense for not having warp gate, right? But even then, you can make the warp efficiency on the cyber core the same way you would a normal warp gate research. And I guess I'm just super confused. Like, my build order now, I need to make an early second gateway. Because what are you going to do? Make one zealot, stick it in your wall, and then make no other units while your gateway is just making the warp gate upgrade, the warp efficiency? Like, the build orders just seem to get totally scuffed by this. So I don't know why this is here. Unless there's like a separate track, like it can research and build units at the same time or something, which I don't think it has. I don't know. I'm confused by these changes for Protoss in this regard. I like the idea of addressing warp gate. So to summarize, guys, I like the idea of addressing warp gate. I like the idea of it being more of a choice. I love the idea of you being able to produce out of your gateways. But at the moment, I think this change here, with the research being on Cybercore and there being no other compensation in terms of strength, it's like, okay, I don't have warp gate. My zealots build 2 seconds faster, but they then have to rally out from those gateways across the map. So couldn't we make it like 3 or 4 seconds faster compared to warping in the units? Couldn't we make it like 15, 16 seconds? I just feel like we should be making this stronger more than anything. And the regular gateway production, buff that up. Put this warp gate research back on Cybercore. There's just no reason for that to be on a gateway. It makes no sense. Like, no RTS puts upgrades for, like, I mean, sometimes they do. Normally the upgrade structures are different, right? Like, it's like the barracks doesn't make stim. It's the academy. Or in StarCraft 2, they decided the tech lab attached to the barracks. Yeah, it's the machine shop or it's the armory for the factory. And, like, I guess you could argue that, well, why shouldn't the upgrades be on the same thing that builds the units? But it's just like, well, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. There's a game catering to the vast majority of RTS players. I don't even know. Barracks makes the Men-at-Arms upgrades, says Boanon. That is true. Age of Empires, I guess they do that, yeah. Yeah, you have to pause production in those games to do it. StarCraft 2 builds don't work like that, though. So having to pause production to do it is such a massive change to the builds. Like, you can do that, but what's the benefit? I just don't even know what the benefit is here, man. I don't know. I'm confused. I guess at the end of the day, guys, I actually like the economy changes. Okay, guys, so I know I'm a little befuddled and this is not the best summary, but essentially I'm confused by this change. This messes build orders up completely. Having to spend 100 seconds on your gateway just producing an upgrade when it's like your primary defensive military structure in the early game just ruins Protoss early game build orders. I don't understand what the thought process is here. As always, these changes come with no explanations or reasoning. I don't know why this is there. I think even if this was on the Cybercore, this would still be a nerf to Protoss because warp gates are so much harder to get to. I don't think a little 10% build production speed increase over the warp gate build timing is enough to make up for the fact that you are not getting warp gates. So the fact that you're also ruining the early game build orders with this one is a bit rough. This is a beta. This needs to get fixed. I don't know what the plan is going to be, but right now we are just, there's too many, I don't know, too many things going on with the Protoss openings. It's hard enough to learn how to adapt to the new opening economy without also having to mess our build orders up. I'm okay with adjusting those build orders, figuring it out if there is some recompense, if there is something that gives me a bit more power in my opening. Oh, my zealots are a bit stronger or whatever it is. Right now, the balance on the warp gate gateway changes is not quite there. I'm going to keep playing Protoss today, and I'll give you guys a follow-up, and hopefully they fix some of the bugs and things as well very quickly. Either way, overall, I am quite excited by these changes. Sorry for being a bit airy-fairy. Just those warp gate ones really threw me through. I love these changes. You guys know I'm a big fan of the economy changes. Can't wait to see how it plays out. My advice to everyone out there, if you are on the PTR, is play more aggressive, scout earlier, harass earlier, and interact with your opponent more. The main thing that frustrates players when they go from a 12-worker start to an 8 or a 6-worker start is they're used to just building bases and expanding and kind of doing their own thing for longer. And if their opponent goes extremely aggressive, they get punished. Likewise, the opponent could go extremely greedy and get further ahead of you. With the lower economy start and with these increased minerals on the lower patches especially, you will be rewarded more for interacting with the opponent. So I would really advise you guys, get out an early 2-gate Zealot Adept pressure against Zerg. Go for an early 8 pool or 10 pool opening to get 6 to 10 Zergans across and mess with your opponent's opening. Or if you want to play more economically with a straight fast expand, go for an early worker scout to check if your opponent's cheesing you. These are my big pieces of advice that really allow the lower worker start to be more interactive. There's more time for you to react if your opponent is extremely all in or extremely greedy. Because the build-up is a little bit slower, take advantage of that, scout and interact with your opponent as much as possible. Get on the PTR, get testing, and we'll see you guys with some update videos over the next few hours and days. We might be putting out multiple video a day, as there's obviously so much to talk about with this. Catch you guys next time. Goodbye and good night. All right. Oh, what's up, Fierce Dude? GG. Sorry, dude. Yeah, it's PTR, so there's going to be all sorts of crazy mismatches. There is MMR on the PTR, but because we're all starting at the same point, it's going to take a little while to get used to it. Hey, what's up, Laser? Do you think the reason we don't have early game aggression anymore might something to do with the 100 nerfs to early aggression? Laser, they still haven't fixed the Ravager, right? I've been campaigning for the Ravager to get its morph time reverted for like 3 years now. I was initially like, I think this would probably be a good change. And like, within 6 months to a year of that patch coming out, I'm like, yeah, revert it. That needs to get taken away. Whoa! Sorry, you scared me. Jesus. Dot just crept up behind my green screen. Yeah, I'm done. Sorry. That was my little outro just then. Sorry, Dot. Thank you. Scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I think the Ravager change needs to be there. What other nerfs would you remove, Eliza, for early Zerg aggro? So for me, if I was in control of balance laser, I'd do Green Earth's mod. Green Earth's mod is crazy, but I think it's fantastic. If you guys haven't seen Green Earth's mod, there's a link there. I would do the vast majority of those changes. It's a bit crazy. People will shit on it because it's too much for a game in maintenance mode, this or that. But I've played a lot on it, and it feels like there's broken stuff for every faction in it. A lot of broken stuff to the point where no one can figure out what's good. It feels like everything's broken, and therefore nothing is truly oppressive. Who knows? Maybe within 6 months of pros playing it, we'd realize there need to be bigger fixes to it. But I would go for bigger changes around the whole thing there, yeah. But yeah. But there's a lot of different things. I do think there's more room for early Zerg aggression. I would do that mod as well, but I wouldn't reduce the worker count, says Laser. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, agree to disagree on that. I think there's a lot more time to find windows to react like one way or the other. One of the possible things is, like, you know how Protoss economy is kind of better than Zerg economy these days? We might find that with an 8 worker start, that's even more accentuated than in the current version of 12 worker SC2. And that's like one of those really big things that could be really scary, right? Like what if Protoss is just like even more, well, I think the advantage of that is then you can do things like make lava, like inject, give 4 lava again or something. I really think the queen changes would be really good as well from Green Oats mod. Even if we just did the queen changes, like that would be amazing, because the queens are so expensive at the moment. And it's like, how about instead of disincentivizing people from massing queens and turtling, make the queens cheaper, more agile, more of a macro unit. They can do a bit of support, and especially anti-air, they're not terrible at. But they're a unit that like fall off a cliff because they are more fragile, they have a light tag, but they're so much cheaper to build as the macro unit. Get out, provide you that little bit of support and creep spread and injecting and a little bit of mini transfusing. But then you just have to build the better units, which you can use in a much more fluid way to attack, to harass, to do other things. Like getting away from the attachment to queens is such a good thing for Zerg as well. And they tried to do that, but they tried to do it by making the queens more expensive to disincentivize you from building them, but they're still the same tanky ass mother friggin' unit that you need for macro as well. So I don't know. It's a bit weird. Like Shin at the moment has had really good Zerg play, and he's building less queens than ever against Terran especially. And I think like that's one of the coolest things, because like Zerg is its most fun when we're not just sitting there tied to creep, building queens and turtling, right? Like I think we all agree on that, Eliza, and I think there has been a Zerg problem for a few years in StarCraft. Ever since the Void Ray patch, there has kind of been a Zerg problem, right? Eliza, like since 2020, when Blizzard abandoned the game with that shitty Void Ray patch, where games have gone longer and longer. There's been more turtling to late game. And it's probably gotten a little bit worse over that time as well, with things like the Ravager morph time being delayed and stuff like that. So yeah, I do think there's a bit more room for shitfuckery with 8 workers. I don't know how it's going to dance out, but hop on the PTR, play as many games as you can, guys, so we can actually get like actual examples, test it, and really see what happens. I think that's going to be really important to get evidence. The last time, I was saying this earlier, Laser, no one played the last patch on the PTR. So people were saying, oh, they should test this for months before it goes live. I actually think they should put it up within like 2-3 weeks max. I think after that time, they're not, but actually patch the live game. Like rather than, because no one tests it on the PTR, and obviously I'd like more people to, it's big enough changes, hopefully we do. But I really want more people to actually test the PTR, but I also want Blizzard to just put it on the live game and then actually update it after a week, and then update it the week after that, and then update it the week after that. And it would be so much better, because if we only get like a month of attention from Blizzard, a year or whatever it is, use that on the most intensive testing possible. Test the live version of the game. Just push it to live and quickly adjust and quickly patch and be willing to revert if you decide the changes aren't good. The PTR is so poor of a testing field, it might as well just be on the main ladder, says Zombie Grub. 100%. Zombie Grub doesn't like these changes majority, but Zombie Grub is wise, and she's, let's test them where we can go, okay, everyone's playing them at their current MMR against people, blah, 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 and all that stuff. And there we go. It'll be really interesting. But yeah, no, I do think the Protoss changes are a bit jank right now. So that's what I'm kind of, I wish we could just test the economy, since this is clearly an economy and not many other changes. The warp gate being on the gateway is a bit derpy. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. Is this patch good for Zerg? There's not, I wouldn't be asking these questions. Is it good for Zerg, Terran, Protoss? It is an economy change, and it's going to be more about game flow and whether you enjoy that. I don't think it's going to be like massively one way or another. The only thing we know is right now in this very beta version of it, the Protoss thing seems kind of scuffed, like just not implemented correctly, and the numbers aren't right, and therefore it's a win for Terran and Zerg in this version because Protoss is not coming out well. But also I can't see that version ever going to live. I think it's going to be changed within like 2 days. So I can't imagine. Big, if you trust the rumor is one person majorly driving these changes, what are your feelings on that? I doubt it's just one person. I think there is probably input from many different areas. You can see a lot of things in the balance going from like greener and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just called Zombie Grub man. What's up, man? Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know how much of that. Yeah. Said person already collected feedback from many people. It was mostly negative and they ignored it. I would imagine it's very easy to get conspiratorial. I think Blizzard, I wish they would just be open about things. It makes it so much harder to, as a community, give feedback, talk about things, prepare things. But, right, with the Balance Council, it was NDAs, it was you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that. So, yeah. I think at the end of the day, Blizzard's going to make the decisions they want. I'm sure there are people that are talking to them that are more influential than others. But I don't know, man. It's just, yeah. I right now, I'd rather just focus on the changes and give us clear, confident feedback on what it really needs to get fixed, and what really should happen. And I know if I do that, some of that happens. Historically, some of it doesn't. Some changes get in that I just go, where the fuck do ghosts have 25 hit points? Why is this doing this? Why can't Siege tanks? And there are things I rage about. But there are also things that I suggest that do get through there. So I'm just going to focus on that. I don't know what the system is. It's incredibly opaque. It's not very clear, and we'll see what happens. Maybe said person saw Day9's video about ignoring feedback. LOL. Oh, I didn't watch that, Zume. Yeah, you do need to kind of ignore feedback sometimes. We'll see what happens. Yeah. I thought you literally suggested this. What do you mean by this, Rizzy, from you? You mean the economy? Well, I suggested very different minerals, actually. It was a similar vein, but quite different. The work account is what I suggested, yes. A lot of people did, though, but there's a lot of things going on. We've been... So the last big patch copied a lot of changes from Green Earth's mod with slight adjustments. So whoever's at Blizzard is clearly watching the competitive modding scene, where we've been playing and testing and trying things for a long time. I am not in control of these things. I make videos that are clearly watched by whoever's making the decision. And they are clearly like reading comments and looking at feedback, and they clearly have their own thoughts about things that I heavily disagree with, and some things that they agree with me on. I make these videos, and sometimes if I communicate clearly enough and they happen to agree with me, it goes through, and sometimes it doesn't. There's not that many voices in the StarCraft scene talking about this stuff. If you guys haven't already watched my last video, we did a nice little summary last week. So if you guys haven't seen that, go watch that. What do we think about the ghost changes? I don't know, Elazer. I think they're going to fuck Banelings up. They're going to two-shot Banes now, which is going to be interesting. There's going to be that moment where you chase and the ghosts go into the concave, and they're going to turn and like actually like gun all the Banes down. But we'll see what happens. Ultra Broodlord removed. You can't cast Snipe as often though, right, Elazer? And they're 3 supply. But you also can't interrupt it. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Ideally, like for me, I tend to focus a lot more on mid game and early game, because late game is not really my area of super expertise, and it's also something which hopefully we get to less and less if you make correct other changes to the game, where it's harder to expand and that sort of stuff. Christopher, thank you for the $5 super chat. What's up, dude? Do you think adding and removing Cybercore requirement for Warp Gate upgrade will help the issues with it being on the gateway, so you could go 2 gateway? So you think just go 2 gateway without a Cybercore? Problem is then you can't build an Adept or a Stalker. I guess against Zerg, you could just make some Zealots. So we go 2 gate instead of gate core, you think? 1 makes Warp Gate, 1 makes Zealots? Problem is against like Terran, you kind of want an Adept or a Stalker. But I guess if you send a Zealot across, it distracts the Reaper. Yeah, I might do it. Maybe we delay the Cybercore for a while. That'd be fun. You just like keep them occupied with a slow Zealot or 2, and then you just go, yeah, it could be kind of fun. Maybe you open 2 gate. You go for like a 2 Zealot pressure, and then you make Warp Gate off one of the gateways. I don't like it. But yeah, 2 gate delayed core I've been trying. Yeah, I mean, I'll try it. We'll experiment. I don't really like the change of it being moved, though. I just don't see the benefit. Yeah. We should do an event where all the pros get together, battle it out, SC2 team discuss. what needs to be changed or not. Yeah, I don't know if there's any public SC2 team, unfortunately. They like to hide in the shadows. Yeah. All right. Very nice. Move Warp Gate to Nexus? Ain't no one giving up that much probe production time to make Warp Gate. Just put it on the Cybercore. Just leave it where it is. Just leave it where it is. Stop touching it. Stop touching my side. Stop touching it. Why are you touching it? All right, guys, we're going to play some more games. I do want to harass people with the 12 range fart. We might do that in the next game and then go back to figuring out some Protoss openings. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. You guys are amazing. Hope you're having a good time. And then we'll do a video a bit later today about some of these changes as well. We will be doing some videos about it's going to slow the game down. It's just going to waste everyone's time. A few of those common topics, and we'll talk more with you guys in the chat as well. Yeah, we'll be back. Yeah, we're making each warp gate cost 50/50 is already crazy, Dark Knight. That's why I'm like, why is warp gate also changed onto gateway? You're already making warp gate really hard to get to and not giving enough of a benefit. So why is that moved around as well? Yeah, I think this is going to get adjusted very quickly. It needs to. We're going to be right back. Very quick ad break. I'm going to get some tea, and we're going to get in, and we're going to start fart taunting people, guys, because I don't know how long 12 range microbial is going to last, and I need to get some reels of me right now in Silver League dropping my trousers and farting on people, because it's just so funny that you can cast microbial from a screen away. We'll be back in a sec. BRB. Fromage penis, so tiny. So maybe we want to support these guys, right? Because that's how they commentate all the games. You click the resub button there, but you're like, I don't want to pay $9 Australian for a subscription. That's messed up. But wait a second. I have Amazon Prime. I can click this button, get a monthly free sub with Prime Gaming. Click the sign up button right there, and it takes you so you can connect your Amazon account. Once you've done that once, it's always connected. I don't have a Prime membership, so it doesn't work. And then you can just subscribe it'll give you the option to subscribe with Prime. You can use it once a month. It will not auto renew. People go, oh, why doesn't it auto renew? If I come over from YouTube. I think it's because on most maps you can usually just never let them get a fourth base. Dot's turning knobs. She's playing with my titties. What are you doing? Oi! Stupid Dot. I smash you with mango. Wait, I smash you. Stupid. Yeah. Is she here? Am I getting her? I'm getting her, right? Lib range before? Wait, what? It's so... Guys. Can you imagine being so well endowed you can't see the end of it? That's insane. I've heard of like really obese people not being able to see it because their view's blocked. But imagine looking down and it's so far away. Like, Terran players need glasses to see the tip now or something. What the hell, man? That's so fun. Nah, he's dead. Even with his cute move, I think we're fine. Maybe? Oh my god, why is my reinforcement so slow? Oh! I was like, where are my fucking reinforcements? So I clicked on the changeling, but apparently I misclicked. Or he dropped the second one. Either way, big dick plays. But he just doesn't have the material to fight these Marines, let alone the siege tanks anchoring the position. The medevac's there as well. A Ling run by does try to come in on that bottom side. You can see he's going to catch the rally, but Clem already insta-reacts, dodges the biles. Cyril almost eats his own corrosive biles there. Slow banelings waddling into these Marines. Bile. Those feels when you forget to click the ad break and then you misclick it when you come back. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. You're going to miss the start of a game. Thank you, everyone, for the support. I'm sorry I'm not answering everyone's questions. But yeah, we'll get after it and see what's happening. All right, I'm just going to keep queuing some games here, guys, and let's try and get a little bit of experience. So we're going to try and do microbial. See what we can do. Someone was asking earlier, how do you defend 8 pool with Protoss? Either high ground gateway. If you're going to do like a Zealot adept pressure, you're going to go gate, gas, core before expand. Just go gate, core on the high ground. Really easy to defend. With a Zealot into an Adept. Leave the Zealot in the wall, send the Adept across the map once you push him back. if you're going to go for the low ground wall off, you probably, I would imagine, need to just chrono a zealot out and pull a few probes until your adept's out. But I'm not sure. I haven't tested it, so. Four-gate charge in low rank is too good right now, says Rocky. They slowed it down. So people can actually build stuff before the prism gets there and warps in. Four-gate charge always a good build. I mean, many gate charge always good in general, yeah. Charge openings are good. I'd be honest here, muta changer upgrade, they can get, like most Zerg units. Yeah, we need Sundering Glaives. Both Patches and Greener have both put Sundering Glaives on mutas. A Hive Tech upgrade, which gives +9 to Armored. And it's like, it hits so late, you're like, it's kind of a win more upgrade, but it is kind of cool to have mutas melt armored targets. It's kind of fun. Of course, they have a lot of scaling upgrades, which I think is one of the things that's often missing. Okay, so we're playing a ZVP here, and I'm going to go for a 10 pull. So it's not going to be a 6 pull. We're just going to go for a 10 pull. So we're going to build 2 drones here, and then go for that. Now, that means we will float, obviously, a fair bit of lava. It's kind of like an in-between pressure build. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. We'll see how it goes. Just trying to get my feel of the opening in this game. I don't know how high level my opponents are going to be. So as we go on, we obviously will be mixing it up. Hey, good luck, have fun. Sorry, I didn't respond earlier. Oh, the settings are interesting. Select all lava, no thanks. Yeah, I think we just go up to 12 with a 10 pull and then build an Overlord. And I think it times out. Hopefully. I think we get money for this Overlord just in time, right? Just in time? Just in time? I think that's okay. Maybe like 1 second after the pool's done is when that'll pop out. So this is like still a pretty economic build, kind of like the modern 12 pool, I feel like. It's not really that committed. Even an 8 pool is like nothing compared to an old 6 pool. You know what I mean? All right, so we built 6 slings. That Overlord did time out pretty nicely. Normally you want to go an early Queen, but I'm kind of wondering if I should just go Hatchery instead, actually. You know what? I think I should. So the reason for this, let's build a few more Zerglings. Let's cancel that Queen. So we can go for the Hatchery. Oh, it's only 275 minerals as well. We'll build 2 more Zerglings. So it's going to be 10 Zerglings. It's a pretty big commitment. And then I think we go Drone Queen Overlord. Figuring out my opening here, guys. Just figuring it out little by little and kind of see how we go. I gotta build 1 more drone and then Queen Overlord. Oh, oi, I see you there. I just saw a probe come in. Have you proxied me, mate? All right, I think we just get a win here. It's important to either be aggressive or scout your opponent early, guys. GG's. Obviously, we're going to be getting people of all different MMRs. I was just trying to get back in touch with the opening there, see how it felt. Similar to Green Arts mod, but because the Queen's so much more expensive, it changes a few things. So I got to wrap my head around that. Hopefully we get some GMs. Obviously, as we're just winning games at the start, we're going to win a few games, move up the ladder, and start playing different people. People are saying game sound. I already turned game sound on. Fuck. How is this not working? Stupid thing. Oh, fuck me. My bad. All right, fixed it. Sorry, guys. So what happened was I had a Chrome tab called StarCraft PTR. So when I chose application to grab the audio from, I accidentally chose StarCraft 2 5.016 PTR, thinking it was the game. I had a Chrome tab selected as the audio source. Genius. Actual genius over here. Nice. Sorry, guys. Ratswag says, with April, you always get there before the Zealot is done. Depends on the build. So that's the thing, is a lot of people are going to be just building probes and pylons and building like a 13 or a 14 gate because they want to chrono probes and not build, and they don't want to cut probes. You cut probes for a second, you can get it up well in time. I think you're just playing people who, or you're maybe Fratswag, I think maybe you're just messing up the build, or other people are messing up the build or whatever. We'll see what happens. Congrats on a successful campaign, this guy's Jose. Thanks, mate. I don't know if this was a successful campaign for me. It's something I talked about a lot, but you got to remember this started with Artosis and No Regret. Lots of other people talked about how lesser worker starts are good. I think Tastosis, definitely Tasteless was saying he'd prefer 6 workers like a few months ago. He independently started talking about this and then found out we'd already done all these tests. Day 9 was a big fan of variable starts with like randomized worker counts. It was like, oh, 7 workers this game, it's 12 workers this game, and creating that really fresh experience with even random starting resources potentially. There's a lot of people who've talked about a lot of different things. A lot of the changes, like the warp gate changes, are not really what I would have put in personally. I would have done, you can choose to go no warp gate and you could get a bunch of cool rewards for it, but I probably would have left warp gate very similar to its current state if I was in charge of balance. I also had slightly different suggestions for the minerals. I'm still very satisfied with these, and that it gets a similar effect, at least in the early game. I'm a little worried the bases will take a bit too long to mine out for some stages of the game where a turtling player might get rewarded like a little more than I would like, but we'll see how it goes. All right, guys, we're going to be playing a macro opening here because I really want to do the fart. I want to fart really bad, so we're going to do that. Now, I think Worker Harass, Captain Dickhead, is probably more annoying than he's ever been on this start, right, guys? And I do think Extract Trick's probably good. Like, why would it not be good, right? These guys all doubled? Can you guys double up, yo? Are we gonna go Overlord? Yeah, I'm doing a very economic build. Now, normally this would be a bit greedy. Overlord on 13 into hatch first. But because I'm sending a drone across early, I think it's fine. Because like if I see something aggressive, I can pivot. And this is kind of, I think, how you want to do very economic builds on a lower worker start. Is you want to... Oh! Low ground wall off, really? Build one more drone? Is CC first? Gas first for now. Oh, we got him! Oh, crap, I lost it though. Okay. Now, I guess my question is he outside my base? Because I didn't see the barracks. Maybe I just missed the SCV? Surely you wouldn't build that there though. I mean, I can drone micro my way out of this. I'm just gonna send one drone to just check here. And then I'm gonna go check across the map and go take a gas. I should have kept the drone alive there. It's kind of important to see what he's doing. It's kind of really important to see what he's doing. Let's get that gas up. Okay, so we've taken a while to macro up. That's okay. We will get force supply from the natural, but you still need to build this overlord. We don't want to get supply blocked. And remember, we need a vast amount of minerals to start 2 queens. It's 350 minerals. It's a very, very big amount. It's not something you can get easily. Oh, so his barracks is there. Just 2 on that for now. Oh, that did not actually attack that. I know they've changed the behavior there a little bit, but that seemed to derp out.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Okay. Should have built these guys earlier.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Jeez, I'm so mineral starved. Dude, these expensive queens. Because I haven't played this with the current queens. I've mostly been playing Green Earth's mod. But what a change. Did you just get a... Oh, we just got a friggin' drone as well. This is so different, man. It's floating his factory down now. Okay, we're gonna lose that overlord. That's fine. Alright, you need to stop virgining this, man. What I hate about playing the PTR is I never know if I'm playing a platinum player or someone actually good. So I've just kind of realized I'm playing someone who at least knows how to micro. They're at least Diamond League, and I'm like, oh shit, this is not a silver player. I think I've messed up my build too bad. Losing that overlord is disastrous. His expansion's very late, but I think we are dead. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, the balance is so different because those queens just cost so much. Oof. Those 175 mineral queens really hurt on this mod, on this current balance.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Okay. Okay.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Okay. I'll just A move it. Let's get a roach warren.
I'm under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
Ooh, bad start for me, guys. GG's, I think. Maybe not. Maybe. No, we're dead. Yeah, good play. Really solid play by him. GG, well played. Bad start for me. Losing that overlord was bad. The gas did not help out. GG's. To you, Thermal? Dude, why does he not tell me it's him? Why has he always got to be fucking hiding who he is? Yeah, I thought I was playing a fucking platinum player. I'm like, yes, this is some random guy. It's definitely not a pro gamer. Fucking hell, man. I wasn't reading chat, was I? I'm trying to focus on this 8 worker star. Aren't I, Space Avian 1? These guys always hiding their identity, man. Fuck off. Dude. What is right? Blizzard will have like the dumbest filters ever. I swear, the number of games where I can't name myself like Pig or something like that because it's too offensive. And then you'll have fucking gay dudes just name themselves fucking R-word Cumsel here. Oh my god, make fun of the balance council. Jesus, they get away with anything. That's crazy, mate. What are we playing? ZVP. Okay, ZVP, guys. We're going to go for a more economic build. I want to use that Microbial Shroud, even against Protoss. We'll try to make it work. I really just want to troll with Microbial Shroud and see if we can make it kind of good, you know. Let's build an Overlord here. Is it going to do Extractor Trick after Overlord? It's still decent. Just like get those minerals in. Okay, let's get after it. Okay, so... So you're going to go there. All right, so check this out. Spawning pool, or I think you got to go hatch first. I think the current version of the game, because the queens are so expensive, it also disincentivizes pool first play. It's kind of this like unintended consequence, I think, of what they did with the queen hatchery change. There's like, I know it's not a lot, 25 minerals there and 25 minerals there. It just feels much better to go hatch first than pool first with the queen hatchery cost change. I'm gonna build one more drones. We'll go for it's like a 15 hatch, 15 pool. Almost like Heart of the Swarm eco build timings. And you can go back there. Pool going. Normally you do want to get pretty quick link speed against Protoss. Yeah. It's going to be so interesting to test this for a day, and then since I haven't really tested the 8 worker start as much on current balance recently, it's all been Green Earth's mod. I tested it on current balance a lot more previously. It's going to be really interesting to try it out here. See how it feels. I don't think he's going to cannon me or anything, is he? Probably not. Okay, rally these guys onto there. You can go there. You can double up, yep. Alright, so this time we've got the money for queen number 1. Whoops. Overlord's a little late. Started the Overlord just then. Alright, we'll get these 2 Zerglings, which are going to try and dodge the Adept, and go in. And obviously we want to get that link speed as quickly as possible. Now, because I didn't go for an early pool or anything, and it is going to be... Oh, that's a very early Adept, isn't it? Jeez. Okay, build another Overlord. You need to build more Overlords than you're used to, guys, if you're playing this mod and you haven't played on it before. I think we're going to need to... get a bunch of guys out here. Oh! Get wrecked! Okay, these guys, I think, killed his probe. Oh, shit. Stop losing Overlords for no reason, bro. Alright, more Overlords, more drones. Alright, we're pulled off. His Lings are going to go across the map, actually. We're going to go for a little adventure. Alright, let's go to our 3rd. I also want to try defending more with gasless builds, but for the moment I'm kind of just following, like, the standard rough order. I want to get up to that microbial shroud, so economy is going to be the best way to get there. I guess we can just poke the front and see what's up. Oh! Let's go! Who's part of the Council now? Who's part of the Council now? Okay, and then we go in. Oh, you gonna let me in? Let's go! We're just making him freak out a bit. I don't think there's going to be a ground opening, right? Because... an air opening, I mean. Because why would you go sentry into air? Okay. All right, we're playing a proper Protoss player, guys. Flare's finally coming. He's taking a 3rd. It's pretty early 3rd for this version of the game. Let's go. So what comp should I go with microbial, guys? Like Roach Hydra? I'm trying to think about like what is the best way to use this microbial. Is it just Roach Hydra? Okay, we're gonna put a few more Lings out. Of course, I need to get forward with an overseer on both sides. Oh, he's got multiple voids. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna build a few roaches because that normally has zealots happen afterwards. Not always, but usually. Ooh, another supply block. Yeah, you gotta be careful of these supply blocks, guys. They will happen a lot. Okay. Lots of overlords. I'm still worried about a big zealot attack, so I'm just going to build 3 more roaches, and then we're going to go hydras. Gonna get that vision soon. Let's get the second Hydra upgrade. Only 3 gases. Why have you only got 3 gases? Because it's Mass Zealot. I told you, if you see people building multiple Void Rays, they're always doing the same thing. It's always Mass Zealot. Into Robo Bay. What is this? These guys are crazy, man. Infestors, 3 Infestors coming out. How much does it cost for micro? Wait, you still need an upgrade? What the fuck is this? I think the whole point is you don't need an upgrade. Oh, just don't research it and I'll have it anyway? Okay. Okay, that's hilarious. Alright, we're gonna make 2 more Infestors, guys. Unfortunately, Zealots, it's actually gonna hurt my my Roach Hydra against the Zealots, which is not good, but whatever. It'll help against the Void Rays of the Immortals. They should really put the upgrade in so it stops spell damage as well. It's such a cool upgrade, making it so it halves spell damage as well for units under it is really cool. 100, it costs 100. It's not cheap. Okay. So we're gonna take a quick look, see what he's up to. Let's get that. Let's get that. Okay, we should have microbials kicking in now. We do. What is this? Is that a warp prism? I think it might have been. Let's go. Look at the range, guys. I can throw this wherever I want. Unfortunately, it helps the Zealots. Does help me against the Colossus, though, which is nice. It'll be much better against Terran. It's not really made for this matchup, but, you know. You gotta build the new thing. You gotta build the new thing. So let's just check the cast range. That's not even 12 cast range. Right? Is it? Oh, maybe it is. I thought that would be further away. Eh. Thought 12 would be a little further than that. Fungal the Zealots first, then Shroud. Yeah, I don't have enough energy to chain Fungal the Infestors onto those, but that's alright. Alright. We need... Lurkers will do good versus Colossus, so we are fine. You guys can go like that. Ooh, can you come this way? Let's go! What, are you trying to run, boy? Oh, you're getting hammered, son. I don't care if there's force fields there. Microbial wrecking you, son. You gonna try and recall? Coward. Coward! It's so laggy as well. Okay, let's go. You go there. As long as he doesn't have another base, I think 4 base we can play. Build some roachies. We don't quite have everything we need yet. No! 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 Microbial. Not good against zealot openings, guys. It's not a bad spell, to be fair. It actually was pretty useful in some situations, but definitely not good once Storm's out. GG, well played. Okay, that's weird. So they've got to remove that upgrade. Is someone keeping a list of all this? Hopefully they are. I'm too lazy to write it all down. I should write it all down. Let's okay. New patch. Let's make a bug list. Warp gate, gateway, priority. Microbial still showing up. Did someone say you can't abduct siege tanks? Is that correct, guys? That's not implemented, right? Abduct not working on tank. Tank just doesn't move. I'll make a little list to pass on. I keep getting mismatched GMs or plats. It's day 1 of the PTR, so all your games are going to be like that. Just keep playing, guys. It is a ladder. It will naturally start to shuffle us, but you need more people playing more games to get there. Changelings are exploding, dealing damage to anything around instead of just other changelings? No! Really? $10 pure AoE damage? No! Guys, why are you playing a barcode on the fucking PTR? What is wrong with these guys? So lame. Playing with a barcode on the PTR, that's crazy. Yeah. My barcode on PTR. Does it just use your main account or? Oh, they don't give name change on PTR? That's a bummer. Is what it is. Alright, oh shit. I think I need to go gas pool? Or pool hatch? This is ZVZ. I don't think you can just go hatch first in ZVZ, can you? I doubt it. I think I gotta play pool hatch gas. Still made a barcode in the PTR. Well, at least they meant to take it back at some point. Someone 4-gate Zealot, did you? Welcome to the PTR. There will be people on PTRs who do this. We're like, okay, we're here to test some new things. There will be many people who, like, this is StarCraft players. You gotta remember, StarCraft players are here to win. They're not about testing new things. There was like a balance tournament Wardy did once, and he made the terrible mistake of inviting Beyond to be a part of it. And Beyond decided to 3-racks every game in a patch that was meant to make mech viable and massively change cyclones. It was really fun, so yeah. Oh, speak of the devil. So, do I build a spine here? I might make a spine crawler in my main just to be, if we see more lings. 6 lings is not enough to make me make a spine, but if I see more lings coming, then yes. Okay, no, we don't need to, we're fine. Good thing I played pool first here, guys, so we are nice and safe. Hatchery can take a little bit of damage. You can see, once the queen's there, we can fight. Get another overlord out. We've got 6 lings as well, so... Oops, accidentally A-moved my own unit for a second there. He did surround me. Early game's a bit of a shit show, which is awesome. Always enjoy a bit of a shit show. Wing speed's on the way. Still got 2 queens at home, which I think can plug the ramp just fine. If need be. Let's go 3rd base there. There, 5th there. That's a lot of lings, that is. Okay. It's a lot of Zerg. Okay. How do you know these guys were here? Guess an overlord saw them. This game's turning into a bit of a shit show. Let's go mutas.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Boom, boom. Good reaction speed, dog. Gotta say, I'm impressed. Nice little spready on your units there. Well done, dude. Gotta say, I'm impressed. You get that, you get that. Oh, roachies are there. Can you hurry up, Spire, please? Oh, we got his third hatch. That's always nice. Dude, how do I have 30 lava on that hatchery? Did I not have my natural hotkey this whole time? Is this why I'm struggling so hard? Do you got melee or something? It is not. Guys, how do I have like 46 lava on this hatchery? Is something bugged? Did I... There shouldn't be possible to be 15 lava there. Something's bugged, right? I think we just discovered a bug, or I think the lava injects were simultaneously popping. So we're at 6 lava at this point. The hatchery, when it's above three or more lava, it stops producing lava. So you can see it's sitting at 5. Okay. And I guess it just happened to be producing out of my main. Is that normal? When you select your hatcheries and produce, is it normal for them to all produce from there and here and not here? No, it's actually off my control group. It is off my control group. Oh yeah, it's off my control group. Look at that. Okay, and it went to 8, 5 to 8, and then 8 to 11. Oh no, I literally just wasn't spending lava. I accidentally de-hotkeyed it at some point. It just looks crazy because it's so spread out. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah. All right. Hold's a hold though. That was a fun game. Ooh, bit of a shit show. Loved it. Obviously, there's that little change with the lava spread around the hatchery now, guys, to make it look a bit cooler. They don't block though anymore. They don't block things. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was manually injecting it each time, guys. Cool. And he made it a bit messy, but my opponent was only on 43 drones, didn't have carapace up, their third's dead. With no third base and me being able to defend mine and having this big pack of mutas out, I think my opponent knows they're in a pretty hard spot there, so GG's. Yeah, I played a few TOS games before, Bob, but I had to get to Gold League first. I would like to play a like mid to late game Terran would be nice, but yeah, I think I'm just going to be rotating a little bit. Terran, of course, is fine. I'm not going to play much Terran today, guys, but I will in future days, just because not as much change for Terran. We'll see what happens. It'll be harder to snipe lava with your libs. That's true. PvT seems completely impossible right now. The openings just seem a bit shit for PvT, but we'll see how we go. So we're on the PTR Soil Gaming. So the PTR is like a fresh server each time they do it. So it says I'm in gold. But we've won most of our games. We did drop 2 games, actually. Wait, we dropped this? What happened here? Oh, it was euthermal. Yeah, we were just fucking around, and then the guy started microing like a fucking god, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, oh, okay. This is not a silver player. This is a euthermal. But yeah, you started about 3,000 MMR, so you're gonna play some plat players, some gold players, some pros. It's gonna be completely random who you're playing against. Of course, as soon as I do pick Protoss, it does give me a Protoss opponent. Big PP. Is this Mape? Is Big PP Mape or? I'm trying to remember who Big PP is. Protoss. What was the full name? Do you guys know who this is? Big PP Berry? Can't remember. Let's go for the Wolof. Oh, that's not in range of the Wolof. Okay, we're doing a not Wolof. Wolofs are for cucks anyway. Oh, oh, whoop. Nah, bud. Love it. Subsire? Okay. Yeah, I don't think we can wall this off. Def not mine, lol. I would not have done the Protoss changes. Oh, it does reach. That's nice. I don't think there's any reason to scout this early. I don't think we need to scout this early. I think 1 gate expand would be really hard to pull off. So, very happily just gonna... Oh, no, man. There's your changes. I look forward to the high level of discourse. I know he's joking. But, yeah. Warp gate on gate seems scuffed. I don't know what we're supposed to do in our openings, but I don't like that one. Big change. Got to build a pylon. Gotta get that second pylon earlier than normal, guys. And the second gas should have already been up. It's alright. A little bit of lost worker production here is not going to be the end of the world. May, go double up on your patch. You have a patch. Assigned to you. Don't be stupid. We go double stalker? It's just so weird not being able to do anything with my warp gate here, man. Okay. Chrono that one stalker, because why not? I didn't scout, which is a decision that I've made. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sentry Stalker on the way. Just gonna go straight through the middle of the map. If he's dodged me with the depths, that could be a real problem. I'm playing a bit blind and a bit stupid right now. Probably should have just planned something a bit more aggressive, but... One more sentry, one more stalker, keep building probes. Oh, he's not expanded.
You require my skills. Let our enemy know our I'm here in the shadows.
Well, he's not got an expansion, so I'm fine with that. 1 gate into quick tech. Interesting build for him. I'm going to keep going for the same sort of tech choice here. Just kind of following the meta, trying to get used to it. You still need to get this upgrade. so weird losing a gateway of production just for wanting to get warp gate, you know what I mean? It just feels so alien. That's the thing I'm really struggling with right now. Okay, warp gate's almost there, but I don't actually want to use it for warp gate. I just want to use it to produce units, you know what I mean? This is so weird. So why is he not? That's what he's doing, okay. Okay, this is such a weird situation. This one's almost done, not quite, almost though. Any defensive stasis traps? Dude, making Archons is going to be interesting now, isn't it?
I am your state thy bit. I am the voice of the eclipse.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, don't be chatting to me right before you attack. Naughty.
You require. My meditation. We embrace the glory of battle.
Trying to make some High Templar now, but I'm very worried.
We are one with you. Assault, they Templar.
Feels like he's just a bit ahead of me. Do you think the earlier Oracle before Expand was a really good idea? It's so weird because like not having Warp Gate, I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure.
Mineral field depleted. Assault, they Templar. I am the mineral field depleted. Twilight for iron. Intriguing. Cool. We shall lead. Assault, they Templar. Mineral field depleted. I am. You. I am the voice of eclipse.
Where the stasis traps at?
We stand by light for iron. Your probes are under attack. By light for iron. For the reckoning, Assault, they Templar. We seek an Assault, they Templar. I am the. We shall stand. Our minds are as one. By light for iron. The merging is gone. Your probes are under attack. I am here in the shadows. My meditation is we embrace the glory of battle.
Alright, I have actually better upgrades, which is really good.
Orange is my light for iron. Justice be done. Mineral. Let our enemy know my light for iron. Mineral field depleted. My light for iron. Mineral field. Let our enemy know our fury. Base is under attack.
GG, well played. I really like experimenting with gateways. Just that early game feels like such a weird mess with the warp gate thing on the gateway. I don't like that. It makes me upset. Is there any reason to not go all warp gate Except the 50-50 cost. The fast production is counted by the spawn position of the unit. Well, long term, you're going to be producing more, right? So obviously, like, in an individual situation, if it's like, well, I want zealots with my attack right now, Warp Gate's always going to be better, right, Draft TV? But if I want to have more zealots long term, obviously constantly queuing them, and sometimes even maybe having them slightly queued behind each other, so you queue up your next zealot slightly early, right? And having them all build 2 seconds early is going to give you more overall units out of less production. I still think if it wasn't for that cost, yes, people would still just play Warp Gate. So I think you need a bit more of a buff to the gateway units or to the non-Warp Gate production or something to make it competitive. Now, obviously, the 50 mineral, 50 gas makes it very competitive, but it also feels like we're nerfing Warp Gate without other changes in a bit of a vacuum, and it just feels a bit odd. There's multiple changes that are kind of stacked there that make this very awkward right now as a Protoss player. I can't make Warp Gate on my Cybercore. That's awkward as shit. Even if I do make Warp Gate, it's mostly just to speed up my gateways because I can't be affording to make Warp Gates early on. It's not worth 50 minerals, 50 gas for each one until later on when I have more money. Big UA, the orbital command gives +2 supply accidentally, so Terrans don't need to do their second depot as early as the other 2 races. No. Alright, orbital adds +2 supply. Day 1 of the PTR is always a bit of a mess. Why not warp robotics and Stargate for 150, 150 each? Says Draft. Oh, so you could warp in Stargate and robo units like in campaign? That'd be sick. Yeah. Is it bugged? It says 28 seconds pre-warp gate on the site. Oh, you guys saying one of the gateway unit times is buffed? Which what are you guys talking about? Which one? There's pre-warp gate upgrade gateways, post-warp gate upgrade gateways, and warp gate converted gateways. Pre-warp gate upgrade gateways are 28 seconds, says IT guy. Okay. Chat, it's not realistic. Ships are too big. You can't warp a mothership into their base. So, 75 mineral, 0 gas? Says, you mean to transfer? Like, are you suggesting it should cost that to transfer it into a warp gate? I mean, you could do something like that. I don't know if you need to make it cost money to turn each one into a warp gate. I mean, it's interesting because there's a decision there. I don't mind there being decisions and costs. It's hard to wrap my head around this early game right now. Like, it does just feel like a bunch of nerfs as well. And it's kind of hard to imagine them going through, you know? How are we doing, frustration? Exclamation mark patch, mate. We need Euthermal to find the weird stuff that works? You mean with Protoss? I mean, it's just flat nerfed. You can still do things. You can still win. But yeah, it's kind of just flat nerfs. It's not like it's like, oh, what creative thing can I do while spending more money to get the warp gates that I used to get for free? And having to upgrade it off a different building that actually has higher priorities. Like, obviously, you can still win games. Anyone can figure out how to win games, but it's just kind of an odd set of nerfs with the way they've implemented it. Yeah, I think the 8 worker start and the mineral changes are great. It's just hard to test those when I can't make warp gate without using another gateway. It's so weird losing one of your production facilities for such a long time. Hey Pig, how about buffing gateway units and splitting the difference of production time on standard gates? 24 seconds a zealot or something without an upgrade. Then you can make the warp gate upgrade on Cybercore. Locked behind council and expensive. It takes a long time, so it's more a late game. You don't want to speed up gateway production time because that messes with all the balance of the early game, Noki. But, I mean, you can just have a separate upgrade to improve the gateway production outside of warp gate. But yeah, so you can't mess with the pre-upgrade timing though, or it'll really mess with like early Stalker Zealot adept pressure versus Terran especially, but in all matchups. The only way to make this work is they have to bring back the Mothership Chorus's boxy slides. We'll see. I don't really know exactly what the goal is with the warp gate changes exactly. I like redesigning warp gate. I just don't think this is a very elegant implementation right now. Yeah. What do you think drove the decision to change warp gate so much? Well, I mean, warp gate's been one of the ugly ducklings of StarCraft 2 since forever, right? This has basically been the kind of game-bending mechanic that people have complained about since day one with StarCraft 2 that's kind of impossible to balance, where Protoss vacillates between feeling grossly overpowered and grossly underpowered on a daily basis. And it's because of mechanics like that, it's very hard to kind of get it into an in-between spot where it feels a bit more consistent, and also a bit more fair, I guess. Feels like Protoss kind of breaks a lot of the rules with things like Warp Gate. So yeah, it's always been something people have talked about. You could nerf it in some way, make it a bit less ubiquitous and accessible. You could still have this as a cool mechanic, but like, why is this the default thing that 4 minutes into the game, you can build your units wherever the hell you want, you know? So it's kind of an interesting thing. But obviously if you change this core thing, probably need to change a bunch of other things, right? That's where the complexity of getting this right would be. Who in the Warp community has been talking about Warp Gate changes? Well, I mean, Warp Gate changes have just been brought up for like 15, 16 years. Like, it's just always been talked about. It's just not been a hot topic issue lately because I think no one ever thought they'd touch it. Will you steal SCVs with Infestors more often? No. No. I mean, that's... Okay, so when you steal a worker, it's when you're already beating someone and you feel like... it's like teabagging. It's just toying with your food. I'll do it to someone who calls me names to insult them. And otherwise, no. But in that one game where someone's called me names and I'm beating them and I want to play with my food and taunt them a little bit, yes, that's going to be nice. I could already do it to Protoss and Zerg players. Now I can do it to Terran. All right, sweet. Guys, check it. We get a PvZ. Okay, this is going to be fun playing a non-mirror matchup Protoss. Don't tour with Protoss too hard, please. I don't know what that means. Is that English? I don't know why I'm building a 10 pylon either. I think he's saying English is a second language. Is that what ESL is, right? Don't troll. Oh! Don't troll, he was trying to say. I understand. Once again, chronoing into no probe production. Just build the Gateway 1 supply later, pig. Come on, man. So sloppy. You can go Nexus first if you go for an immediate probe scout, by the way. Nexus first is a pretty sick build order. I think we're just going to go like this, though. I am going to play no Warp Gate research, guys. We're going to play slow gateways. I think. Yeah, I think we will. Oh, I should have done another chrono. Whoops. Okay, Zealot's building. Okay. Pylon is a little late, but it is what it is. Do I really need 3 on gas? I don't think I do. I think just need enough to build adepts one at a time. It's not really a very hefty pressure I'm doing. We're just trying to get up this way. Now we've got the adept coming as well. So we'll go across to the Zealot adept, do some harassment, be annoying. Because I didn't probe scout, that's going to be my scout. And because I'm on the high ground, I feel like I can get away with this. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong.
Glory to the Daylong.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pylon here. I don't know if I really need a pylon here, but we're building it.
Where shall we meet? The firstborn shall persevere. Combat, yet let your will be turned. Give us faith. We serve. Give us Najakar Mina. It shall be.
Dude, the lag's hurting me. Okay.
Iron. Najakar Mina.
Whoa! That's a lot of Zerglings, guys.
Let none.
Okay.
The firstborn shall persevere. We are.
Okay, that's a lot of Zerglings we forced, which is really good. We will get a third gas up now, which is excellent. Keep putting these, keep putting these. One more probe. And we can try to start thinking about securing that third. Okay.
Dimensional strings attuned. Yes, executor. Forward. Faith. Let us begin. No.
Okay, extra oracle. That was a misclick! That was a misclick, that was a misclick, that was a misclick. Shit, 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 shit. That's not good. Really need that as well, you know? Shit. That's a cancel, well done. That's so many hit points as well. 80, 70, 60. Oh, he's not enough things. We can save it. Oh, yeah. Let's go, son. Okay, you need to make warp gate research. And now we just basically mass gateways. These guys have to rally out, so we've got to make sure not to block them. It's a lot of Zerglings, guys. Leave the Adept here.
We stand as one.
Zealot there.
You seek.
Okay. Pulling the front of the base. Probably the thing I should do now. We friggin' hurry up and get warp gate, please. Okay, we're gonna go around and just check the expansion, see what my opponent's economy's at. I'm gonna leave one zealot up there just by default now. And of course the Templar Archives needs to go down as well. It's gonna be quite a few gateways. Awesome. Probably should be walling the front of the map. Let's do that now. No fourth base for him. Let's go in there. How many workers? Oh, not many. Not many at all. Okay, we're feeling pretty good about that. Let's get Blink. Got cannon here. I'm gonna build some High Templar, lots of Zealots. This is gonna go scout around the back. I don't think I can kill that, but we'll find out.
The threads of fate lie
Okay.
our fate. Our fate.
Embrace the beast. Assault. Upgrade complete.
Holy moly! Where did that army come from? Alright, chase him down, chase him down. I think we got it. It was a good pullback to the high ground there. That army just scared the shit out of me, man. Okay. Whew.
Embrace the glory of battle. I like Port at dawn.
Let us
Prismatic
Oh, you just blow me up with zealots, did he? He might have.
process.
you seek guidance. The star.
I think we're ahead. I think we got some really good damage there.
Assault. They Templar. I return to serve. Research complete.
Okay, we want to make Side Storm as well.
Discuss.
Alright, get a cannon there. I think we're doing good. These guys can come in here, try to pick off a few probes.
I like Port
And then go around the back again with this guy, I guess.
That not good.
Okay.
My meditation. We embrace the glory of battle.
Okay.
We face the enemy. Base is under attack. I return to we embrace the glory of battle.
Our fates are one. It is destined. The threads of
Woo! Alright, that's half mining out. Transfer 11 and a half minutes, or just past 11, I think is going to be the timing for that, eh? Lots of Zealots, lots of High Templar, build some Robo units. It's going to be so weird managing your rallies with this.
an omen.
Phase crystals charged. We upgrade complete. Assault. They Templar. We embrace the glory of battle. Our Zack. We seek
An omen.
Still nothing there. Okay, sick. The changelings did damage to me. That's hilarious. It's so silly. Alright.
Let us
Oh! Another one of these big attacks. Oracle's going ham, guys. 36 kills, 37 kills. Does go down finally. A lot of roaches. A lot of roaches, habibi. Alright, we can just swap to warp gates now that I've got money. Alright, we just spend the money, transfer them all to warp gates.
Mineral upgrade complete. We embrace the glory of battle.
Nice.
We shall swim. My children, we all alight our heart. We embrace the glory of battle. Our minds.
Stormzy drones, it is time for your bath time. You dirty Zerg. You are a lesser species. I will try to make you as clean as I can though. I will scrub behind your ears until you are slightly less filthy. Storm does slightly less damage. It's not super noticeable. GG, well played. I was gonna ask if they knew about the changelings. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, I don't know what level anyone I'm playing is, guys. Half of them are very high level, and the other half are... I have no idea. Getting late gate warp in did feel good. Yeah, it felt like it cleaned things up. The early game's just such a mess, though. Having to upgrade warp gate on a gateway is crazy. Yeah, it's insane. Hang on, warping in takes time. The cooldown on those units is the production you're comparing. Keep in mind... the cooldown on warp gate starts the second you start warping in, not finish. Flame Roller in the YouTube chat. Just so you know. I used to think it would start when it finished as well, but... So you have, with warp gate in the current version of the game, you can warp in every 20 seconds. You warp in a zealot, you can warp in another zealot 20 seconds after that. Just keep in mind, a lot of people don't know that, so just let you guys know. Age of Empires stats. Yeah, we're going to be playing some AoE later, guys. We've got kind of ongoing goals. It's been... weight loss goal for many months. Then we did our 300 kilometers in 30 days. And now we're onto the Age of Empires 2 prep, which should be improving from here quite a lot. AoE 2. We're going to be playing her as 10k Invitational. I did 3 hours of coaching, 3.5 with maybe more with a survivalist yesterday. He dude is so generous with his time. We learned so much stuff. So I'm going to be playing more of that later today as well. Did not know we'd have a giant PTR come out though. Kind of bad timing for me because I'd like to be spending a ton of time grinding to ruin all these nerds in Age of Empires right now, but it is what it is. Outdoors or on a treadmill? Outdoors. I hate running on treadmills. I only run on treadmills if I'm if I'm traveling and it's like a hotel gym, and even then it's so fucking boring. Even with a good podcast to listen to, I hate running on a treadmill. So I can do like maybe 25 minutes max. Like I just end up kind of sprinting on this treadmill so I don't get bored. I don't know why I hate treadmill running. It's just shit. For me, exercise is like a mental health. Go outside after sitting in front of a computer all day. You know, I go run by the river. There's fish jumping out. There's birds. Dogs come up to me and say hello. Give them a pat. Go to the park and, you know, hang off the bar and let my neck stretch out after hunching over my keyboard all day. It's a good time. I hate running. Yeah. I think I'm just built for it, like, naturally. I've always enjoyed running as, like, a kid running around playing sport and stuff, so... It's a bit different for me. Even when I was pretty unfit, I still kind of enjoyed it. But yeah, I got chased by a possum last time you were in Australia. Really, Hulk Smash? What the fuck? Dude, he must have thought you had some good food you were keeping from it. Possums are sick. Whole family of possums came out to greet you in the middle of the jog bath. Oh, the mum had the babies on her back. She's like, give us some food, dickhead. Yeah, possums are hilarious. Big, have you tried mixing gateways and warp gates? It's bugged at the moment, Harry. So
Thanks for the Bezos box.
if you select both at once, it'll only let you queue units off the gateways. You can't tab to the warp gates. But you can still go with like just 2 warp gates to do like DT rush or something. And you just have to select those off of the built-in warp gate hotkey, or or have them control groups separately. But yeah, if you have a mix of gateways and warp gates on the same hotkey, it won't let you tab between them. It thinks they're the same thing, so it's a bit derpy. Yeah, it didn't do that for you. Maybe they've already fixed it and there's a shadow change already. I doubt it. How do you like slow gate versus researching warp gate early? I just think that this is just half-baked, Mad Bunky. Like, I just don't... I'm finding it hard to engage with these Protoss changes because they don't feel finished. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so weird making warp gate off a gateway. It's already, without that, a nerf, but that just is like the final cherry on the what the fuck am I meant to do with these Protoss openings cake. It's so bizarre. Making units doesn't even feel tight. Feels like I never have enough money, says Heaven. Oh, you're talking about just the early game? You're talking about with the gateway production, Heaven. The gateway, you mean like with the gateways you don't have enough production? So one of the interesting things, are you just talking about opening build orders because of the economy? Well, don't play Protoss right now. I know. Sorry. It's just the warp gate pushed on the gateway just fucks all your builds. The thing is, it's already a big adjustment going from 12 to 8 workers. You have to build pylons a little bit more, and there's much more choices you make with lower worker starts. Am I going gasless expand? Is way more economic than getting a gas. And this is something 12 worker players who haven't played on old work accounts, haven't studied it, haven't played mods, don't know. And they don't realize. So they're like, I'll just go gate, gas, cybercore. Why can't I ever afford a Nexus? Why am I getting, like, I can't even afford these pylons. It's a big commitment. Like, if you want to go a depth pressure before Nexus, it will massively slow down your Nexus. Whereas if you do a gasless Nexus, super greedy, but so economic. Same with gasless, either CC first or barracks gas without, barracks command center without a gas. So that's a really interesting thing. Yeah. There's going to be, everyone's builds are going to be shit because of the changes. But yeah, I'll open 2 gates and not have enough gas to make units, says Heaven. If you put 3 workers on 1 gas, you should be all right with it. But yeah, it's definitely just takes a little bit of getting used to the openings, a bit of experimenting. I never thought about it. Now I see how OP Warp Gate is. When you're Zergoterran, you're making units you think you'll need in 25 seconds. With Protoss, you can get the units that you need right now. I think it helps a lot in unit comp. Well, one of the big things that over the years people have got very annoyed at is they can catch a Protoss out of position, get on an economy line, and they'll recall. Well, their recall's on cooldown, but they'll warp in 8 units. So it's this thing where, because of the way Warp Gate's always operated, unless they happen to have just used their warp-ins elsewhere or their supply blocked, it's always been a very frustrating thing. But Protoss has also been designed around it. So if you're going to go ahead and redesign the whole thing, there's going to need to be some buffs. I'm sorry I mentioned Nexus First versus Zerg seems suicidal now. No, it's not. You just have to probe scout. It's not suicide. I'm obviously blind Nexus First is, but that's yeah. If they go hatch first, it's totally fine. If they're going hatch first, Nexus First, but you got to probe scout, or you're massively flipping a coin, right, on them, on just hoping they go hatch first. So it's just one of these things where, yeah, you could forge fast expand as well if you wanted to. You could do that, but the thing is, you've got to realize there's just more things you can do, and they're more extreme. So the thing is, like, it's this very Legacy of the Void 12 worker mindset to be like, what the hell? I can't get away with Nexus First most of the time, and you're like, yes, of course not. Like, and there's a big adjusting period. So try not to judge, try to learn when you're getting used to this economy. And what I really don't like about this patch change is that's going to be hard for Protoss players, because the Warp Gate change is crazy and huge. And it would be crazy and huge if Warp Gate wasn't on the gateway. But the fact that it's on the gateway makes your opening incredibly hard to figure out for Protoss right now. So it's a huge change. I think it would be a bit too much if we didn't have Warp Gate on the gateway. I think Protoss would be a bit too nerfed from that. But good luck to these guys who've not played a ton of 8 worker starts like I have, and they're going to be trying to figure out their builds with the weirdest change ever. And I'm like, oh no. I'm noticing how many people here clearly are post 2016 players. I'm hearing all the same arguments I heard when Legacy came out to the Davex. Yeah, pretty much. Bernardo, thank you for the gifted sub. What's up, dude? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have only started playing since free-to-play. 2018. Late 2018. Reaper said if it goes through, he's going to play less. I won't play a lot if this patch goes through as well, says Money Leaving. That's fine.
Thanks for
Look,
the Bezos
that's
bucks.
totally okay. I don't like the Protoss changes at all. It's totally up to you guys what you enjoy, what you don't enjoy. Anytime there's a big change, there's going to be a bunch of players who bounce off because things have changed. I think figuring it out is quite fun, and I think it will actually be really good for a lot of players. But it's inarguable that if build orders are all changed, you're losing your muscle memory in the early game. You're going to have to relearn a bit. Everyone's going to get reset a little bit. It's not crazily, but a little bit. And Money Leaving says, it's already a very dead game. I don't know, dude. The thing is, Money Leaving, that's an argument both ways. People go, well, it's already a dead game. Don't touch it. But then people say, well, people have stopped playing because of blah, blah, blah. If you freshen it up, they'll come back. There is no right or wrong there. Only time will tell if big economy changes. Let's just talk economy, not the warp gate changes. Just the economy, and let's just say the economy changes, nothing else changes in this patch. That will bring players back. It will also make players leave. Who will be more? I have no idea. It's one of those things where it's going to be a little disruptive in that early game, and players are going to need to do a bit of relearning in the early game. And I think that's okay for me. For other people, it won't be. There are so many people who will say that have said, yes, I'll come back, I'll play more. There's so many who have said, I'll leave, I'll stop playing. What wins out? I don't know. I'm on the side of that, of playing more, and I think a lot of people are, but we'll see what happens. It's different for everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Bernardo, thank you for the gifted subs. I also think people don't realize how quick you adjust to the changes. And this is something we're going to do. Actually, I might as well start recording a video. Actually, we can talk about this. Because it's actually really, there's a few things people keep saying. Yeah, I gotta respect your commitment to the work. It's just more fun, Monolithen. Like, that's it. My commitment to the worker start is it's so much more fun. For me, subjectively, I think the game is way more fun with the lower worker start. It's up to you what you want. People are going to be split. Like, I'm not going to try and, I would convince you to, I would try to say you should actually play a bunch with it. If you're a Protoss player, I wouldn't play right now as much. Thinking, oh, let's test the economy on this PTR. I'd go on the main version of the game, create a custom game with a mod. I'd say go Pigs Lab or go something else. Yeah. What makes it fun? You can go watch my videos about that. I'm not going to spend all day repeating myself. I love you guys. I'm not going to sit here repeating the same things on repeat. I'll kill myself. Please go watch the video. I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll talk about a few common complaints. People are going to be angry. This is not my change. This is something that I think it's actually... I think the mineral worker start is good. The minerals aren't quite what I asked for, but they are similar-ish. So we'll see what happens. We'll be right back. Give us a minute. We'll BRB. Shots. Ow, 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 ow. Whenever you walk into these tank shots, so many Marines. He gets a triple Biolofter's Serral, but he loses every Ravager to kill one siege tank. Clem fights back and puts the brakes on the Serral train. Oh my god. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Dude, he's fighting back, bro. Holy crap. Still haven't seen any aliens move out, interestingly. Guess he's just focused on his macro. Oh, he's looking for the barracks. Oh! 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 Does he find it? He's gonna find it! He's gonna find it! Oh, this proxy barracks location has come back in favor because no one was doing it for so long because the Protoss always checked here. But because of that, I was saying this the other day, Protoss stopped checking this spot Oh, he gets to the inside. Oh, Hero's not happy about that. But he comes back. He comes back. Oh, can he reach him? Oh! And that is a game of StarCraft. The best real-time strategy game in the world.
There's one Baneling, 17 Zerglings. He doesn't have a big army. He needs a minute. He might have to give this base up. The Infestor's looking for the Fungal. He wants to pop it from a little further behind. Nice double Fungal in the rear with the Fungal gear. There's another Infestor there as well. He's going to pop it up. Oh! Juicy, Lucy, big green goopies all over Kua's face. And the Terran players vomit on their shoes, and the Zerg players say, wait, is Ultra Infestor actually legit? Is it broken? Is it good? Or is Dark just an absolute Chad gamer with a giant Ultralisk? A big, thick, firm Ultralisk. We don't know. This Ultralisk just got promoted to a Ravager. He's like, what the fuck? I'm an Ultralisk. That's a damn Clem in the top right invading the mothership. I'm not sure how he got through these shields you can see on the top right of the screen, but oh my gosh, is the mothership on fire? Okay, this mothership may actually be wounded, guys. Is this like a... It's like a Battlestar Galactica situation, or what's going... Actually, maybe... Are we like... This kind of looks like an entry burn, right? Like, kind of like on the shields. It kind of looks like... Are we... Oh my god. Okay, guys, don't go to the edge. The planet bugs out. Pretend we didn't see this. What if... The planet bugs out. You're not meant to see this edge of the planet. Oh no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the mothership's plummeting through the atmosphere, guys. It does kind of look like an entry burn going on, right? That's kind of cool. Just don't go to the very edge and zoom the camera around. He's going to do another zoning nuke. Oh, good storm. That was actually a big, juicy storm there. Morphing Archons on top of the nuke. Probably not the best. Classic! Classic! He didn't see it. He didn't see it. He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it. Oh my god. That is the pressure of playing Maru right there. Against any other opponent, in any other situation, Classic notices that nuke. But Maru puts so much pressure on that you lose track of what's going on. Let's rewind that one. And he did not see that red dot at all. Because that's what my Terran brethren told me. When I play Protoss, I'm only allowed to bring 2 IQ with me. So he has to like kind of rub them together. It's a little bit like trying to create fire without having a spark. You know, you've got to use a lot of friction. And that's essentially Sal off racing as Protoss. It's, you know, he's basically just there with 2 sticks in the woods for like friggin' 3 hours, rubbing them together, trying to get some sort of flame to catch.
If we can get him again, we can optimize.
Talk to me, boss. I'm going in. Not a problem.
All right, guys, let's talk. All right, let's talk about these things. So, like I said, people are very split. I do think overall, from my audience, I've heard more people who are positive. There's a few people who are very vocal, feeling like they're not getting listened to, and the game is going to get changed in a way that removes the way they have fun playing the game. So first of all, guys, we're going to talk about this one. I'll leave the game because all my hard work and builds will be invalidated. When I put out my video last week, a few people brought this one up and they were saying, look, I worked really hard to get GM. To have all that just thrown in the bin, disregarded, just feels so gross. And I'm so upset about it. And I was like, that's fair. I think people don't realize how 99% of their skill carries over to any change like this. So it does break up builds. Don't get me wrong. You will be forced to relearn your opening timings. It'll disrupt that early muscle memory. And that stuff, those build order memorization in terms of the early supply numbers and exactness is going to get reset. You're going to have to relearn. That's annoying for a lot of players. It busts them out of their comfort zone. You hop on, you want to do the same build. Players EVT, players EVP, players EVZ, whatever the matchup is, you have your builds, and suddenly you can't go back to that comfort zone. This is something which happens to some extent anytime a meta shifts and you're forced to change your build orders. But it's even more so now because now it's not a 12 pool, it's an 8 pool. It's not a 16 hatch, it's a 15 or a 13 hatch or whatever it is.
So there are big changes in that regard. That being said, that's a small fraction of your skill as a StarCraft player. So keep in mind, as a StarCraft player, most of your skill is how to micro, how to macro, how to scout, looking at things, how to move your army around, knowing what units counter what units, having the mechanics to multitask and do multiple things at once. You're still going to be in a situation where sending a lib in the back and doing a mine drop at the same time, that skill's going to carry over. Maybe 99%'s a big number, but I do think 99%, maybe 98%, it's a very high percentage will carry over. So I would say if there will be people who will leave the game because they bounce off. Anytime something changes, it bounces some players off because what they're used to has changed. That is an undeniable fact. Some people will stop playing. Others also will really appreciate the reset and come back in and really enjoy figuring things out new. And it does give opportunity to break the meta up and make the game a bit more adaptable, favor people who are quicker learners, quicker at adapting, adjusting, as opposed to the memorizers. So whenever there's any change in a game like StarCraft, the memorizers, the grinders, the creators of this world, the max maxers who want to do the same build 43,000 times and become perfect at it, and they find the beauty in the interaction reactions between the players, these players usually are a bit more, fuck that, stop changing things, no! And there's players on the other side who enjoy learning and breaking things and creating things and figuring things out. And that is on the complete other side of this. Thank you so much, Rex Quando, with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Pedano Sus, Rex Quando, Wigglesworth, Congressman, Love Spartan, Zerglord, Christopher earlier as well. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks for the Bezos bucks.
All right. If this patch didn't touch Warp Gate, kept the gateway improvements, I think it would be better, says Battle Warrior. Totally agree. I'm with you on that. I'm anti Warp Gate changes at the moment with like how they're implemented here. I think just, yeah, like I think maybe just give regular gateways as like a strong option. I mean, you don't get me wrong. So I don't mind someone going after Warp Gate Battle Warrior, but I think it needs like more things paired up with it. Like I really appreciate the way Green Earth's mod says, okay, you're playing no Warp Gate, but you get all these cool bonus upgrades you can go for to make your units scale a bit better later on. And, you know, there's this exclusive Warp Gate versus Gateway path, and the Gateway path gets all these cool bonuses. Also, Zealots are just buffed a little bit from the start because, hey, you're not going to be warping them into your opponent's base anymore. You know, it's just really interesting. Yeah. Anyways, back to the point. I think people massively overestimate how much it will ruin your ability. It will force you to relearn your openings a bit and getting in, but we'll see what happens. Your wife hates that sound. You think she secretly likes it? It's a great sound. It sounds moist and delicious, the best way, just like bacon should be. Bacon, moist bacon, definitely not crispy, right? Can they pack gateway unit change with this patch and see where the balance falls and go from there? I don't know. It seems like a bit too much. The way they're making all the warp gates cost money and not giving any other buffs to the gateway units, but well, we can wait and see. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by, Jay Guevara. We've got a giant patch today. So this is the one I want to talk about, though, because this is the #1 complaint from a lot of very influential people, high-level players, pro gamers. Changing the workers just slows down the game. More minutes of nothing happening. It just increases the most boring part of the game. So I want to just quickly test. Like, if we look at an opening, let's, maybe we can benchmark some stuff, hey? Maybe if we look at, like, I think this was like an economic build in this game, right? Because, I don't know, it feels to me like it doesn't slow the game down. It feels like it elongates the smaller scale part of the game. And if both players choose to just sit there and play defensive, then the game is slower. And in every other scenario, there is like more interaction that gets rewarded, right? Sorry, I shouldn't have picked this guy's name, hey. Pick someone else. I knew I went hatch first in that game. We could look at that game. I fucked up my macro pretty bad. I don't know, man. Let's look at this. This was the game versus Youtham. It felt like, I don't know, it felt like things escalated pretty quickly in this game, didn't it? This was like a 6-minute game. So yeah. All right, guys. So one of the big complaints that we've got is that the game slowed down a lot. Is it really though? Because the difference between 8 workers and 12 is 4 workers. If you just build 4 workers consecutively, that's 48 seconds delay compared to a 12 worker start. So basically, I keep hearing people say like, I don't want to spend 5 minutes doing nothing at the start of the game. But like, I think there's way more decisions you're making at the start. Worker scouting is more impactful. There's more time to react and adapt to your opponent's build. There's more harassment going on. It's really interesting for me, and I find it way more fun and enjoyable to have a bit more of a tactile interaction in that early stage. But it's this weird thing where people get say, well, there's 5 minutes of nothing happening. And I go, even if we assume those decisions make no difference, even if we assume you're just following a build and there's no interaction and there isn't more extreme ends of the spectrum, which there clearly is. 8 pool is clearly more extreme than 12 pool. CC first off of 8 workers is clearly a way bigger economy investment than 12. But let's imagine it isn't. If you both just follow your build, the game is only slowed down by 48 seconds, if even that. So I think, is it fair for me to say people saying the game's going to have 5 minutes of nothing happening now? That's a gross exaggeration. At most, they can say 1 extra minute of nothing happening, right? I think maybe it's because people remember the game being a lot slower and harder to Swarm Wings Liberty. Might also be because the game timer was different back then. Yeah. Hey, Pig, he got his Reaper in your base when your queen wasn't even halfway done. Yeah, he built his barracks out here and built it really crisply. Absolutely. Yeah, he committed hard. Look how early this barracks is. He starts that right on a minute. He cut SCVs to build it slightly quicker. It was like a really nice tight build. I went Overlord before Hatchery. It's a greedy as fuck build order. And then I built 2 or 3 more drones? 2 more drones before spawning pool. And I even sent a drone out to scout, which actually delays it even longer. And then my spawning pool doesn't even start on 200 minerals. Right? This is what the game should look like. If your opponent builds their barracks outside their base and cuts workers to do it, and you do the greediest opening available, the Reaper's gonna fuck with you a bit. I think that's fair. I'm okay with this. Remember, this is my second drone scout. I sent a drone scout across at the start. So what should I have done after scouting him with my drone scout? Well, I should have realized that he's probably proxy reapering. I don't know why my brain broke because the depot is there and I thought he was hiding a command center. I could have easily dropped a pool and a gas here, kept droning, and had a safer opening. See what I mean? So it's going to be so much knee-jerking. People go, what the fuck? What's going on? Someone earlier was saying there's no way to possibly get a Zealot out before 8 pool Zerglings arrive. I don't think that can possibly be true. I haven't tested it, but I think, remember when you're trying to draw conclusions, guys, hop on the PTR and test things and let me know specifics. You're like, ooh, it feels like against this build, you need to do exactly, like, let's be specific. Let's not just watch games and then just, like, kind of complain too much if possible, yeah? Hey guys, everyone buys skins, so the intern meets his KPIs, we get more SC2 support. Thank you for the 14-month resub, Rude Lords. But yeah, no, I was being greedy. I sent 2 drones out like a dumbass. I thought I was playing a platinum player. I didn't know I was playing Euthermal. So, yeah. StarCraft 2 never started with 8 workers. It started with 6 in Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty. And it went to 12. It doubled in Legacy. And now it's going down to 8. So, anyways, point being, he's done a bit of an aggressive opening into an expansion in a factory. I've done a greedy opening, taken a bit of damage. I mean, so the Reaper is quite aggressive. What time does he get to my base? So you can see he's done an aggressive Reaper opening. Normally the Reaper arrives at your base at like, what, 220? He's here at 240. So he's only 20 seconds behind a 12 worker start. Am I right on that, guys? What time does a Reaper get? A Reaper normally pops at 158 in the 12 worker version of the game. Probably takes 20 seconds to get across the map. Or about 220 it gets there. He's 25 seconds behind. So these multiple minutes. These multiple minutes that people are talking about with nothing happening, they just don't exist. So that one's checkmated. That's a myth. You're going to spend 5 minutes with nothing happening. That being said, there's more early game interaction, more harassment, and more reacting to each other. You naturally will stay on a lower economy and a lower base count for longer. That is 100%. That's like super true, right? Does that mean nothing's happening though? It just means there's more small scale fighting and interacting going on, right? Now I fucked up my build really bad here, guys. I went Link speed, but I let his Reaper kill like 3 drones and waste all my time. Got supply blocked by losing an Overlord. Forgot to cancel this extractor to harass him. Obviously, I'm getting outplayed in this game, and I get overrun. But still, at 5 minutes 20, there's 6 Hellions and a Banshee in, off of a very aggressive Reaper start. Now, admittedly, he doesn't have a 3rd command center building. But if I look at the game, and I compare this to the current game, it's not much slower, but you are much more incentivized to harass, engage, and skirmish with your opponent. And I think we're going to see more of that the more we watch. I could be wrong. Always possible. But I don't see nothing happening that people are talking about. I just don't understand. When people say nothing's happening, all it does is delay. It's so boring. It doesn't feel like they've played this mod. Or they've only played people who just do the exact same 3-hatch, 3cc builds. And then if you're both not attacking and harassing, which, I mean, even in Legacy, you're still harassing. This feels... It feels like... feels like it doesn't match up with my lived experience playing many modded games with 8 worker starts and variable work. It just doesn't add up. So is it a myth? Is it crazy for me to say this is a myth? You guys are wrong, because I've heard so many pros say all it does is slow down the early game. All it does is waste time. I don't know. Let's look at some of these other replays. And these are obviously... This is a dumb game. It's not about whether he killed me or not. We're just looking at different games here and just seeing what goes on. The point is, when does 6 Hellions and a Banshee hit in a current game, Zotocto? When does it current... it's not how these games go. Are things happening? You know what I mean? When does 6 Hellions and a Banshee hit in the current version of the game? Like 5 minutes? It hit in 5:25 that game. 25 seconds. It's like such a small delay. But if you want to do that Hellion Banshee, you can't also afford a 3rd command center. So Uthermal is paying more of a trade-off for that. You know what I mean? So I guess this is kind of the question, because that's the #1 complaint I've heard from casters, pros, players, people in my comments is oh, it just slows the game down and nothing happens. And I go, even if it plays out the exact same way, it's slowed down very marginally. You know what I mean? Like, people have this idea that nothing's going to happen in an 8 worker start. Now this one, I went 8 pool. My opponent went gate, gas. I think this player was pretty low level. Forgot to build a cyber core completely. Oh, started rushing warp gate. Right, that's what, and I just won with an 8 pool. Okay, yeah, this guy was low level. No worries, that's fine. It happens. Was trying something. He was trying something. He didn't have any units. We went in with 10 Zerglings and just won the game. But yeah, definitely, like, the games are all very, very weird. Hey, what's up, Turkey? I think it makes early game interaction a lot more impactful to the point of flipping the game one way or the other hard for taking risks, says Turkey Donor. The lower worker count, it definitely does mean taking risks can have a bigger effect. Like, that's the thing, is because we kind of, if you think of the 12 worker start, it kind of put the rails on in bowling. You guys know the bumpers in bowling? Where when your kids can never friggin' throw the bowling ball straight. So you put the bumpers up and the ball just bounces side to side and then still at least always hits some pins. So 12 worker start, it does, like, it allows you very much more consistently to get to, like, the middle stage, right? Where if you do go for a crazy gamble, well, it's not really going to hit fast enough usually to actually just straight up kill your opponent or anything like that, right? It's gonna be a whole thing. I'm in Clan Big PP as well. Oh, I didn't even know I was in Clan Big PP, guys. That's so funny. Only on the PTR am I in Clan Big PP, but good to see that I'm on it. I was like, who's this Big PP player? I was like, that's me. What the fuck? Oh, I forgot I joined that. I guess I do have a big PP. But yeah, it definitely does mean like Gamble's aggression can find more damage and is more impactful, right, Turkey Dano? It definitely does. So it is going to be, like, the thing is, it feels like scouting what your opponent's doing is more important, reacting to it. It feels like it's pretty good. But Turkey Dano's saying, well, the opener choice will feel a bit coin flippy. It definitely will be more gambling, and you can choose to play middle of the road. But like, if you watch the best player in the world, like Serral, and he's playing a guy who's a bit of a baboon, you're going to see more of Serral going for an immediate worker scout or going for a pull first, while the other guy just goes like Nexus first. And it's just like, lol, let's just see if I can get away with this. You will see more of that. There is going to be a little bit more room to gamble to potentially gain advantages, right? There's going to be a bit more payoff for those risks, whereas in 12 worker start, those sorts of builds have such a low payoff. It's not worth going for the blind Nexus first a lot of the time, because it's so undifferentiated from just going for a gateway gas Nexus core. It's like almost the same build in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? But for me, it's also a big thing in terms of game flow for average Joe players, I think is nicer, because there's a bit more time to react to each other. For me, I often feel like I'm not scouting. I watch a lot of pros who don't scout nearly as much in the 12 worker start. And I don't think an 8 worker start pushes it to the realm of like, it's just build order coin flips. I think you can do coin flips to get advantages here or there. But it's going to be really interesting to see like how it scales. Because I feel like in the 12 worker start, it's just like people just don't bother scouting. How often does Raynor just not scout what's happening? Goes 90 workers, defends the charge slot Archon timing, runs away with the game. It's very common, and it's rewarded, and it's a good way to play in 12 worker start. I would foresee something like going 8 workers. It's not quite 6 workers. 6 workers definitely is a bit more wild, but it gives a bit more room for those gambles and those things. And what that achieves is it does end up just giving you those options for these little gambles, this variation in the builds, and it allows a player who is lesser to take some crazy gambles to try and disrupt the results. If someone feels like their opponent really has their number, they can take some crazy chances. It makes results, I think, a little bit less predictable. It does allow there to be a little bit of gambling mixed into the game, and especially if you're someone like Rogue, who I think of as a really good poker player. Rogue is like an incredible poker player in how he plays StarCraft. He's so good at predicting his opponent's builds and countering them. Rogue has always been the guy who gets free wins based off of his research of what his opponent's going to do. And like, he gets so rewarded for it in the old days. I'm actually shocked he's doing as well as he is at the moment, because I really thought Rogue would just struggle to adapt to the very mechanical, fast-paced current version of SC2. And we are kind of seeing it a bit in his EVP, where he's hitting a bit of a brick wall against like Glaber depth pressures and stuff, because there's not a lot of room for him to experiment in the early game and to mix in those drone pulls and those crazy Nidus all-ins and things that he used to do. What's up? Yeah. But it's really interesting. Do one-base all-ins work better? Yeah, 100%. You can do one-base plays. There's a lot of different interesting things. But yeah, I think a little bit of RNG is good. I don't think there should be crazy gamble RNG all the time. There was a lot of things with like very little counterplay when you couldn't break force fields and stuff like that. In Wings of Liberty, like in Heart of the Swarm, you just couldn't break force fields, and it was like there was some really dirty pushes you could do. And there was some like really gross all-ins and gambles. And as much as they were frustrating at the time, and I was quite happy to see a lot of those gambles like diminish, over time we've gotten to the point where they haven't just diminished. Most of them have completely disappeared, most of those gambles. And that's what has limited the range of build orders in StarCraft 2 right now. Yeah. I guess if players aren't scouting, it speaks to the strategy variance in the meta. Like, yeah, it being quite low, Firespoon, 100%. Well, it's the strategic variance is very low. It's also because your money ramps so quickly, you can actually build multiple tech trees at once, and you can kind of do like 2 or 3 things at once. Whereas a lower worker count, you're often kind of having, okay, I'm going oracles, and that's going to delay my forge consistently or my charge. And then I'm going to go for upgrades, and then I'm like, there's kind of like a gradual adding of things. Whereas when the economy ramps really hard, you end up in a situation where you're like, I will add these 3 tech trees all at the same time and kind of cover multiple responses to a certain extent and multiple paths. So it's really interesting. Magnus prefers freestyle to classical chess. Speaks volumes because he is the best strategic mind of our generation, says Brainless. Very cool. How are we doing? Yeah, it definitely used to be more RNG equals less skill based equals bad. Fire Spoon, I agree with that. Yeah, people are a bit better at realizing a little bit of RNG, a little bit of randomness, and also like it's like these are calculated gambles. You know, a bit of poker is good. It allows you to take these clever guesses and things, and if you can predict your opponent, it's not even like if you can read your opponent's mind. It's not even a gamble because you're hitting at like 95% accuracy, guessing what they're going to do or predicting what they're going to do and then countering it. It's really cool. Yeah. Raja says, I think what he just described is why I'm in favor of more opportunity for gambles. Trade-off for economics has to be that you expose yourself to aggression. If the economic opportunity is too reliably defensible, it's all pros will do. That's what we see. Yeah, well, that's my problem. Is it feels like a no-brainer to just keep expanding. Even when Serral does a cute tunneling claw roach build, he's still at 70 drones by 6 minutes. And you're just like, well, 6.5. He's like delayed it 20, 30 seconds. And you're like, okay. Like, yeah, this is a cute tunneling claw opening, but also like you have the exact same economy as every other build you do. Because if you don't, it falls off too hard, you know? It does... It is like there's this range of difference that's not quite there. So yeah. Obviously this game, 7.5 minutes, has had a bit of interaction. Not a crazy amount, but I come across now with a Zealot Oracle. We trap those Zerglings and we go in and just go for a bit of an Oracle Zealot attack. It was more of a pressure, but I just kind of realized I was ahead off the opening and we just kind of go, oh cool, I can just kill you. I don't even need to wait for Archons or anything. And this is, of course, with Protoss being kind of super scuffed from the Warp Gate changes. So I'm not even using Warp Gates, though I did make Warp Gate this game, but just to speed up the gateway production. Why? Yeah, so when you upgrade it, it makes your gateways build faster, something. Yeah. Patch is just an attempt to nerf Serral. I actually think Serral will do really well on it. I think 2018 Serral would be heavily nerfed on this patch. But I think if you're playing other versions of Serral, it's totally fine. The modern version of Serral is very good at preparing and studying his opponent's habits, so I actually think he would like kind of take advantage of most players pretty hard. I think he'd do really good. Yeah. Yeah, that one was against a viewer, that previous one, yeah. Oh, was that you, Space Avian one? Yeah, it makes regular gateways produce faster passively. That's right, something, yes. Don't troll Protoss too hard, please. So with this game, I massively slow down my expand by going gate gas, right? Which is a pretty... And on this map, I could have gone Nexus first and just like full walled or whatever, right? But I go for this little like Zealot Adept pressure, disrupt the Zerg, throw him off his game, drop a Nexus behind it. Pretty late, but we figure we can keep him down on workers while hopefully we catch up behind it, right? So we get in here, 250 with a Zealot, Adept's close behind. As always, it feels like all of my opening pressure builds are like 20, 30 seconds behind where they normally would be. But to do that, I am sacrificing my expand timing a little bit. And people will go, well, that means you're just delaying the next stage. Like, look how late your Stargate's a minute late now from a normal Legacy build. And I would go, yeah, but it means there's more room for us to dance. With Adepts, Zealots versus Link Speed, I made a very conscious decision to massively slow down my economy to get this pressure going. And now it's massively slowed down my opponent's ability to drone, made him panic. He was trying to do like a Ling Roach all in, but it's being scouted. The Adept's seen it, so now I'm going to be ready at home with like a battery and stuff. And there's just been a fair bit of interacting already. And there's going to be a lot of interesting things going on, you know? So this game, despite us both doing the, like, my opponent didn't build workers at all. I've still got a third started at 4 minutes 50. Right? 3 gas up. I know I'm only on 1 gate, but it doesn't feel like things are too delayed. There's a slightly slower cadence in terms of the armies and the numbers don't scale as quickly. And microing and getting value out of and doing intelligent harassment scouting pressures early with your small units matters a lot more. Microing 10 Zerglings to deny a Nexus, not as important in the current version of the game. In this version, way more important. And not getting it, kind of tragic. Opponent not droning at the same time, really bad. Really, 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 really bad. So, I don't know. Feels like there's a fair bit of interaction, even though these games are shit shows. I guess I just don't see the nothing happening. And I think what it comes back to, after looking at these games, is that I think people who are adamant about this, even after playing it, people maybe either fall into or tend in the direction of SC2 doesn't start until you have 150 supply, 4 base versus 4 base. I don't know if this is fair, guys. Do you think that's fair? Is that like me saying that? Because to me, when people complain about, oh, nothing's happening in these games, they're so boring, it feels like, I don't know, they kind of want battle aces. You know what I mean? It feels like they kind of just want battle aces. They're like, well, can we just get to the point where we have 4 bases and we're smashing giant maxed armies into each other? I'm not, because I don't get me wrong, it's a valid thing. I like battle aces a lot, but it's a very different style of game to what most RTS are. So if you have Age of Empires 2 on one end of the macro, single player quotient, lots of microing your macro, managing resources, building your base, with moments of intense micro, and then on the other end you've got StarCraft 2 over here with like lots of interaction, speed up the economy tree, like really fast, get to 4 bases and have giant max battles and late game battles. StarCraft 2 is over here. Battle Aces is even further than StarCraft 2, beyond any spectrum we've ever seen for RTS. It's off the RTS spectrum into the fast action real-time strategy. It's like its own almost a new genre, right? Whereas StarCraft 2 kind of falls within the classic RTS. It's just on one end of the spectrum. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, because I'm curious about that. And I want people to make their arguments if possible. There's also people who just want more consistency in their games. Right, yeah, and that's that might just be it, Luminous Soul. Is it just... It could just be the inconsistency and people hate inconsistency. Do people just hate the inconsistency? Because basically that is one thing. More variety equals more adapting. Equals less consistency. Some players love this and some hate it. Is that the real divide between, you know, lower and higher worker preference? Maybe. That might be the simplest way of putting it. That's a really interesting thing. It feels bad to die to something that just feels random, says Firespoon. Yeah, I agree. So I would actually argue that's what I experience more in 12 worker starts. So I would argue that you can scout and interact a lot more and should be doing it and are actively rewarded for that on lower worker starts. In 12 worker starts, there's a lot more... What is the build, guys? 13 hatch, 12 gas, 11 pool, pretend expand into 40 Ling Flood. All in, I feel like, which it just looks exactly like a normal build, and then 40 Lings flood out, and you just need to instantly react when you see those Lings leave his base at an incredibly high speed to get your queens on the ramp, hold position drones in front, pull everything to the high ground, pull all your drones to defend the ramp, build Zerglings. Feels like there's a lot more like you just need to react really fucking quickly when you see it in 12 worker start. I guess explains that. You need to insta react when when Overlord sees Lings. Pull everything to ramp and micro with hold position drones and do a sick mechanical reaction at high speed to survive. I feel there's a lot more chances to scout and realize what's happening in 8 workers. Well, actually, no. Because you'd have to go... Yeah, you'd have to go pull first and get Lings across. Your Overlord is also super slow on this patch. I think too slow. I think it's probably too slow. So it gets there crazy late. So ZVZ will be more coin flippy than ever. So that's an interesting point. Mirror matchups especially, which are everyone's favorites, by the way, at the moment. Everyone stays in and tries seriously in current meta mirrors. It's fun. I'm being a little sarcastic there. I'm being a bit of a dick, but I'm being a little sarcastic. But mirror matchups especially, on a serious note though, mirrors would be more coin flippy, right? Would be more coin flippy. You know, do you play pool first with ultimate safety? Do you just, you know, hatch first, greed? Do you 8 pool, 8 gas all in, you know, 7 gas all in or something crazy? I don't know. Mirrors may be more coin flippy than ever. Coin flippy and brutal than ever. Personally, I'm okay with that because I don't really enjoy current mirrors. Pros don't watch. You know, viewership is a tiny fraction. A large percent of people leave mirrors these days, even though I really try to advise them not to. I don't know. A bit of a knife fight there, I'm not too opposed to. If it feels like it's still mostly skill-based. You know what I mean? And I guess that's... I do think early ZVZ and Overlord speed testing needs to be a decent priority for pro Zergs to let us know what's up. So I do think the Overlord's probably a bit slow. You can say just scout. I'm talking about bad players that wouldn't know what to look for when scouting. Well, I guess they're going to have to learn then, aren't they? You know what I mean, Firespoon? Don't get me wrong. I think players at GM have some of the worst scouting in current StarCraft that I've ever seen in StarCraft's history. Like the last year or two, especially, there are guys in GM who just don't even put Overlords outside their opponent's base in ZVZ. Like you can just Link Flood, they won't see it coming. They're 5,500 MMR. I think it's just one of those things people will learn with time. And I think part of scouting is just going, you don't have an expansion at low level. I should build defense. It doesn't have to be, oh, he's doing exactly this build. It can just be, he's got a fucking bunch of roaches popping out. Oh, this guy's not got an expansion. Oh, this guy's got 4 gateways. Like, you don't need to know exactly what's happening. You just need to know build army versus economy, right? Hey Big, what do you think about lowering the spells casting or make it better to cast when a large army is selected? I don't know what that means, Shibiko. You mean, so make it easier to cast spells? Like with multiple spellcasters selected so you don't have to tab through them, you mean? I'm not sure how you could do that in the StarCraft engine. You could have like multiple spellcasters selected at once, all on the same command card. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. Pig, I feel you're arguing a bunch of things. I'm not even sure that it's true. It'd be nice to have some games that better prove your point to show how it's different. These are just kind of walk across map and the game ends games. Okay, so you can't prove anything from looking at replays, Zitocto. I have lived experience of dozens and dozens and dozens, probably hundreds of games on lower worker mods where I can tell you what I've experienced. I can't show you one game that proves anything. That's not a thing because it's an aggregate. So what happens if you go from 12 to 8 workers is you might increase the advantage of one base aggression by making it 12% more effective. I could show you 20 games and it would be imperceptible to you, the difference on the 12 worker start versus the 8 worker start. Because just based on variance and everything else, we might get one base all-ins that work, we might not. There might be a player who picks to do a lot of one base all-ins, there might not. It doesn't tell you anything. And this is, ever since I've talked about worker starts and different economy changes, people go, well, show us the game, show us the proof. And the takeaway is there is no proof. There isn't. It's purely something you have to experience by playing, and you need thousands of people playing on a large scale to see where it heads. So, our econ video we put out the other day, right? I kind of talked about this. At one point in this video, I kind of go through it, and I went through and showed the past videos and talked a little bit about when did I do that? Which part of the video? I left that in, right? I didn't cut that out, did I? Oh, here we go, right here. So I saw it. Yeah, so we talked about how we did all these different tests, and part of what I explained in this part is how some of the tests just looked exactly like Legacy, current meta, like the Dark Hero Show match, this one here. Nothing changed. It was just like slightly slowed down, but they just kept expanding because their brain still told them, we have not practiced this. We're going to play exactly the same we currently do. All that happened was they got supply blocked more because their build orders weren't tight. But there was multiple moments I was like, ooh, it'd be really interesting to pivot mutas here. What did Dark do? He expanded and built drones. Ooh, it'd be really cool for Hero to pivot into another tech after this because he really doesn't need to rush 4 base with this economy. He rushed to 4th base every game. They played the exact same way they normally do. Why? It's the first time playing. And a lot of our tests were like that. And then we did other tests where we saw crazy strategies in games. But it could just be because they were players who were a bit more creative. And they're like, yeah, it starts a bit more chaotic. We're going to take full advantage of that. What you look at when you do changes like this is you have to look at like aggregate, how much does certain strats get rewarded. And then you see a bit more stuff on this end of the build spectrum and a bit more stuff on this end and a little bit less in the middle filters out to the edges. And that's like, it's just not possible to show that in a single game. Because the thing is, if you play on 8 workers or 12 workers, it's the exact same game. We're using the same units. It's who's going to micro better, who's going to macro better, who's going to interact better. And it's all about our player decisions still. It's just there might be a bit more room in a situation to go do this path, which is a bit better on this start than it is on the other start. And it might force a bit of a different situation. But there is no way to show a game that proves anything with economy. And if you guys are looking for that, I really don't think you're ever going to get it. You need to go play games, try to understand it, try to learn some builds, figure it out, feel it out, and just see how it feels to you. Because it is relatively personal with how you enjoy it. Will cannon rushes be more all-in now? Stop with roaches and very less likely to meet a void across the map. I'm not sure. Yeah, I would need to experience that AP amnesia. Maybe I should play some games with printf and see. I don't know about the warp gate change, ETS, Pietos. I can talk about the worker starts all day. I can't talk about the warp gate changes are crazy. What if you have 4-player maps with 8 workers? Yeah, well, we've been playing a bunch of those in Green Earth's mod and stuff. That worker scout becomes pretty necessary. If you guys didn't watch it, I put out another video on our channel after this, how Blizzard broke StarCraft 2's economy, and you can watch a recent fun series. It's obviously got a bunch of different modded changes, but if you guys go over here, this didn't get many views, 5,500. No one cared. No one watched this. Go watch this, guys. This was me versus Boanan in the final on Green Arts mod, which kind of showed, and there were a few 4-player maps in here, just how if there is a Protoss player who is dedicated to aggression and fucking you up, and we're both playing on this lower worker start, it showed one example of how scrappy and messy and low economy interactive the games could be. But you can get games like this on 12 workers as well. They're just more rare, they're harder to get to, players who focus on this aren't rewarded quite as much. But these games were a hot mess, they were a shit show. They were really fun and I really enjoyed it. And I thought this was a good example of, it kind of gave a feel for what my favorite games are on the 8 worker start. But I even mentioned in the cast of this, some of the games I've played on an 8 worker start feel just like current Legacy games. I go for an economy build, my opponent goes for an economy build, we do a bit of light harassment, bam, we're on 3 or 4 bases. It's a bit harder to get the 4th up, it's a little bit slower to get to max supply. Usually, even in those games, we do kind of stall out at 150 supply and start really competing for 4th bases, where there's very big decisive engagements that happen. Whereas that stage kind of often gets skipped in current Legacy, and I guess that's a flow-on of the economy. But it's, you know, it's much more similar to the 12 worker start. Whereas we see games like this, and this looks pretty alien to the 12 worker start, but it's just because you see these sort of strategies less there because they're not rewarded as much. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Proxy? For me, it's just a simply far more boring start. When the 8 worker meta is solved and pros learn how to optimally defend everything, wouldn't we be left with the same problem? Just a boring start. So at the moment, everything is defended, Proxy, by players doing a build that defends everything. If you have more range of openings, you need to respond to each other more. Beyond never SCV scouting is going to get punished by more extreme economy and more extreme aggressive builds. Him just doing his middle of the road no scout, let the Reaper go scout, right? because there's a bit more range on that spot graph. So there's more things you can do. So it's actually more important. So people will say, oh, you know, we'll figure it out. People will figure it out, and they will figure out more economic builds, but it will be more important in those builds to scout and react to their opponent when their opponent does things on the more extreme ends of the spectrum. It will be at its core, more interactive, safe economy build, if that makes sense. You will have to scout your opponent a little more than you do in the current version of the game because there is that room for more extreme builds. And as we've seen over the years, there is always a way you can add a twist in there to mix up the branch. And if you can actually force more of a reaction with one of those things on the extreme spectrum, you can trick your opponent into thinking you're going far on one end of the spectrum and pivot hard after showing them that information to the other side of the spectrum. Cancel your third CC, go for the aggression. Don't know how that'll actually work. Will it work that much at pro level? I'm not sure. But you will see a pushing of those strategies out a little bit more. So when you say it's far more boring, though, is that from your own experience, Proxy? Have you played a lot of games and you've said, man, this is so boring? Like, what do you mean by it's more boring? I'm really curious. I want more people to tell me, people who aren't enjoying these changes, what is it in your experience? Is it just the build-up stage just seems to take a bit longer? It just takes me longer to take 3 bases. My opponent's taking 3 bases. We'd get there a minute faster. 30 seconds to a minute faster if we played 12 workers. I don't care for that. It doesn't feel like the games are any different. I don't want to waste that extra 1 minute. Is that it? Or is there more to it? Let me know. What's up, Ivanilla? Yeah, it's just the start. I'm not sure how many people watch SDG games live. I usually watch the replays where casters skip the first 2 minutes. I don't feel like a slower start affects many of us, says Shibiko. Oh, just as a watcher? As a watcher, you can just skip the first minute or two then, if you don't care about build orders. Build orders are much more important with the actual slower start. You know what I mean? Part of the reason why the start's so meaningless in 12 workers is we don't see much variance there. It's very, very high percentage doing the exact same thing. So I think this is kind of like just it would actually be something different. You know what I mean? Not an arena fan, Korhak, but I think Hera might make us play arena. So I got to learn a fast castle build, dude. My coach played a 2.5-hour game yesterday on arena. I haven't played ladder since 2016. I want to get back in the game as a really old dude. This patch makes me excited to get back into it. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Welcome. Sorry, I wasn't here. What was your reaction when seeing the new patch featuring such a core change that you were vouching for 2 years? Oh, that was good. I mean, I like that. They didn't do the minerals exactly the way I'd said, but I think it should still be interesting and play out, like, decently. The worker start I like. The lowered supply count I like. I don't like the Protoss Warp Gate changes. They feel very half-baked. Yes, I'm playing the AoE tournament for Hera, Slayer's Kraken. It's going to be a lot of fun. Dude, I'll be training later today here on stream as well. We've got a lot of practice to do. I'm kind of annoyed this patch came out today because I'm so keen to grind. I was so keen to grind Age of Empires, but now I have so much stuff to talk about. And I'm just like, I kind of want to talk about StarCraft, you know? But I also really want to go play Age of Empires because I'm in the middle of like starting to get my build down. And I'm like, God damn it, I was just getting my build down in Area 2. I want to go grind that, but also these changes are crazy and I want to talk about them, you know? I must talk about them. Ghost changes. I'm not sure about the ghost changes first to die. They're going to be way stronger in some situations and a bit shitter in other situations. I don't know, man. I'm kind of like, I need to play with this. I need to experiment with them a lot and watch games of players who are good with ghosts. It's not all pluses. I'll try the PTR tomorrow. Says Proxy. I play SC2 since it came out. I just prefer Legacy faster start compared to the other versions of SC2. I did for a long time as well, Proxy, because I felt like even though there was some variance that was lost, I was like, oh, so good at getting to this stage and this stage. But then once the meta hit a point where everyone was just rushing 4 bases and it became clear that was just like the best strategy and it became so ubiquitous, that's what made me really, I think, frustrated with where the meta went in the last like 7 years. Basically 2018 onwards, once Legacy started getting figured out. And we saw it just be like, all right, we're going to build 90 drones every game, you know? And I was like, oh, and like the supply count has become one of my big pet peeves with current Legacy of the Void. Like the supply count feels entirely unnatural in StarCraft 2, you know what I mean? It feels entirely unnatural that you're hitting the supply count often 8 minutes into games. With Zerg, a bit later with Terran and Protoss, but often 9.5 minutes, you know, you're maxed out. It's like, it's so bizarre that the supply count is like such a big awkward actor in current StarCraft 2, where almost you could I feel like it would be better if you made it 300 supply. I don't think they're going to do that because obviously it could favor roaches and Zerg. It's going to make 4v4s lag. There's a lot of I get it. Yeah. They're still seeing a lot of fast fall base in this PTR. It just takes a minute longer to get to. It didn't change much, in my opinion, to the speed lore. Yeah, so this is something. Yeah. Let's just make a little video here and talk about it, okay, guys? Let's talk about this. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay, I'll put this one out tonight. Okay. All right. What's going on, everybody? We've been playing a bunch of games on the new PTR, the Public Test Realm, with the crazy new patch for StarCraft 2, and it's really interesting. I would say right now, the economy changes I quite like. The mineral changes are a little bit different to what I suggested, but I'm enjoying them so far. Low work account, I'm enjoying. There's a few quality of life changes that are good. There's a lot of bugs. There's a lot of really, really ridiculous bugs right now as well, which I think we'll do a video probably tomorrow going through them. At the moment, there is some insanity with bugs, which are just so ridiculous, but they'll no doubt get fixed. I think at the moment, the big problem that we have is obviously it's hard to test things for Protoss players because the Warp Gate changes are kind of insane. For some reason, you have to make Warp Gate off a gateway instead of a Cybercore, which means if you want to make Warp Gate straight away, your gateway is just not able to build fighting units. So it's really messing with Protoss openings. You've also already got what feels like an overall nerf to Protoss, because even though Warp Gate does speed up gateway production, it's so hard to get to. Then transforming to Warp Gate costs a ton of money. There's just a lot of trade-offs going on here without any really commensurate buffs to Protoss, and as a result, Protoss players are quite frustrated, understandably, and I hope we see this get a bit more baked and figured out over the next few days, because it doesn't feel like these Warp Gate changes were fully cooked going in. But even though these changes are interesting, I think I really want to focus on the economy changes, because this is, I think, the biggest game-changing thing that completely changes the flow of the game and is a more important discussion point than a bit of a few other half-baked changes, which no doubt will change very rapidly. These seem like changes which were well thought out, have been implemented, and I think are pretty positive. You guys know that I've talked about this stuff. It's really interesting to see what goes on. So let's talk in this video, especially since I did videos recently, right? I did ST2's meta is stale. ST2's meta is stale. How this might fix it. We talked about how Blizzard broke StarCraft 2's economy 8 days ago as well from me recording this. So we did a few videos talking about this stuff recently because so many people had been asking me about the worker start and clearly something had leaked. And since then, we've had a lot of interesting discussions, and I wanted to cover two of the most important talking points and pieces of, I would say, resistance to the economy changes specifically that I think are maybe misguided in some ways, maybe exaggerated is a better word. They're definitely worth talking about. So let's go into it. So first of all, the big one I got on my economy video was people saying, I will leave the game. This feels like all my hard work and builds will be invalidated. There's a few people who said, I'm GM, I worked so hard to get here. If this goes through, all my build orders are ruined. They're down the drain. I feel like all my hard work is thrown in the bin. And that's just really disgusting to me. And there's quite a few people who've said things like, this just changes the start. I don't want to relearn the start. And that sucks. And I actually believe that's 100% true in that it will create an off-ramp, right? Anytime you go back to a game or you're playing a game you played for years and something fundamentally changes and you have to relearn it, it's a little bit of resistance you got to push through when you weren't necessarily wanting to do that. And some people will just go, F this, not playing anymore. And that's totally fine. I think, though, people saying all my hard work and builds will be invalidated is a big exaggeration. So let me explain. People don't seem to realize that, I'd say 99%, you could argue 95, maybe 97, a vast amount of your skill carries over to any change like this. That doesn't feel immediately apparent, because if there's something that disrupts you in the early game and throws off your early flow or builds, it can often feel like nothing's working in StarCraft, and then you get hit by an adept and you're not ready for it and your supply block, you're like, ah! Because your immediate results might dip very suddenly for 5 games while you're figuring out the new openings and just getting some basics down in the openings. If you're not willing to open a custom game and figure out the very beginning supplies of when you want to go hatchery or gateway or nexus or barracks, it can be a little overwhelming at first. And if you're not kind of prepared for that, it can feel like, oh my god, I'm a garbage player now. Like, what the hell happened? But you got to realize Most of StarCraft is micro, it's macro, it's multitasking, it's knowing when to build the units, what units to counter what, how to interact, how to move around the map. That does not change. That skill is still right there. So I get it can be annoying trying to push through the resistance of learning new builds. That's hard for some people. Some people don't want to do it. That's totally fair. Just keep in mind, it is not going to invalidate all your hard work. Most of your skill will carry over. That being said, it does break up builds. It forces you to relearn opening timings. It disrupts your muscle memory and established patterns, and it's annoying for some people, so fair enough. It also, though, breaks up the meta, so it makes all the games much more unique during the relearning period. And this, to some extent, even happens whenever there's a big patch or balance patch in a game. Even without changing the economy, people go, oh, now everyone's going battle cruisers. Now I've got to shift my build in this way or that way. Don't get me wrong. Changing when you build your first Overlord or Depot or Nexus is a bit more of a fundamental change that affects all builds. But it's kind of similar in that players will adapt very, very quickly to this. And I think give yourself more credit, especially if you're a GM player. You will still be a GM player with these changes. That's not going to change. Pig, I appreciate this. I think people are going to have to accept, no matter how many arguments there is, a large portion of the player base love the 12 worker start and are regardless just going to leave. And they can do that. That's fine. That's up to them. No one's arguing against that. If you want to leave because you don't like the worker start, then leave. I don't mean to be aggressive about it, but I've had people saying this to me all day, PokeGamer, and it's fair. Dude, some people left when there was a void. Most Zerg high-level players stopped playing the game completely after 2019, 2020 because there was void rays for 2 years. And that's going to happen. It happens. I'm not going to convince you. I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm just explaining things logically. I am not the guy who made these changes happen. Did I talk about them along with a ton of other people who supported them? Yes. That's it. I'm not going to... If you don't like it, you don't like it. But I think people are going, we like the 12 worker change. We're going to quit. And people keep spamming this with me today. And I go, why? Do you not love StarCraft? This is still StarCraft. And people go, well, I don't want to spend 5 minutes doing nothing at the start of the game. Well, that's the next point. People keep saying it slows down the game. There's more minutes and nothing happens. It increases the most boring part of the game. I've just spent 20 minutes looking through all my replays from today. They're scuffed games. The builds are shit. The players are shit. But even in all of the games, what have we seen? We've seen, was it Yes? This game? Thermal does a Reaper harassment. It gets to my base 20 seconds later than in a normal game. His 6 Hellions and Banshee come in 30 seconds? At most 40 seconds later than they normally would? And we're interacting the whole time. It's not... what has changed about this that makes you go from loving this game to hating this game? If I sound a little bit hurt, I'm flabbergasted that so many people are telling me, if you take 4 workers away from the start, this goes from their favorite game to their least favorite game. I get people are maybe just trying to get a reaction. They're saying, well, we just want to let you know we don't like the thing. We want to express that, so hopefully it doesn't go through. That's fair. Just please stop spamming me. I'm going to stop playing the game. It's just, to me, it's still the same game at its core, and it nudges things in a different direction. And I just don't think it's worth you going from I love StarCraft to I hate StarCraft. If it went to 16 workers, I'd still be playing the game tomorrow. If you go to 6 workers, I'd still be playing the game tomorrow. Unless you completely ruin the game, I'm not going to be moving off. Maybe you will. I'm sure, like I said, some people will go off. But I've been streaming all day today, and I guess there's just been so many comments of people like, nah, terrible, never playing it. And I'm like, have you guys not played it? It's really fun. My lived experience of playing 8 worker starts is it's very fun. I have enjoyed it. The games have been interactive and fun. Will it be perfect? Of course not. There's never been a perfect patch. I don't know if you guys know about David Kim. There used to be a guy on Twitter called David Kim. Not the balance guy for StarCraft 2. This guy had to change his Twitter profile to say, I'm not the balance guy. Please stop sending me hate. That's how... People would go on Twitter, they'd just at a random David Kim and be like, why do force fields exist? We hate you. And this guy, just a random dude, his name was David Kim. Every day he's dealing with people going, fuck you, man. There's a lot of people now going, bring back David Kim. That was the golden age of balance. At the time, everyone said, David Kim's the worst. We hate him. My point is, it's StarCraft is still StarCraft, baby. I just think we should steer away from too many absolutes. There's going to be people who don't like changes and pop off the game. There's going to be some people who come back. I overwhelmingly have been hit by positivity. A lot of players saying, I only watch and don't play anymore. I'd actually be interested in coming back. Will they really, though? Not necessarily. I think a lot of the players who say they're going to leave aren't going to leave. I think a lot of the people who say they're going to come back probably aren't going to come back. A lot of people just talk, right? A lot of people say things, you know? A lot of people say things, and that's fine. At its core, though, so this Reaper hit about 20 seconds later than a normal Reaper. Now, admittedly, he built it one supply early and outside his base, so maybe it's like 35 seconds delayed from a normal Reaper. And don't get me wrong, I thought I was playing a Platinum player, and it was about this point in this game where I realized this guy was pretty good at StarCraft. My chat I wasn't looking at because I was trying to learn the 8 worker start, and I didn't see them telling me, this is you, Thermal, watch out, pig. This is you, Thermal. I sent a second drone across because I thought I was playing a Platinum player. It wasn't a good idea. Point being, game fast forwards, bit more interaction. He goes Hellion Banshee with a natural wall off. I take a third hatchery. I get massively supply blocked. I've already lost an Overlord. And he comes over and 5 minutes 25 arrives at my base, about 5:25 with 6 Hellions, a Reaper, and then the Banshee comes in as well. And this just, 5.5 minutes, this normally hits at what? 6 Hellions and a Banshee, 4:45? I guess that's maybe off a 3cc. The difference is, he's not got a third command set. Like, it is slowing down him getting to 3 or 4 bases. Don't get me wrong, we are like making more choices about, do I want to squeeze an early third in? Or do I want to go aggressive? Do I want to build a pack of Zerglings? Or do I want to go for the Roach? Like, you are slowed down in terms of you have a bit less money. And if you're interacting with the opponent, both of you are going to be building army to fight earlier, which means less building economy. Now, here's the dichotomy. As I get absolutely roasted by Euthermal in this game, here is the dichotomy that I keep getting, is people keep saying nothing's happening. Explain to me how in a game where there are more extreme cheese and more extreme greedy builds, and you are encouraged to go and scout and harass and react and interact with the opponent, because scouting a 3 command center gasless, I need to either all in that in this version, or I need to be greedy myself. If I scout a guy going 3 barracks before expend, I gotta make a ton of army. It is so much more important in this lower worker start to work a scout or send an early Zergling or to do an early pool or aggression yourself. And what that does is it speeds up the aggression and the fighting and the interaction, because you're constantly trying to harass and figure out what the other guy's doing and keep them tabs on them, because the extremes are there. If you want to play a solid way of playing on an 8 worker start, you actually should be interacting with the opponent more frequently to ensure they aren't going extreme greed or extreme aggression. And that's what's been playing out in my game. So don't get me wrong, what's slowed down is getting to 3 to 4 bases, getting to 5 bases, getting to max supply. And if that's all you want to play StarCraft for, I do think this is not a change you will like. I do believe that. I do believe if you love late game and you love the 200 supply standoffs and you like motherships and tempests and oracles up against broodlords and vipers and spores picking at each other, you probably do enjoy 12 workers and fundamentally should enjoy it a lot more. I am very upfront, I do not enjoy StarCraft 2 late game at max supply. I think it's a boring standoff. And I think for me, the best way to play it is exemplified by this. So I just looked this up 2 years ago. Serral versus Classic 50,000 resource bank hour-and-a-half video, where Serral is playing the most perfect ZVP you've ever seen. And him and Classic have done this multiple times now because they're both very good late game players. They're both playing very correct StarCraft, where they end up with 50,000 resources combined in the bank. And Serral's like sandpapering him off the edges. And I like watching this. I appreciate the skill. Not the biggest fan of playing it myself. Not the biggest fan in general of exactly this style. So it's up to you. If you love this version of StarCraft with 50,000 resources and the players kind of sitting there slowly picking at each other, then that's up to you. Sorry, I shouldn't have gone to for 4K. It's a bit high res, I guess. But these games were going like, they just kept going and going and going. Like this game went for a very long time. Let's zoom forward in this game. I think it was like a 45-minute game. And don't get me wrong, these are very fun in their own way. I hate playing them. I do enjoy watching Serral play them. Most pro gamers refuse to even go to this stage, right? Like Zerg players, because there's like a bit of imbalance where it's a bit easier to use the Protoss late game army, or it should technically play a bit better unless you're playing Serral. So they just all in before they get to this point. because they don't want to get to that stage. I don't like the late game that much. I think it's a little boring. I think it's very standoffishy. I think the max supply is too big of a part of the gameplay, where players are just banking resources and just like very slowly looking for efficient trades. I prefer a bit more movement. I prefer a bit more fighting for expansions, fighting for the right to expand. There being a bit more choice about it. And I really like when the mid game, the 80 to 150 supply part of the game is drawn out and extended rather than speed ran past, which often happens so much in the current version of the game. So when people are telling me, well, I don't like watching the current version because nothing's happening, I wonder if they think this is the version of the game where everything is happening. I wonder, is this the version of the game that you want every game to look like? Because you're still going to get games like this with an 8-worker start. And you're still going to get games, you know, that are cheesy with a 12-worker start. It's not like one is all one way and one is all the other. But you're going to get a bit more range with the 8-worker start on the early game end of the spectrum, where there's more choices there to mess the game up and deny each other's expansions, and you're making more choices about going up the tech earlier on lower supply and countering each other's tech rather than just out expanding each other. So it's really interesting because, like I said, a lot of people keep saying this to me, and I wonder if for some people it's just they just don't think StarCraft begins until you have 150 supply on 4-base versus 4-base. I don't know if that's fair. I think everyone has different feelings, and a lot of people are coming at it from a point of just not having experienced it. And they have this idea in their head of Heart of the Swarm, the game's really slow, nothing's happening, the game goes on and on and on, and just nothing's going on. And I kind of look at it and I go, don't get me wrong, I have some memories of very boring Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty games as well. There was some problematic metas in StarCraft 2. Oh my god, some problematic metas. Broodlord Infestor in Wings of Liberty, Swarmos in Heart of the Swarm, Raven Mech in Heart of the Swarm. Don't even remind me of the point defense drone. It would just block all projectiles. You just mass point defense drone and none of the Zerg things that shoot up could hit anything. There was a lot of problems in earlier versions of StarCraft 2. The 8-worker change does not revert to those problems. There is no mothership core with Nexus cannon. There is no point defense drone. You know, there's all these problematic metas. The old Swarmos that just burrows and just sends an endless stream of locusts is no longer there. So I think for some people who have tried it and tested it and honestly still feel they don't like it, I think they might be wanting a more Battle Aces experience, speed past the macro, speed past the build orders. Let's have big armies fighting and just interact on those tech switches and the micro and those interactions and those tactics, which is a very valid type of RTS. It is really cool. It's kind of beyond RTS. Some call it fast action RTS, not a real RTS, some would say. I would say Age of Empires 2 on the macro, single player quotient end of the spectrum, lots of time managing your base and your economy, and you build with moments of heavy interaction that builds up to the late game where it's near constant interaction. And then you've got StarCraft 2, which is like speed through the macro, 12-worker start fighting, get into, and it's very interactive and stuff like that, right? StarCraft 1, also very interactive, builds up way slower, only a 4-worker start. It builds up from that wrestling match to that giant war much more steadily, and most of StarCraft 1 Brood War exists in that kind of 2-base, 3-base, and even 1-base stage, right? It's a wrestling match to get each expansion up. StarCraft 2 speedruns past that. It's on the Battle Aces end of the spectrum where it's like, well, no, we're on 4 bases, now we really start battling, if that makes sense. That being said, as much as it's on that end of the spectrum, going 8 workers doesn't bring it that much further back. It nudges it back a little bit, but not all that much. You've still got lava injects, mills, chrono boosts. So you've still got these macro mechanics that speed things up very quickly. You've still got a lot of things pushing your economy forward in that regard. 8 workers is also not that far off 12 workers. So even if you are just playing macro, you build 4 workers in a row to go from 8 to 12, Protoss or Terran takes 12 seconds to build a worker. It's 48 seconds. In 48 seconds, you are at a 12-worker start. So even if you are playing the exact same styles, if there's no strategic range, 8 pool doesn't exist, Nexus first or 3 hatch before pool, these extreme builds don't exist, and all this stuff I've said about variants, even if you don't believe any of that, which I just don't think stands up at all, but even if you believe any of that, the game is at most delayed by 1 minute if you're both just not interacting. And what's really delayed is getting up extra expansions and getting giant armies on the field. And that is absolutely delayed. And if you want to rush to giant armies, that is definitely delayed. And that is a really big thing for some people who want to rush to that part of the game. But the interactions, the harassments are actually more impactful. And they should be happening a little more frequently and be rewarded. And the tech switches especially, can force bigger reactions or hit earlier compared to where the players are built up to. And for me, I think that's a pretty big positive. I don't understand why we're saying there's nothing happening until 4 bases with 12 workers. It's non-stop action in the current version. It's not nothing happening. No, it's the economic choices are very lacking speed law. So basically, so StarCraft 2 has massive variety with 12 workers. So what happens, right, with StarCraft 2 with 12 workers is you have massive unit variety, but you have very low expansion variety. So get this, right? You have to expand at a very rapid rate or your bases mine out, right? So your base is going to mine out, but then also you get so many workers, you get so much extra supply for each expansion. You get double reward for expansion because they give you so much supply. And you can get them so early with the way the minerals, the way the minerals explode with like mules and everything like that and injects. So you can keep getting expansions and then you don't have to build many depots or overlords or pylons. And then that can snowball. And even if you're doing something cheesy or cheeky, rushing a tech path, you're doing that with still a very quick third or with still a very quick fourth. And that's one of the interesting things with how it's basically the base timings are very, very limited in terms of range. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of those things where you're going to have more choice in terms of when to expand. It's going to be more impactful if you want to really rush the expansions versus if you want to delay them and get more aggressive. If you want to go for a Spire quickly, you can take your gas really early. You can get mutas out much earlier compared to where your opponent's economy is at. So in 12 workers, it's very hard to get mutas out before the Terran has 3 bases established, right? Like we specifically, there's the Eric build I'm a big fan of where I don't even build a queen in the main. I make a lair immediately in 12 worker start. I get the fastest Spire you possibly can off a hatchery first. It's incredibly greedy. I defend with 4 slow Zerglings and 2 queens against Hellion run-bys to stop him getting up my ramp. It's one of the greediest builds ever. And 9 times out of 10 at high level, do you know what happens? I don't build a single Mutalisk. Because they've already... I have committed to the most extreme Mutalisk build I possibly can in 12 workers. And my opponent scouts it. I scout them building Cyclone Viking turret, and I just have to pivot to droning my third and building Zergling Infester. And that's the correct response. The reason being, it takes so long for the lair to finish, the Spire finish, the mutas to build, and then fly across the map. With a 12-worker start, my opponent has too much economy. If I commit to those Mutalisks, there's not enough window for them to do damage because my opponent can slap down, they can find out pretty late what I'm doing and instantly throw down an eBay, throw down turrets while building their Marines or their Cyclones, their Vikings, this sort of stuff. And it don't get me wrong, it's still a good build. I kill a lot of people with the Ling Infester transition, but it's it's a very different thing versus if you're on a lower economy start, you go for that. You're going to almost always be able to get the mutas out and do some really interesting things. So part of this all comes back to remember the timings. So what do you mean by the timings? When they made 12 worker start, they made stim faster, warp gate faster, link speed faster. They didn't change anything else. So the economy snowballed. They went, oh, we better get these upgrades to make the basic units a bit stronger a bit earlier. Spy is the same build time. Factory is the same build time. Starport, Fusion Core, Fleet Beacon, Storm. Stim is slower, not faster. Not true. They've buffed it since at one point, but they made all those much faster in Legacy of the Void. I don't know the exact changes because there's multiple changes over the years, but Stim is 100% faster than what it used to be, right? Surely I'm not wrong on that. We can double check it. You guys can fact check me. Get a link. You can post a link in the chat if you've got evidence I'm wrong. But I know link speed and warp gate were both sped up quite significantly. I think that is as well. So point being, it does allow those extra tech as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, you'd be surprised how similar it is to the current version. I think there's people who are saying this is just going to be boring and nothing happening. I think you'd be surprised how close the pacing is in terms of getting those extra workers up to close the gap is compared to the modern version. And for the people saying, well, actually, actually it doesn't change the tech or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to, or actually, a better way to put that is I think for the people saying the game is going to reward cheeses and nothing else, and people are just going to coin flip and cheese, I think 8 workers is not 6 workers. There's a lot more tools. Don't get me wrong, scouting is encouraged. I think if you play blind expands, no scout, and you refuse to adapt and work a scout or go for a pool first or a barracks first or a gate first, and go for some early units or go for a worker scout, which I think could be heavily advised, you will probably go, this is a very cheesy patch. I don't like it. This is a cheesy patch. It's not fun for me. I don't like it. It's shitty. But if you scout early and you react to things, I think you'd be shocked by how well you can actually deal with stuff. Stim went from 121 to 100 like 4 years ago, says Roasted Garlic. Wait, so did they not initially change Stim? And then they only changed it after? Surely not. They must have changed it twice. Let's check. Oh, man. $2019. Is that the only change? Did they not do Stim? Why do they fucking hate Terran? Guys, did they just jip Terran in Legacy of the Void? Did they buff Warp Gate Inling Speed and then not buff it until 2019? This is Maru's fault. If Maru didn't win so much in 2018, when he was the only Terran winning, dude, guys, this didn't change till 2019. That's crazy. They screwed Terran over when they did Legacy. They gave Ling Speed and Warp Gate faster, but they were like, we don't want Terrans to just stim and win. That's what I'm saying about the 12 worker start originally feels a little bit ham-fisted. You know what I mean? Yeah, it feels a little ham-fisted. Like, it feels like it wasn't fully thought out. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do some AoE too in just a little bit. All right, let's catch up on chat. My man. I could do so many things with my time. That 1 minute, says Shy Guy. Indeed. I'm out of these changes go through. Played all day today. It's awful. Yesterday was the day I decided to commit to a GM push. Hey, Purple Goose, are you Protoss? Because if you're Protoss, I would not play with these changes either. I do not think Protoss players should be playing with those Warp Gate changes, Purple Goose. I agree. Yeah, you're Protoss. No one wants those changes are not going through. If those go through, no one's... that's going to cause the craziest riot ever. It's clearly not well balanced, Purple Goose. As soon as I read those changes, I was like, no way, dog. There's no way. I feel like Terran Mech will be unstoppable. It's so cheap and effective. And now other races don't have the money to counter it, says Follow Striker. I think it scales pretty similarly, Striker. I don't think it changes that much. 1 minute slowdown. Macro chads are quitting the game. Yeah, I don't know. Sparkling Water. I was playing a bunch earlier. Sorry, I just wanted to talk about things. Pig, I hear that you are personally responsible for the new patch. We should address all of our complaints to you in particular. Good meme. Good meme, G-Yao. Good meme. Yeah. Microbe will destroy mech. Yeah, if I could ask, what was the original reason to go for 6-12 workers in Wings of Liberty? I think they just wanted more action. I think they just wanted to make it more esports friendly, more action, make the games faster and more friendly for viewers, more explosive for esports. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. You guys tell me if there's other stuff. Production Toll says the other game is butchered. The gateway. No, Purple Goose, like, you're totally right. Like, those changes don't make sense. The gates, no one I've spoken to has defended those changes as well thought out on the gateway. So don't quit the game. Just don't play the PTR till they fix that. The Protoss changes is super scuffed. Luckily, it's day one of a PTR, so I think they'll adapt that really quickly. Looking forward to my AoE 2 training. We did like 3.5 hours with Survivalist yesterday. If you check his stream VOD from yesterday, it was sick. We'll try and practice the build in a little bit. Yeah. I think Pig's problem with lack of early game tech being viable, more of an issue with how fast you can tech up, like the tech structures, build times. Well, the tech you could solve that way per Pugapalooza, and pros have told me this. I talked to a Laser and a few other pros about this, and they said, why don't we just improve the speed of all tech across the board? So at the moment, do you know how hard it is to scout Aspire before the mutas come as a Protoss? If you're an average Joe, if you're max pack, sure, but as an average Joe. So this is my problem. This is why I think I care about average players with these changes a lot. I think these changes are way better for average players because you have time to scout and react to things as well. And I think if we went across and we did, like, let's say we do a 15-20% buff to all the tech across, battle cruisers are hitting 20% faster, or, like, you know, whatever. It's like, holy fuck, man. Can you imagine being a platinum player where everyone's already fucking abusing BCs every game? I don't know. Like for me, it feels like you've already got so much acceleration on everything happening where you're kind of just doing everything at once. It's kind of dangerous, you know? Hey, thank you, Dot. What's up, Rocker? Oh, what, Rocket? Don't you like the warp gate changes? I love that we've just gotten a constant stream of people coming in chat. Protoss players going, what the fuck is this patch? I'm like, we all agree about the warp gate, guys. Yeah. My honest opinion, going from two-way workers slows everything down for the viewers and the player. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of the warp gate change. I mean, the warp gate change is scuffed, Maples. But I just spent like 20 minutes answering the question about 12 to 8 workers. I'm not repeating myself. I'm going to put this up as a video, though. I'll edit it down so I can just link it to people. It just slows everything down for no reason thing. I'm like, no. I'm not doing it again. That was like the 15th time today I talked about that and had a whole discussion about it. We'll talk about it. We'll edit it later and put it on YouTube so I can link it to everyone. But yeah, I do, yeah. We could nerf tech time so the counters need more time to build. Instead, do it the other way, says Pugabloser. So it's already, you're up to 4 base and massing a lot of tier 1 units in StarCraft 2. Some people complain that you've got like, StarCraft 2 is basically a mass tier 1 fest. And I think that would be worse, right? If you do that. What about a 10 worker start? I think 8 workers is already not changing enough. Well, it is changing enough, but like it's on the cusp. Like I've tried 9 worker start a bunch of speed law, and it feels very similar to 12 workers, almost identical. A 100%, yeah, Luminous Soul. That's my lived experience as well with the this one. Just some initial feelings from the PTR. Yeah, it feels like you're making more choices. That's what it feels like to me as well. We'll see as time goes on. Maybe those choices will conform a little bit more, and we'll feel like, now that the meta's stabilized, we're all doing the same things a bit more. I think even at the end of that, it'll probably still be more variance than what we've got now, more range. The Protoss is scuffed. Protoss is scuffed, man. Yeah. The Protoss changes are half-baked. Yeah. Rodio's running into the issue. You couldn't do 2-gate and Cyber... Yeah, it's scuffed. Can you guys just not talk to me about the Protoss changes? They make me so angry. You just not... No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Yeah, Dot just brought me some spaghetti and meatballs from like an Aldi. We got like one of those big like pre-made bake dish things and just chucked it in the oven. It's pretty good. It's not bad. No, the Protoss changes, they're really not making me happy. Because I really wanted to hop on and try like Warp Gate stuff, non-Warp Gate stuff, because I love playing non-Warp Gate on Green Earth's mod. And then I hopped on and I was like, I can't make Warp Gate? Like, what am I meant to do? Like... So I've actually stopped making Warp Gate crispy. I'm playing non-Warp Gate Gateway Man until like 5 minutes. And then I'm just like squeezing the Warp Gate upgrade in once I'm on the 4 gates and I don't feel the loss of production as much. It's fucking stupid, but yeah. Yeah, I went through it earlier and I was like, what is this? I was like, this is crazy. The Warp Gate change being on the gateway is just the cherry on top of the already looks like a nerf for Protoss there. So I don't know exactly what you want to do there to change it up. I think you want to maybe speed up the regular gateway production a bit, put Warp Gate back on the Cyber Core, but it's kind of hard. Artosis and Nograt like the gist of the changes, except the casters getting auto attacks, transports getting load nearby units. I think those are fine. I think basically Woogie Man, StarCraft fucked up. Do you know how they fucked up? They gave the High Templar a snowball, and at that point, you either remove the snowball and everyone loses their mind, or you give everyone snowballs. This is why, you know, I was saying earlier, you can't just favor one child. They gave Protoss the auto attack on the High Templar. You can't do that just for one guy. That's bullshit, man. But yeah, I feel them. Yeah. there's no regret in Artosis who got me initially to make the video about discussing worker starts. All right, guys. So anyway, besides being inundated with people saying, I'm going to quit the game, this is going to ruin everything. I think to summarize, I think we had a few interesting comments. So we had someone in the chat who said, I think people actually just don't like inconsistency, the ones that don't like this. And basically, no matter what, if you have more range in the early game, you have more choices, you have more adapting, you have more choices in terms of RNG. Do I gamble on the all-in? Do I gamble on the 8 pool? Do I gamble on proxy 3 racks or proxy 3 gate? Do I gamble on 3 hatch before pool? And some players love that, and they love that inconsistency. They love adapting, they love having lots of choices, and other people hate it. And is that really the main divide between the lower worker preference players like myself and the higher worker preference players like some of the people who've been spamming in my chat today? I don't know. I think it's totally fair to have your own preferences. I don't think there's a correct answer on this, but I hope this little discussion has kind of summed it up a bit. Someone said, it does feel bad to die to something that feels random. And this is where I went on a bit of a tangent, which I'm not too sure on, but let me lead you through it really quickly to finish up. I would kind of argue that because you're encouraged to scout and interact with the opponent more because of the more extreme options, you actually are more rewarded on lower worker starts for interacting and figuring out what's coming your way. And it's like a more integral part of the game is what's he doing? Ooh, he's doing this, I'll adapt my build around it. And for me, that's like the core of what I love in RTS games is like adapting your build to your opponent's build, which I feel just kicks in at a lower rate and a little later in the game with the 12 worker start. So in 12 worker start, I actually think there's more frustrating random things like the Ling Floods people go for. People just go for these big attacks without really scouting or reacting to anything you're doing. They just pick a build before the game starts and they just do it. There's so much picking builds at GM and just doing the build before the game starts and reacting to nothing. Even at very high level, there are players who lack basic scouting in GM at the moment, and that's part of what I dislike about the current meta. Is there are players who are better than me, who are rewarded constantly, who have almost zero scouting abilities. And that annoys me in a strategy game. Subjective, but it annoys me. So there's like the fake hatchery, 13 hatch, 12, 11, gas 11 pool, pretend expand into 40 Ling Flood in ZVZ. And I was like, well, you need to insta-react. It's like there's so many all-ins like this where it's just, oh, here come Lings out of the fog. I need to just instantly pull my Hellions up my ramp, or instantly need to pull my Queens to my ramp. Or, oh, there's a warp prism in my main and charge lots are warping. And oh my god, I need to quickly instantly react. There's so many holds that are mechanical rather than scouting based, that are react really quickly and do XYZ rather than anything else. And I feel like there'll be a little bit less of that, a bit more focus on sniffing things out ahead of time. That being said, there might be chances where you just can't sniff things out. Like I was thinking about ZVZ. Like what about with it, especially because they've slowed the Overlord down a lot. I'm really worried the Overlord's a bit too slow and that mirror matchups might be a bit too coin flippy, but I'm also not sure how to balance that. And I kind of wrote some notes here. I was being a bit sarcastic. I was like, oh no, mirror matchups might be a bit coin flippy. Everyone's favorite matchup. Like I put a mirror matchup on YouTube. It has like 1/8 of the viewership of a non-mirror matchup. Unless it's like Serral Rainer, no one watches it. On the ladder, there are so many people, even at GM, leaving all their TVTs, their ZVZs, their PvPs. But that shouldn't really be part of the argument. That's me being low-hanging fruit. So when I was writing this out and talking about it before, I think that was a bit dumb. But on a serious note, I do think mirrors might be a bit more coin flippy. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but I do think you'll see like the most extreme variance in like ZVZ, which might frustrate a lot of players. I think I'm okay with it as long as it still feels mostly skill-based. Like if we get to the point where like we see Serral versus a rank 100 Zerg, and it's like only 70-30 in Serral's favor, that's bad. I would say that's quite bad, right, guys? I just don't think it's going to be that extreme. I think Serral and most players can do a pool first opening, or they can send a drone scout and get there early enough to hatch block their opponent's hatchery like a probe normally does, and do their own hatch first and be similar economy, or do a safe pool first, wait for the Overlord to get vision, have a little bit more safety baked. I think there are decisions players will be able to make, but we need pro gamers to test this stuff. So that's where the fear really lies with lower worker starts, is like too many coin flips, too much randomness in early game build orders, like 4-player maps as well and stuff like that. Some players would argue it'll make Serral even more broken because he's good at preparing for his opponents, guessing their builds, studying their openings, and figuring out how to like toe the line of safety and greed. But obviously there is still a bit up in the air about how it'll map out long term. But I just really wanted to have this discussion because I think these comments slows down the game, more minutes of nothing happening, increases the most boring part of the game, and I'll leave the game because all of my hard work will be invalidated, were the two things I kept hearing from a lot of players. And I would really encourage those players to get on the PTR, play a ton of games. If you're Protoss, maybe wait till they fix Warpgate, because like right now the Warpgate changes are just absolutely ridiculous. But for the other two races, hop on straight away, play some games, get a feel for it, and try to remember when your instincts from 12 workers say go expand, instead go for a timing attack, or rush for mutas, or go for a drop, or do some sort of harassment. I think the reprogramming I'm doing every time I'm playing with 8 workers is go harass, go scout, go interact, don't just expand. Because all of my conditioning from the last 8, 7, 10 years of StarCraft 2 says, expand. What do you do now? Expand. If you want to tech up, but also expand at the same time. And that's what I've really got to break out of. And it's quite hard to do. And I'm sure it'll be hard for all of you as well. Anyway, hope you enjoyed this little chat. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. We're going to be updating, seeing things that happen. And we really hope they fix the Protoss Warpgate changes as quickly as possible so we can get on there and actually test Protoss matchups as well with the economy changes. See you guys next time. Goodbye and good night. What's up, guys? Thank you, Upside, for the raid. Thanks to the new patch. Dude, those Warpgate changes are scuffed as dog. You have to upgrade it on a gateway. If that isn't a glitch, what is a glitch, Upsire? If it didn't stop you from building gateway units at the same time, whatever, sure. But I think if you take away that change and you just do the 50-50 per gateway and those other changes, it's already a nerf, right? So to do that and make the opening so hard to get the Warpgate upgrade to begin with is just like, wait, what are we doing? It's just a bit half-baked. I think they're going to no doubt rework it very quickly. We had some crazy changes last PTR as well. Do you guys remember the last PTR? Storm came out and it was like, it did no damage. And we're like, what the fuck is this? And then it did like so much damage and it killed everything. And then it went back to doing no damage. And then it like eventually ended up where it went back and forth. These crazy changes that like weren't well ironed out. So yeah, it is what it is, eh? Main complaints. What's up, Turkey Dano? Do you know if battery spawning with full energy outside Nexus range is a PTR mistake? Oh, I didn't see anything about that. Was that from previous patches? They already did that? I feel like they did that in the previous patch, didn't they, Turkey Dano? I can't remember. Did they change that in like last season? I can't remember. Cannon Rushers would know. So it's the production loss that's hurting Cyclops? Yeah, so Protoss builds almost always involve one gateway building all your units for early safety, harassment, scouting, and interaction. And your Cybercore normally, on its own, upgrades Warpgate. Doesn't block anything. So it's kind of like, imagine if a Terran does like a 1-1-1 build, but their Barrack, if they want to like do the next step, the Barracks isn't allowed to build Marines for 2 minutes. You're just like, I guess we're not to like what? You know, it's just weird. Yeah. I'm not reading it in any previous patches. I don't know, Dano. Could just be bad. Maybe they're doing it to increase cheesiness. I remember people talking about this like a year ago. So maybe it went through, but they forgot to document it. Oh yeah, you don't need Cybercore to get Warpgate. Yeah, I was saying Hoopsire, so this is the build. I don't know if you tried this. I've only theory crafted it. You go 2 gate, no core, and you build 2 zealots, and then one of the gateways makes Warpgate, and then you make the Cybercore after Nexus. And like if your opponent's Terran and has like a Reaper, you hope the Reaper follows the zealot and doesn't go for your probes. Good build, yeah? Response did gas first, gate, then Warpgate, then Cyber. Nice. 4 Stalkers if I base at 310? Oh, Response has already figured out some cheesy builds. That's sick. That's amazing. It's good to see changes. It's just that the it's a bit too nerfy. The warp gate changes for Protoss just feel a bit too nerf heavy, right? Yeah, last time they had pretty quick turnaround, so hopefully they do the same. I think Storm's really good, Hook. So I noticed a pattern, because I know you don't make Storm anymore, right? There was about a month ago, Hero stopped making Storm against Zerg for a month. He lost like every series to a top Zerg. And then he went back to making Storm, and he's been dumpstering Shin. Shin's been dumpstering everyone in the world. But now Hero started making Storm again, and Shin's just like getting wrecked by him. Hoopsire doesn't like the current Storm, even with 110 damage, Crispy. So that's... Obviously, he's not going to like it only being 100 damage. Hoopsire legitimately just doesn't like the new Storm in general. He likes the old high damage Storm, which definitely had its advantages over this one. I think this Storm is definitely better in some scenarios and worse in others. Yeah. Hoop doesn't like the old version. Wait, the 10 less damage is 35% less DPS than the first Storm. Oh, you mean the old, yeah, you're talking about the old 80 damage in 3 second Storm. Yeah. Hoopsire still wants the old Storm back, guys. It's not that clear cut here. If you try to use the new Storm like the old Storm, it's shit. Less cast range, less damage output, it's not very cool. If you get between them and their base, it's like the most overpowered thing in the world, the new Storm. Like, the new Storm is fucking over. Like, it's ridiculous if you're, like, between your opponent and their base, and you're just like, come chase me through storms. Like, it's obscene. But if you get surrounded by a bunch of bio on the map, and they stim on you by surprise, and you need to drop emergency storms to kill the bio before they kill your stuff, the Marauders are like, just wipe a bit of sweat off their brow, kill all your bio, and then all your gateway units, and then move through it. And you're like, oh, that does not do enough damage. So it's like a very mixed bag. I'm pretty much, I feel like it's strong enough that it's definitely better in a lot of scenarios. Like Zerg mid-game timings struggle so hard to get through those layers of Storm. Yeah. So I think it's pretty damn good. Hacker reckons nerf in PvT, buff in PvZ. I think that's decently fair. Hoopsire, argue with Hacker. I want to see you guys argue. Turkey just checked. Battery changes only in the PTR. Yeah, it might be on purpose. They might have just forgot to document it. So they want to buff you and printf and stuff, eh? Buff the shield batteries. Storm, the new Storm is like kind of OP below a certain level, but because people like eat it way too bad. The shield battery change is they're meant to only have 50 energy if they're built away from your base. So that if you proxy them, you can't like proxy battery void ray and stuff. Or it's like, it's not as good. So they made it so if you go proxy a battery, it only starts with 50 energy. But looks like they've done a little thing there. Yeah, you can't abduct on this patch. Did you guys know also changelings do damage to enemy? So I'm gonna hop on for a few more games, guys. We're gonna try and changeling bomb mineral lines, and we're gonna hope our opponent kills them. I'm also wondering if when they expire, do they also do damage? But basically, I'm just gonna keep dropping changelings in people's mineral lines and hope that they kill them. Yeah, basically it's bugged. So I really want to make changelings kill enemy units. before while it's bugged. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they don't do damage when they expire, only if they get killed. If you kill your own one, will it do damage? So like if I like spam changelings on their army and then like one baneling sets them off and they all explode, they'll all go off. Yeah. Very nice. Oh my god. Yeah, it does 10 damage to everything. They didn't implement it correctly. I'm sure it'll get fixed quickly, so we better get some highlight reels quickly. Goody! Welcome back. Thanks for the 2-month street sub. Relearning crisp openings and walling. This is unfortunate, says Goody. It's a shame if you've just put time into learning new openings. Definitely, that is unfortunate, my friend. Sending you love. Dexter Gexter, Grigorovich, Rude Lords, Cranky Ducklings at the radio earlier, Jay Guevara, Rex Kondo, Goody. Appreciate the subs, guys, the love. I'm really keen to see where this goes. Orbitals also add supply. They're not meant to. Abduct's not working on Siege Tank. It's meant to. Microbial is still an upgrade. You can upgrade even though your infestors have it by default. Warp gates, if you have warp gates and gateways selected, it will only let you build out of the gateways and not the warp gates, which is very annoying. Changelings to do 10 damage to enemies on death, 10 damage to everything. To everything. Yeah. Give Protoss a stupid wall. I mean, I think if you are going to be rallying units out of gateways, you do deserve a wall. Yeah, give him a wall, man. I still think they should have, like, a robot, but it's just, like, a robot version of the ant. You know the door ant? You guys know the door ant, right? Does anyone not know the door ant? I bet there's one fucking guy out here who doesn't know the door ant. He's like, what are you talking about? Door ant is, like, the best thing ever, man. This guy. His job is just to plug the hole with his head. That's his whole job. This guy's whole job is evolved. So when he just goes and he just stands there all day. And they're like, nah, we got to go out. And he's like, okay, gets out of the way. Yeah, he's literally, his job, he's Hodor. He just, yeah. And other creatures come past and they're like, yeah, this is just a bit of tree or ground. They don't even realize they're walking on this guy's head. This poor guy. Yeah, he's a zealot. Yeah. Pretty funny. If I was playing Special make me quit. Since I'm not playing Special make me come back, so I can quit, so I can play again. In Traxa, I love it. Would Hero lose any games if Protoss got a door? Oh my god, he would just not use it. Can you imagine Hero? His door would be like on a diagonal off to the side from the entrance. Like he would find a way to misplace the door. Like Hero is the fucking guy who's just like, yeah. Or he just leave it open all the time anyway and never raise it. It's one or the other. Like, he just never raised the depot, so. Pig, when are you going to give us build order guides? Good question, YouTube chat. Sorry for ignoring you guys a bit. I know there's a ton of you guys watching on YouTube as well today with the big changes. Okay, so we've got some new games coming. I can play an ad break. I will be doing those once the patch is actually out. Well, maybe even just in a few days, we might go over basic openings so people can test the PTR. Yeah, I might do basic openings like real soon. Just so you guys know, viewer tournament this weekend has been pushed to the PTR. We're going to be doing it on the new balance now. Protoss players get wrecked. I'm kidding. We're playing on the main version of the game as usual. PTR is probably not going to be stable. Viewer tournament 2 days from now, guys. Sign up now. Open to all skill levels. I'm getting up at 5 a.m. to try and do that at a nice time for all of you. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central European time, 6 a.m. Sydney time. I apologize, Aussies. I know the couple of Aussies and Kiwis who wanted to play. I apologize, guys. I know it's too early for you guys. Just figured I'd cater this one to the EUs because we normally have a really good EU turnout. Still 10 p.m. for them, so it's not exactly early, but it's 10 p.m. on a Saturday. Hopefully they can stay up till 1 a.m. But I think pushing them to 2:30, 3 a.m. was going to be a bit hard. Aren't Aussies and Kiwis the same? No. We let them pretend they're not part of our country, the Kiwis, and then anything they do that is good, we claim as ours. It's part of our agreement, Soil Gaming. It's called, basically like, it's like Russian dolls, right? Like, the Matryoshka, whatever it is, right? So basically, like, America is like, we're the Imperial, we're the big boy, we're Imperial, we're American. And then, like, they put Australia in a headlock and they do the thing, they rub the fist on their head and we go, oh, okay. And then the moment they're out of the room, we're like, Time to pass on the trauma. And we fucking grabbed the Kiwis and we're like, oh, you little fucking dickheads. Oh, yeah, you fucking idiots. You got any good shit for us to claim? We invented pavlova. You did not. We invented pavlova and meat pies and everything else. You can't claim anything. Fucking Jesus. You know, and that's essentially the game. You pass on the trauma. America does their imperial bullshit to Australia. Australia does it to New Zealand. New Zealand finds, I don't know, like a small Antarctic colony of penguins. And then fucks them over. It's, you know, shit rolls downhill. It's an age-old thing. Yeah. I guess kind of like Puerto Ricans and Mexicans with America. Well, maybe not Mexicans. I don't know. Anyways, we'll be back in a minute. Give us a sec. We'll be RB.
All day long. Mineral field depleted.
Waiting on you. Bandit. Ready to raise some hell.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man. He's gonna siege a few libs. The libs are gonna do okay against the mutalisks. He's gotta unsiege these libs. He's gotta unsiege all the libs, I believe. Nice spread on the mutas. Is it enough, though? I think the mutalisks with the 2-3 upgrades should be able to take them down. But, dude, nice spreads on the mutas to try and minimize their splash damage. He's killing quite a few of these liberators. Is this beyond second vaunted liberator push this game? Mass transfuse going down on those mutalisks. The libs are falling. No way! Oh, Beyond overcommits. He overcommits with his liberators for the second time. And there's a robo building. It's a long shot. Can he get it? When behind Dark Shrine. That's what they say, guys. That's a saying we have in StarCraft. Oh my god, these stasis traps are utterly ruining right now. Lots of probes going down. Stalker's running in right now. He's like, okay, let's try and get the Oracle. Dude, he's going for he gets the Oracle. He gets the Oracle and he recalls out. Oh, Geralt with a Maples level play. 300 IQ. He only lost 6 probes at home, and now there's no detection until that robo builds an observer. Holy shit. Geralt just pulled off the most unlikely play. And this is what you need to do. If you're stuck on that train, you need to do some James Bond shit to get off that train. You're on the train to Dicktown. You need to, like, jump out the window, climb on the roof, and then have a hand-to-hand knife fight with like 6 different henchmen on top of the moving train. And that's what Geralt's doing right now. He's like, I will get off this train before we reach the destination. Dicktown is your town, and I'm not going to go there. Next one's down there, is it? Die! Die! I thought it was dead, so I started going to the next one. Die! Stupid friggin' drop pods. You guys have no defenses in your entire spaceship. Literally everyone starts getting eaten alive and you guys do nothing about it. But that you decide to actually have good defense against? Jesus. You've got really tanky escape pods? You're a bunch of cowards. Didn't realize Protoss are just literally French people. Just retreat and surrender all the time. Jeez. For sure, you're an N-word. Homophobic slur, racist slur. Homophobic slur, racist slur. Homophobic, racist. Threaten violence. Threaten violence. Threaten violence. Threaten violence. Homophobic slur. Racist slur. Homophobic. 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 Racist. 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 Threaten violence. Okay, I guess I just don't do damage this game. It's a scouting banshee, guys. He upgraded cloak to scout. He's like, this. I have an observer too. Look at me, Protoss player. I have an observer as well. It's just, it runs out of energy after a while. Has to go hide in the dead space and come back later for a second scout. And here we go, Ultralink Bane, man. The snipes are so good, though. Clem's in and out micro. He's back and forth. This is the difference, man. When I watch Clem doing this, I'm like, if I stim towards that army, I lose my whole army. Doesn't matter how much I focus on it. It all dies. There's a giant army in the main as well. I don't know. Without infestors, without any comeback units, I don't know what Reina could possibly do here. The man needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull more than a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull Cyril's pet guinea pig out of a hat. He needs to pull something absolutely insane out of a hat right now. Man, that'll do it. What? What? No. What? Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, lads. Let's go.
Warning. Class 10 Zerg flyer detected.
Yeah, class 10 dick in my butt.
Scanners show the
Gosh.
largest Zerg biosignature I've ever seen, and it's headed your way.
Holy shit.
And fight him they will. Oh my god, 5, 4, 3, storms everywhere, 2, 1, the shade finishes, the storms are there, and Ilias with the storm adept shade combo steals the point. Nick teleports in after the fight's over. Nick teleports after the fight's over. He's like, guys, are we fighting for the point? Are we fighting for the point?
Oh, look at that. It was a Stargate. It's just hidden. So this is what.
Oh my gosh, jump scare. Sorry guys, I didn't realize once again we'd be looking into the dead eyes of a Terran player up here. He's got bubbles coming out of his head. Is that because he's breathing? Do they think sharks have a blowhole, guys? Why are there bubbles around his... Is it a whale? It's not a whale, it's a shark, right? Wait. Either way. Anyways, let's go back down.
Wait, did I just hear even flying? Are you guys saying even flying units take damage from the changelings? Because if so, that's hilarious. Oh, I gotta use this broken shit, dude. Let's get after it. Let's, get these key settings going. Let's go. Let's go. Is it the intern thing true or just trolling? Well, no one really knows, Villarreal. I've described like you guys know the IT crowd, right? I've described like Blizzard's management of StarCraft as much like from the outside, I imagine it's an IT crowd style setup. And what's the goth? Yeah. So our theory is that this guy who lives in the closet comes out once in a while and like basically does a patch while none of them are in the office. He pops out and out of the closet. He's been sleeping in there. They don't know he's sleeping in the office. And to be fair, it's been a bit better recently, but yeah. I mean, it definitely got pretty low for a while. Hey, good luck, have fun. All right, guys, we're gonna be playing a ZVT here. We're gonna try and abuse changelings in this game. They are broken. I apologize to Foxer in advance. I don't think I'll be able to win, honestly, just because I'm going to be prioritizing using exploding changelings to kill his stuff. Now, for those who don't know, there is a bug on this day one of the PTR. Well, there's a lot of bugs, but the funniest is because they put in a change, which is supposed to make it so when you kill a changeling, it kills all the other changelings nearby as well. But instead, they've messed it up. So what it does is it does 10 damage spell damage to everyone. Ground, air, enemies, friendlies nearby. So anytime a changeling gets killed, it just does a little AoE of like 10 pure damage. So I want to be making overseers, dropping them in mineral lines, and kind of going from there and seeing what we can get done. I'm going to go for a 14 hatchery. I still haven't figured out what openings I like the best. I know I've played a lot of Green Earth's mod, but on that mod, queens are only 100 minerals and are kind of like a very different unit. So I really like pool first. This more kind of current version of the balance, I'm not sure yet. I do think any later than 15 pool is incredibly greedy. Already, if he goes for an early Reaper, I'm probably going to lose a drone. But hey, I just feel like playing greedy this game. I've been mixing it up a lot. No drone scout hatchery first is very greedy. Now keep in mind, that's one of the big differences with 8 workers versus 12 is if your opponent does just cut workers, build a barracks a lot earlier, you're going to have a harder time dealing with it. Now, I'm just going to start with a bit more of a big economy, and I really feel like the benefit on 8 workers of doing like a kind of Spinishiwa style gasless opening, the payoff is potentially massive. It is like really big, if you can get away with it. So I'm going to try to get away with it. I don't know if it'll work. But we're going to try and do a kind of 2-base gasless opening. I don't know if we can get a third up. Maybe we're going to squeeze a third out just before the Reaper arrives. Okay, we've got the extra Overlord. Oh, look at this. This pool times out pretty well with the hatchery. Okay, not too bad. 15 hatch, or was it 14 hatch, 15 pool seemed to do okay. I'm going to build 4 Zerglings. We'll try to run 2 around. I haven't seen a Reaper yet. I think the Reaper normally runs through this middle area. Keep droning, keep droning. And we'll try and go take that third before the SCV gets there. I'm going to send these guys across. And then we'll try to... Where'd the SCV go? A lot of people are just on default aggro mode. He's gone CC first! Oh, CC first. Okay, good thing I went gasless. Otherwise, I'd be pretty far behind, man. Try and get to the pillar. We're not going to get there, of course. So 2 Marines, but it is what it is. Maybe I can kill a Marine. He's not watching. I'm going to put a creep tumor down. Waiting for these overlords to pop. Drones there first, then these ones. Oh, that was sloppy. All right, he could Marine pressure me, so we're going to pull back. Pull back, pull back. Build 2 more overlords. I wonder if I build a 4th queen here. The creep spread's a little slower, but it also recedes a little slower as well. One of the changes, guys. I think we want to go for double gas now. Yeah, we're going to go 5 queens pretty early. I think this makes sense with a gasless build, right? Notice I've built a bit of extra supply. One of the big things when you're getting used to 8 workers is your supply count just... It creeps up on you. Like, you will get supply blocked constantly. I guarantee you, the main thing you need to work on when you're getting used to this version of StarCraft is trying to not get supply blocked. Alright, you can go there, you can go there. Loading drones for the 3rd. He's missing a buddy. I think everyone else has doubled up pretty nicely, so that should be alright. I'm gonna try to push just like a couple of overlords out. And then we need to make as many of these as possible. Let's go for this. Let's get... Oh, Carapace is cheaper as well, remember, guys? So we should really be trying to take advantage of that wherever possible. This is a pretty passive opening. Remember, the reason we're doing that, guys, very simple. We want to get enough economy where we can run 30 overseers in and carpet bomb him. That is the goal. So roaches, usually the most stable way of teching up. Oh my god. Okay, we can get this. Get roach speed. Extra overlords. Does take a little bit longer to build up. You can see here, if you play very economically like I did, and he did as well with his CC first, 60 workers at 6 minutes. So it's just that the game will slow down in terms of how big your economy gets if you both are actually being more aggressive, whereas we both happen to have picked very defensive builds, which is why we are now in this situation of greed. We're going to get the infestation pit up. Build as many overlords as we can. Good thing we had those there. He doesn't know if there's more behind it or not, which is why he's... First round of overseers coming in. I did press cancel that, but we are playing with lag. Welcome to Australia. Alright, these guys going across. We need overload speed. These guys just need to go to the corner and just like start gathering energy. Oops. Oh, shit. Oh, he's already here. Jeez. Like I said, I figured he'd be beating me. Fox is really good. And that CC first has also given him a nice position, hasn't it? Oh my god. What's this? Marine's there as well. Jesus. Alright, we're gonna bring these guys in for combat. I'm gonna use them for combat. I don't know if it's because I've been playing Age of Empires without as much lag. The lags felt really bad on the PTR today, even though the ping up there... Oh no, it says 185. That is really bad. Okay, never mind. I'm not imagining it. I was like, I must be imagining it though, because I saw the ping earlier look like a normal number, and I look at it, it's like, no, that's actually quite bad. Okay, well, we're still alive. That's good. Well, they did some damage. Not a lot, but a little bit. Oh no! Oh, these guys got my army key, did they? Apparently. Oh, damn. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Maybe I should go 2-base into the Overseers. Please kill these. Damn it, he's not killing them. Oh! He moves the SCVs away and then kills them. I'm sorry for abusing the broken thing. I apologize, Foxer. I have to do it. I have to do it. I don't even think it's good. But it is just kind of funny to be trying to abuse it, that's all. Okay. Okay. Let's go, son! Damn it. Damn it, he's dodging! Oh, he's cheating, guys. He's basically cheating here. Boom, baby! Quick, kill your own changelings. Drop more changelings. Come on! No, we're out of energy! Are you just kill the changelings? Kill the changelings. They do 10 splash damage each time one times. I had to try them. That's so funny. I don't think I'll pull it off well. Apparently they hit air as well. Oh, a laser did a clip? Oh, nice. He nuked a hatch with changelings? Oh shit, I Reddit, StarCraft. Where's Reddit StarCraft? We're on image right now. I'm on image. Where is it? Oh, there's new fire effects for damaged Protoss buildings. That's actually really cool. That's awesome. After playing some games of Poverty Craft. Same shit! Only boring part of the game is longer! Where's the laser clip? Does anyone have it? Can you guys share it with me? Where is it? How is this not on Reddit yet? Reddit, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, he's just killing his own to showcase it? Yeah, you shoot them. That's hilarious. It does friendly fire, so it sets them all off. That's cool. Okay, that's cool. Let's go again. Use them as saboteurs on add-ons rather than frontline. Yeah, the only problem I have is like setting them off. I need like a Mutalisk to detonate them. Or I need to like use them in battles where like they can get set off by splash damage or something. Yeah. You go on Twitter, it sounds like the world is ending. So, yeah, Gold League Pig, let's go. Oh, Yo-Yo, what's up? This is same Yo-Yo from chat, right? From chat, same guy? Or is this old Yo-Yo? Or old Yo-Yo? Heyo. Alright. Oh, you didn't need to tell me, man. Didn't need to tell me. You already have to make warp gate off a gateway. Yeah, we're playing on the PTR. What's up, lads? All right, guys. So we're going to be going to a ZVP here. Yo-Yo, who's a pretty high-level GM player, is playing random. They've told me their race is Protoss. We're going to be trying to do changelings, but they are in chat, so they know we're trying to do changelings. So instead of just forcing the explosive changelings that are broken right now and bugged in the PTR, I'm thinking what I might do. You guys let me know if this is crazy. Spam Microbial Shroud and then add changelings late game. If we get there, build like 60 overseers. Hey, Pig, could you try using the Creep Tumor hotkey trick? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, that's the other thing we can do in this game. So we could try that. It's going to be so weird getting used to, just because muscle memory in a competitive game. I'm sure it's good. Like it would be very hard for that to not be good, right? A change like that, like that's like almost certainly you just have to build a system. And I'm like, am I going to be bothered building a system to do it? Am I going to override that muscle memory? Eventually, yes. If it stays in, eventually, yes. Initially, probably no, but I'll show you guys now. So basically, if you guys aren't aware, when you build a creep tumor, you can hotkey it, and when it spreads, the new tumor takes over the control group, which is very cool. So basically, I don't know if the old one stays in there as well, but essentially the control group will transfer, allowing players to spread creep a little bit easier, make it a bit less, I guess, like click intensive, because one of the main things is usually with creep spread, very accurate control clicking is the main way people select creep tumors, or like boxing really quickly going spread creep, spread creep, spread creep. It's like, it's very, very APM intensive. And this would make it more about attention rather than, I guess, like the speed and accuracy at which you can click. All right, so we got an Overlord building in the main, 2 Zerglings as well. Probably should have built that Overlord a few seconds earlier, guys, as we will be a little supply block now. I am going very standard openings right now. Like, the reason I'm doing this, people were like, dude, you said there'd be more aggression. I feel like I can kill almost anyone by like rushing 2 base muters, by doing 8 pool, but I don't get to show these things, which I'm trying to show you guys, and I'm also trying to test right now. And because I have a little bit more experience on these lower economy games, and I know everyone else is just doing the same builds they're used to doing for the most part, I do feel like I can get some pretty big advantages. So we'll see how we go. Okay, so gateway's there. Let's see. When that unit pops out, we're going to run in here. To be fair, maybe I should have already gone in. Building 2 gate. The gateway looks a bit different when it's producing now, doesn't it, guys? They changed the graphic. Do I not have a third? Not yet. Oh my god! Was he supply blocked this whole time? The unit's still not come out. Oh my god. I think he was supply blocked the whole time, guys. But those lings could have ran in at any moment. But every moment I wait, the more I'm convinced the unit's about to pop it. Now I'm going to go in as the unit pops. Is he making warp gate the whole time? He was making warp gate the whole time! Wait, there's a different graphic. The graphic is what tells you he's making warp gate. Oh! You can... That's making warp gate. That's making a unit. I just thought they changed the unit production thing. Oh my god. I'm learning things, guys. I did not realize. That's really cool. You should not be going gateway into warp gate before anything else. This is a very silly thing he's done, guys. And... Oh! Alright. I gotta go check to make sure there's no proxies anywhere. Because that could be a problem if I don't realize it. And these guys are going to go and spread that creep. Spread that creep. Alright. You can go out there. I guess I want to put one more overlord out here. See any prisms or anything coming from this side. Get that lair up. Microbial Shroud's pretty good. I just got to not force it. It's also better with like melee units. So if I can... play more of a Ling Bane style and then tech up, it's probably going to be better. I'm going to try and scout through the Overlord. I don't think it gets to see anything, but, you know, worth a try. Okay. Oh, I didn't put a scout outside his base, nor did I check if he's expanded. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Build roaches, build roaches, build roaches. There's no gas on the natural. No gas on the natural. He is probing. But I see zealots building. Well, I think they're zealots. I don't know why. Probably because that's the scary unit. So in my head, those are zealots. It's adepts, 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 adepts. Okay, he's going to make a stalker as well. Let's make like 4 overlords. Remember, you need more overlords than you think because your hatcheries don't give as much. And the timings are just a bit different to what you expect. So overlord building is actually like the main skill we all need to work on. I'm building roaches right now just to start, but I do want to pivot into more of a Ling Bane style. I'm going to build 4 more drones there. This means, if you guys think about this, I'm going up to 4 gas. Oh, sorry. 3 gas. And 3 mineral lines. That's a big economy. That's probably too big. That's like a pretty dangerous economy lead. Normally you want to go about 8 workers ahead of your opponent. No more than that. Alright, let's go. Get wrecked, son. They also fixed the micro a little bit on adepts, so they don't get derped when you shift click them the way they used to. We're gonna go out there. I'll leave this guy's here, just in case more stuff comes in. Let's take this base. That's 5th base. That's 4th base. Let's go link speed. More overlords. Let's get a macro hatch. Gosh, I'm playing so greedy. I really should be scouting a lot more, guys. The lag has been hurting me pretty bad today, though. So that's my main excuse. If you guys are like, why you play so bad? I'm a professional StarCraft player, and I always come with my sleeve loaded with excuses. Okay. Alright, where's the Baneley Nest? I forgot the Baneley Nest. Infestation Pit, let's go. Ooh, already taken a 4th, okay. guess I'm not the only one who's on greedy mode. Notice we're targeting the ones that already used their blink. Okay, we've got +1/+1. 1/1 coming.
Yours to command.
Okay, a few more of these. All right. Let's try and get these infestors out. Start gathering energy. You don't need to make the upgrade, but you do need the... He's trying to stutter step, so we got to move our roaches forward to make sure they're targeting the ones that have already blinked, if possible. Good move forward there. That was a real good move forward. He's going to chase me into the sight blocker. It's good for me. Okay, let's go. Let's go. You go like that. And then we can also do that. You guys are going to go there. All right, we got these guys. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, now we can afford it. Why? Because we've already got enough money for the Ultra Cavern, which means we can afford these guys, which are going to go over there and be dickheads. I'm just going to target the Nexus. It's a good trade, I think, because we're killing a lot of workers as well. We get the Nexus and a lot of workers. It's worth like almost unlimited probes. Yeah, it's worth. Remember, it's hard for him to respond as well. Okay, so we can do this. Oh no, my roaches got caught. Come on, Ultra Cavern, we need you. We need you. We need you. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I've been naughty, guys. I've been naughty. Okay, I might need to bring my overseers back to defend.
Yours to come orders.
Okay. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Ow. Okay, we have enough. We have enough. Die! Please kill my changelings. Oh, I didn't make overseer. Thing is, I can't actually set them off, but I just want to like panic him, essentially. Because he knows they can do damage. So you see he's freaking out right now? Quick, let's go set these off. I can't set them off because I don't have Mutalisks or anything, but they're just scaring the shit out of him because he knows they can explode. He knows they can explode. So we attack it? It does. It's only 10 damage though. It's so stupid. Dude, did I forget to use Microbial in the fight? Oh my god, I did, didn't I? I'm so stupid. Alright, quick, we use Microbial here, guys. Remember, you can throw it from really far away now as well. Dude, I don't know. This feels like the same cast range. Am I crazy, guys? Maybe it is slightly further? I don't know. It feels pretty similar to the old one, but I guess I didn't use the old one much, so... I don't know. There we go. Set them off. Oh, he blinks to dodge. Oh. We got this. Still a lot of guys up here. Just try and attack all these changelings to detonate them. He's trying to let me get the highlight reel by staying in the game. Yo-Yo's a good dude. Ah, didn't get those off. What about these ones? Go, Rochi! Set them off! It does also hit air units, by the way. You can see it hit my Overseer there as well when those finally got set off. Oh shit, I never defended that. Okay. That's probably a thing I should do. 3-3's on the way. Oh! Oh! You die! Ow! Ow, 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 leave my infestors alone! Okay, GG's. Yeah, I think Microbial's fine against like Immortals, Archon, Stalkers. It's just, against the Zealot-focused army, it's not really great. The Changelings are so dumb, but I'm sure Rogue would win games with this. It is obviously a bug. There's nothing in the patch notes about this. It's meant to be when you kill a Changeling, it kills the other Changelings nearby. It's not meant to do damage to everything else. The Infestors didn't seem to be auto-attacking. Oh, that's a good point. Let's see what happens. Some people said it does 4... Oh, they do! I was just move command. Okay, they do 4 damage, which is less than the High Templar, but they actually attack faster. So let's look at this impressive damage, guys. Much like the High Templar Snowball, we have a little Acid Spore that is basically just stops them from headbutting to their death. Hey, they actually have like a little built-in graphic for it, hey? Maybe that's like normally their fungal throw graphic or something? That's cute. Can an Infestor solo a Zergling? Well, I've got elite Zerglings, so definitely not. I think 2 Infestors. I could do 3, because I don't have upgrades for the Infestors. I've only got +2 Carapace. The Zerglings are Adrenal 2-2. So here we go. We'll do a little duel. Oh, actually, okay, 3 Infestors will beat him. Pretty. He won't even kill 1. Oh, he does get 1. He still gets 1. It's just a mini fungal animation. Oh, is it? Oh, so it is. Oh, it's just a mini fungal. Oh, they just made it tiny. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it looks fine. That's awesome. All right, I'll play one more here with Zerg. We'll see what happens. They scale with air attack upgrades. Oh, really? Did they? The Infestors? Patch was out of the blue. Love it. Indeed. Yeah, I'm excited, man. Dude, there's so much to learn. So if this goes through, I mean, even over the next few days for the PTR, I think I'll start putting guides out for it. Just for the openings. Once I figure out an opening that feels reasonably, like, solid, you know? Infestor auto attack can bait so many blinks because it looks like it wants to fungal, says Maples. Aha, that's hilarious. I hadn't thought about that. They're just dumbing down the game. Adding effects to units like Disruptors so they're easier to kill. But they're just making it visually clearer which when they fired or not. Because there's already a visual thing. It's just hard to notice the difference. I don't think that really does anything bad, Goated Gaming. Auto attack on the units you need to micro like Infestor, High Templar. Well, they did the High Templar over 10 years ago in, I think, Heart of the Swarm. And they're just adding it to a few other units to make it even. So that the Disruptors and the Infestors don't go in. So, yeah. I think it's fine. Just quality of life for noobs. Just stops noobs from moving their workers into the front of the battle all the time. And when I say noobs, I mean also top pro gamers. Does it seem like Papa Blizzard is actually watching or just throwing us a bone one at a time? I think Papa Blizzard is doing better recently. We'll see how we go, of course. They've got infinite room to improve and very little room to fall with how low the expectation got for a while. But yeah, I think overall, the last patch they did fix all the bugs pretty quickly. Hopefully they do the same with this one. Hey, Piggy, aren't you afraid the Hydra's going to drool all over you? Nah, bro. Hydra would never drool on me, man. It's respect. I forgot the Creepot key. Yes, I did. PTR? Go to the Blizzard launcher and change to PTR, Daft Punk. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Here. So you're on StarCraft 2, that drop down you can change to PTR. You have to download it. It's big. 27 gig. Twilight has a thing over it now. I hate it. What do you mean a thing over it? What's over the Twilight? Do they intend to make Baneling speed 100-100 instead of 150-150? Is that new? Yeah, that sounds new. That sounds like maybe a mistake. I don't know. Fear subdued. I didn't even notice that. I didn't see anything in the notes about it. When it's working, it blinks. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's a new animation? Oh, have they made it more obvious for when the Twilight's upgrading? Okay, I'll have to pay attention next time. It has a small orb when it's upgrading. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Shama? Yeah, no, it should be really exciting. I think it'll shake things up a lot. It'll be a really fun time to get back into StarCraft. I know there was a lot of people who were pretty negative before, and I'm sure there are some who are still quite negative, but I don't know. Hopefully the eco changes go through, and hopefully they can figure out the other ones. The ghost change is interesting, but inability to cancel snipe seems a tad dangerous. Yeah, I don't know, Haxas. So it's kind of the very powerful ghost. 7 range, does more damage, but it's 3 supply. Can only do 2 snipes at max energy, but uncancelable. Fuck me sideways, bro. You know, I think it was a laser or someone said, like, goodbye ultras and broods, like, they're dead now. And I was kind of like, maybe. Like, it takes, what, 3 snipes to kill an ultra now, but you can only have 2 per ghost. So, like, there are drawbacks as well, and you can't have as many ghosts as well. So it's one of those, like, things where some people are saying it's going to be the most broken thing ever, this new ghost. Others are saying it's going to be the worst. I'm very reserved on it because I really need to see it in action, try it, see what it feels like. I don't really have a strong opinion on the ghost just yet, other than it's a lot, and probably take me a few seconds to figure it out. Or I should have done like a 1 base here. It's ZVZ. Okay, guys. Yeah, we're not going to really be showing any cool stuff in a ZVZ, so I really should be showing some aggression. Some aggression. And yeah, I'm going to be going hatch first. So hatch gas pool. Overlord 12 gastric seems the best, right? Seems very economic. But I haven't figured it all out. Not even close. I'm gonna go for a 14 hatchery this game, guys. Yeah. Feels the best. Definitely the early extractor trick does feel good. So we're gonna go 14 hatch, 15 pool. I don't know about that pool placement, bro. Bro, that pool's hanging out, man. That's alright. We're not hanging out. It's actually a bit too tight, is what I meant. It's gonna maybe slow me down, I guess. Actually, I think it's fine. Alright, so we're doing a very economic opening, guys. This overlord's gonna go here. This overlord's gonna go there. You're gonna double up there. Nicely done. Okay. We can rally to the natural now. We do need an overlord. I think it's time for that overlord straight away. Put that outside our natural. Remember, overlords are a lot slower, guys. Do get to their base a bit slower here. Second queen, we don't quite have the minerals for. 15 hatch feels a little bit nicer, I think. I do think 15 hatch feels just that little bit nicer. Feels like you're struggling to have the minerals for this to line up. If you're doing super economy, which of course you don't need to. I do think there's room for some very nice Ling pressures. Do we go Ling Bane? I might do like a Ling Bane pressure. I wonder if he walls off still. What players like walling off? Ooh, overlord, overlord, overlord. Run! Okay, we do see drones popping. Okay. Have a little poke around with the Overlord. It's going to be easier to snipe Overlords because they are much slower to run away as well. I don't see a Bane Nest. He's going for a Bane Nest. Never mind. I should have built 2 Overlords already. Shit. Oh! Go. Whoo! What a game! Let's go! Old school ZBZ. This is bringing back memories, man. This is bringing back memories. The stress. I've not played the ZBZ like this in a long time. Oh! Whoa! Oh my god, that was bad. That was not good micro, guys. Okay. Okay. Oh, he got me!
We're in a good spot. Okay. Oh! Okay. We're on US Central. Hey, there's a US Central? I had no idea. There's a roach out there. I had no idea. There's roaches out here keep dying. I didn't even know they were out there. Okay. I think we got mutas coming, right? Oh, he's playing roaches. Okay. Lots of overlords. Interesting. Okay. Lots of roaches. Make a second thing. What are we on? 61 drones? Okay. Okay, we start that, we start that. Let's go.
Metamorphosis complete. Our forces are under attack.
I know what he's gonna do. Mainlings are still hanging back here. Oh, he distracted me. Nice move. Distracted me knowing I'd have to run away from that. Well played. He went to the left. We tricked him down the ramp. But we're dead because we weren't watching.
He's all in on a low economy, so he can just shove now. He can also heal. So what I need to do is send some roaches around. Do that. Get that one. Lurkadon would be good. Let's try and heal a few of these guys up. Trying to get a few more drones out. I don't know if we can do it. Is my overseer here? It is. The lag makes this very hard to micro. Oops, ate a big bile. Is he just burrowed right there? Where'd his army go? He cannot multitask me all day. Especially with this lag. I don't know why this lag feels so bad today, but it really does. So what are his upgrades? Just got 2-1. I don't know how I don't have any overseers with me. I guess because I sent them all over here to do dumb shit, didn't I? Alright, that would... Damn it, I got excited by doing the changelings, and I forgot to leave anyone with my army. Okay. That's the thing. Ooh, he did build a bigger economy than I gave him credit for before. Well played. Woo! I did enjoy the game flow of this, even though it was a bit of a frantic knife fight, and the lag has really made the reacting really hard. I think I've just got to stay calm and remember. When it's lagging, the worst thing you can do is panic that your units aren't doing what you're telling them to. You got to kind of just patiently trust that the order will eventually go through. Great army splits for him. That's going to be GG. He's got way more stuff than me. Well played. Max. GG's. Well played, man. I was way ahead earlier, but I got so supply blocked and froze up and floated 2k in the early game. Woo! Oh my god, the non-stop Ling Bane war went for so long. That was crazy. GG's. Felt like I was doing all right. But, let's go check. Felt like I was probably up 50 supply at one point. Kind of scary to look at a replay like this because you know you're going to see some leads get thrown. Let's see. Thought he was Giga dead. I think he was, but there was that really good move when I was breaking the rocks when those Banes came in, and I had to quickly pull my drones. And he ran in and jumped on my army, and he did so much damage at that point. And then he used Burrow well. And then I felt like I was on top of Burrow and the game had stabilized. And then I sent all my overseers to drop changelings on his army. And I realized I'd F2 selected every overseer, even the ones that were meant to be with my defensive roach squads that were meant to be cleaning up burrow roaches. So suddenly he could be burrowing anywhere, and there was no way to do it. Why didn't you build a few lurkers? It's pretty hard to build lurkers when you're as fucked as I was in this game. So I didn't have a lot of money. I got a lurker den, I think, right at the end. And at that point, I had no money. So you gotta have money to get to lurkers. You gotta earn your way to lurkers, especially in ZVZ. It's not as big of a lead as I thought, but that's I guess because the only throw was about 6 minutes. During the floating 2k during the Ling Bane War was really bad. I should have had him dead during the Ling Bane War. We just got a bit derpy. Threw away a lot of units. Saw the den. Yeah, we're pretty low economy by this point. Should I have just stood and fought there? Probably not. It's good positioning by him. Eggs played this really smooth. Yeah, even at the point when we stabilized, I think we were still a little behind. He was going Hive, adding Carapace. I already had Carapace, to be fair, but yeah. Should have broken these rocks much earlier, guys. Not breaking those rocks, really big mistake here. Oh man. It's pretty good though. This game only went 20 minutes and it felt like I don't know, it felt like it went for eons. Like it felt like we had so many different stages we played. It kind of reminds me of like, you know when you would play a Battle Aces game and it would be like, it would feel like you played like a late game StarCraft match and then you'd be like, oh, that was a 4-minute and 20-second game. What the fuck? you're like so much happened. So much happened. Yeah. My man. I don't think AI wrote the patch notes. I think it's just a, I think it's just a typo or whatever, guys. GG's. Well played. Well played. Yeah. Hey, after playing a few games today, I could say you were right. A Workers feels right. My games have definitely been more action-packed and fun. Glad to hear, Lazy Cat. Time only, you know, you need a lot more time, but definitely subjectively, that's been my experience as well, just like personal experience playing on it. But it's not like there's any way you can prove that, right? Like it's just going to be over time. we'll see what the games look like the meta. I hope it continues and people keep experimenting and trying new things. I think it'd be really interesting. Yeah, the Battle Aces guys have actually made a new company, A Move Games, Haxies, and they're working on a fantasy version of it now, without the big investors backing them and trying to force them to monetize so aggressively. Yeah. I think the Mutalisk slop, I'm not sure what that means, Softrox. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone tests that, breaks it down, figures out what it's supposed to mean. You guys can let us know. Yeah, that's what I think, Zling, but I'm not exactly sure what that looks like on a Mutalisk, right? Big, I'm 90% sure Zerg can never beat Ghost Mech endgame. What are your thoughts and feelings? Why? Because of the ghost change? What's changed? Or do you just think it's like that even before these patch changes? 'Cause I always felt like on a map where if the Zerg doesn't get lots of other bases like Mothership or something like that, I always thought Ghost Mech was near impossible to beat if it's like Maru, like best Terran in the world doing it. But yeah, Broodlords are the only answer. And Ghost Destroy Broodlords, no? Okay, so you're not talking about this patch. You're just talking in general. So big patch notes just came out today. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. I think you're just making a random unrelated point, right? Could you just be specific? Sorry, I can't read minds. Mesmerize says ghosts can't be interrupted, I think is the contentious. Oh, because the ghosts can't be interrupted? Were Broods really answering Ghost Like they were doing okay, but I don't know, man. It feels like Broods definitely could poke in and sometimes delay them. That's true. Yeah, I don't know, man. Were Broods really an answer, though? I felt like just as often I saw them poke away and find good damage, I also saw them just all get sniped or obliterated by, like, either Thor Viking or Ghost Snipes. But definitely the no snipe is going to be big. There's going to be way less ghosts, and they're not going to have nearly as many snipes, which is an interesting thing. I think 15 plus Broods poking in and out was the only answer realistically. Okay, cool. It was usually Brood and Infest and Micro. Okay, that's interesting, yeah, because I always thought in theory that should work, Reaped, but I almost never saw it at pro level. So I'm not actually sure if that would answer it or not, right? Because like I can't think of a single game where a pro poked in with like 15 plus Brood Infester and made that work. Even though I really wanted to see Cyril Limit test it and show us how to do it, I can't think of a game where he did it. Like there was a game where he'd poke in and out with the Broods and chip away, but he'd never really commit to the fight or anything like that. And he'd just use it to like do damage when the Terran was elsewhere kind of thing. I don't know. It's, I think endgame is very, very fragile in StarCraft 2, and that may break it. I don't think too much about it usually because I do think early mid-game is way more interesting. A lot of people get annoyed at me because I will go, I really think most changes should be aimed at us not rushing to endgame. I think endgame is not my favorite part of StarCraft to begin with. So I think it always rotates. Like at the moment in the current patch, ZVT feels pretty fair, I guess, endgame, right? It feels reasonably fair. So if it messes with that balance, then yeah, that definitely could be a problem. But I haven't thought about it too much. George's most recent stream is go-to combos 15 plus Broods and 10 plus Infestors. Maybe he knows that works against not Maru. Maybe it's because I'm thinking of the games against Maru where he wasn't doing that. Maybe it's because he knows Maru's way better with endgame than the other Terrans, which is why he was like steering away from it against Maru for the most part. So part of me feels like, honestly, if Maru's playing his best game, he was like beating Serral anyway in the late game. Unless Serral could just play like Ultra Lingbane, Corruptor, and basically just have plenty of expansions to take and trade in efficiently. Yeah. I think they want us to use Shroud instead. Well, Shroud doesn't help against the Ghost Snipes at all. So the Ghost Snipes are definitely going to be pretty brittle. Like, with the current setup of that Ghost, it looks like that Ghost is going to be doing more damage, shooting from further back. You can't cancel its snipes. If you do ever catch them out, it's going to be fine. I think this is fine. I think this is something that can be addressed with map balance. What do you think? Do you think if you just make the maps, if this ends up being the case, can you maybe just make all the maps a little more Zerg favored on average and it balances out? I'm not sure. I haven't thought about this deeply, but maybe. What are your overall thoughts on each race's changes? There aren't many changes, Shammer. There's a cool economy change. I like the economy changes. The warp gate changes seem half-baked. What else is there? Trying to remember. Like, they're not that big, right? Carapace is buffed. Spore's a bit better versus Mutas. Microbial has good cast range now, and you can actually use it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Microbial is. Lurker has 190 hit points. Yeah, 20 hit points after a snipe. Yeah, snipe's definitely a lot more damage. It does cost 75 energy as well, though. Remember, each ghost is now 3 supply, not 2. So at max, you have a fair... Like, 10 supply of ghosts used to be 5, now it's 3. Or 9. 9 supply is 3 ghosts, it used to be 10 was 5. That's a significant difference as well. You know what I mean, guys? That's what I'm saying is, like, it's so many changes at once, I haven't thought it through. It's like, and even if I think it through, there's so many variables that I'm very unsure about the ghost changes. I don't have a strong opinion on them. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Overall, man, it's fine. Like, most of the changes are very small. It's mostly the economy, the ghost changes, microbial changes, and then warp gate. But warp gate's a bit scuffed right now, yeah? That's like the main stuff. Yeah. Yeah, no, Ghost Rush should be pretty cool. Cyclops for sure. They also do 20 damage with their regular attack against roaches and queens and stuff. So Ghost will, like, the Ghost auto attack's pretty scary. Only 100 hit points for the Ghost now, though. So back to their old hit points. I think they could probably be more fragile than that. I wouldn't mind Ghost being a bit more fragile. Especially now that they've got 7 range, so they naturally hang back a bit. I think that's what I read it as CC Core. CC Core says, from what I understand, will control group queens make base injects more consistent by not going to different bases? That's what I understood it as. I don't know if that's it or not. But that's what I got from it. Yeah. In what way are the warp gate changes scuffed? I'm not sure what to think at all. Well, maybe I just haven't thought it through enough. But basically, this sounds big. It's not as big as it sounds, 35%. You do get a bit of a buff. So by staying in non-warp gate mode, you can build units about 10% faster, which is nice. So it gives you the option to rally units out. But if you do want to play warp gate, it's very expensive until late game. 50 minerals, 50 gas per warp gate. That's very expensive. So it's kind of like a nerf in that, well, you don't get warp gate unless you pay a ton of money. And regular gateways are like not that much faster, but they have to rally all the way from the gateway. So that just seems like an overall nerf. But then you've also got warp gate research moved to the gateway from the cyber core. So there's some really cheeky, cheesy builds you could do with super fast warp gate. And maybe that's what needs to be investigated here. Because someone in chat was saying before that Response was already doing a 3-minute 10 warp in, where he like rushes gas first into gate, immediately makes warp gate upgrade, and then just starts like friggin' warping stalkers into his opponent's base at 3 minutes in PvP, which is insane. So maybe you can do really sick, cheesy builds with this. I don't know. But doing what I'm used to doing feels very awkward, because I'm like, oh, 8 worker start. I've played that with Protoss a bit. Oh, wait a second. I can't make warp gate off my cybercore. And if I want to make it off my 1 gate, well, I normally only open with 1 gate. So now I need a second gateway, one to upgrade, one to do it. But then I still need the cyber core if I want to build stalkers or adepts. So there's like 150 minerals missing in your build, and it just feels really, really weird. It just makes the build feel very weird. And it feels like it's odd, and maybe there's something I'm missing. But I don't know. It just... My instinct was to not spend too much time problem solving because it feels like it's not figured out and like it's just going to get changed. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe someone who's actually like, this just read to me as like a little bit half-baked. Like it's not, I like the ideas. I just don't think it's fair in the way it's executed, if that makes sense. I like the idea of messing with Warp Gate, making it more of like a luxury, an upgrade, something special you go for, your regular gateway production getting buffed so you can rally units out. Like, I like that. I think that's cool. I like StarCraft 1 Protoss where your units are rallying out of your gateways. But it's it just is a bit weird because it just feels like an overall, like a kind of big nerf to the core style of Protoss, and I think that just needs to get balanced out a bit more. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. It's weird. If I don't know. I'm sure other people will do the research into figuring out Protoss openings, but I just feel like this is not great. Is Zealot 3 or 4 gate proxy going to be too good now? If Zealot is faster from the normal gate, it's only faster after Warp Gate. Post Warp Gate production time. So that's only once Warp Gate's done. So before it, it's kind of the exact same, isn't it? Actually, they have nerfed the pre-Warp Gate. They've actually nerfed pre-Warp Gate production time. So the Zealot is actually 1 second slower. Proxy Gate's slightly nerfed. Slightly nerfed. So for each gateway, you have to pay 50 minerals, 50 gas to transform to Warp Gate? That can't be right. It's okay if your regular gateways are buffed a bit more, or your gateway units are buffed a bit more, Delphi. The idea is that it's only for special circumstances or late game. I think that makes sense. I think that's cool. I like that. But as it is now, it's a nerf. So that's where it's a bit eh. No, you only pay 50/50 once to allow upgrades. It's in Harstem's YouTube PTR video. Wait, what? Wait, really? Have I misunderstood that the whole time? I thought I was paying 50 minerals and 50 gas for each one. I'm pretty sure I was paying for each one at the start of today. Let me go check. As per Harstem's PTR video, maybe he got confused. It can swap in between after you pay it once. Yeah, of course, you can swap it back. Yeah. Yeah, the research is 50/50 as well, and then each gateway is 50/50, guys. Okay. Yeah. Because I didn't have the money to transform all my gateways earlier. Harstem didn't get confused, just the chatter did? Oh, okay, never mind, it's all good. Okay, all good. Dude, I freaked out for a second. I was like, did I fucking just spread fake news? Loving my vacation, Yamas. My vacation. How you doing, lads? Tell your wife that I am married, but I appreciate her adoration. Thank you, lads. It's like the old my wife's boyfriend meme, right? Nice. Harstem didn't... Yeah, cool. Yeah. The early game change is big, though. Should we take a quick look at what Harstem said, guys? Did he have any thoughts? I put my video out, by the way, guys, if you haven't seen it. !patch. Biggest revamp since Legacy of the Void. Let's go take a look. Harstem put this out 10 hours ago. When did this patch notes come out? The fuck? Did he have a heads up on this? Did he pre-record this? When did these notes come out? Hold on. This only got posted to Reddit like 12. Oh, okay, it was 12. Okay, it was okay. It was like the middle of the night for me. Never mind. I was like, dude, did they fucking tell people about this ahead of time?
has just dropped. And I was like, whoa, new patch? I bet it's going to be some minor bug fixes. It is 2026 after all, more than 10 years after the last expansion lands. But no, nothing could be less true. This is the biggest patch we've actually had since Legacy of the Void. This has the vibe of a patch that is more of an expansion rather than a, you know, just some numbers being tweaked a little bit. There is some very major changes coming in. We're going to be going over them together. I will say, as kind of a, you know, kind of preempt stuff, is that this is an insane patch and not in the like, whoa, dude, that's insane.
Rip is pointing out everyone is on the Balance Council based on how that early their YouTube video dropped. Crazy, as if there's a council. I mean, it just means they were probably awake when it hit, right? And saw the news straight away.
And they're like, whoa.
It's crazy how 6 days ago Pig called this exact change. It wasn't exact. The minerals are different to mine YouTube. Also, keep in mind, basically that rumor has been going around for like a month or two. And people kept dropping in my chat and just being like, yo, why are they lowering the workers, man? And I was like, tell me, give me a source and I would love that to happen. Yeah, but basically people kept hounding me about it. And I didn't do a video about it at first for a long time because I didn't think it was real, but people just kept asking and there kept being rumors pop up on Reddit. People kept asking me about it. So yeah, I went after it. L Patch says Uberleg. It's actually, I mean, the warp gate changes seem a little half-baked, but the rest seems really good.
Wellness check, and you're going to the freaking asylum type of insane. So let's just go over it. Let's read.
You think I did Hearthstone dirty with that pause, Eldorado? Excuse me? Look at this. Look what I just got. Look what I just... You think I did him dirty with the other one? The other pause? Look at this pause. Let's enhance. Enhance on that bad... You think I did him dirty with the other pause? Dude, I raise you. I raise you right here. You can't unhandsome that beautiful man. You're not wrong. He's got a fresh haircut. He's looking great. All right, guys. We're gonna do. Have you guys ever heard about XQC? So I've been studying the top streamers in the world, the Hassans, the XQCs, these sorts of guys. So we're just gonna do a special segment here. It's called Pig Reacts. I need to go to the bathroom and grab a fresh water. I'll be right back. See you guys in a second. Wait, do you guys not have audio?
income.
Did I fucking accidentally mute that as I walked away? Oh, I'm the worst. I'm sorry,
But you
guys.
at home only have like 50% income because your 4 patches are mined out. While in the new game, you'd have 100% income against 200% income. So that's just one of these, one of these things where it's going to make all-ins a little bit stronger, or at least that is the intention. I'm not sure how true it's actually going to be. I'd need to test that in order to
Not just all-ins, but also tech plays.
figure it out. Personally, I believe that all-ins are not strong anymore, or 1 base and 2 base all-ins aren't as strong anymore, not because of these eco changes, but because players just got way too good at figuring out the early game. Like, we've had a fairly still first 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Like, we know we've optimized everything. So all-ins are just significantly worse.
Yeah, that's why it's not just all-ins. It's about tech play and it's about variation. And all-ins are part of it as well. Like, it is objectively true that if you're all-in, or in general, all-ins, like way too direct of a term. If your big attack, any big commitment runs out of steam, you losing the mineral patch is such a big thing. So I hope he talks about that.
Aggression always gets worse over time, and because we've had no major changes in the early game for the past like 8 years, I think over time people generally just start defending better. So I do believe that all-ins are going to become more common, but not because of these mineral changes. I think it's mainly going to be because the starting workers have been reduced, and that means that the early game isn't really figured out anymore. So I think this is going to achieve the goal, but it will be a temporary fix because in a year from now, people have figured out the early game again. That is my personal opinion.
He's correct that there will be a big shakeup that is going to be way bigger early than once the meta's figured out. Changing the work account breaks build orders, which is going to lead to the immediate, like, massive break of the meta where crazy shit's happening. But the meta should, just based off like solid theory, settle in a position where there is a little bit more range in terms of options. And that's something that him, not just Harston, pretty much 90% of like pro gamers I've talked to, not 90, maybe 80, 70%, maybe 70%. A lot of people, they kind of feel that way. They're just like, oh, the minerals won't change anything. But you've got to realize that the minerals do change things quite consciously in terms of expansion timings. And it's not so much about all-in work, all-in not work. It's just about how quickly you're forced to expand, creating more variance around that, which naturally opens up more other pathways. And that's what I think a lot of people miss, because it's quite a subtle thing.
Could be wrong on that. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Don't think I am. Up next, Zerg.
He's mostly right on that. He's just missing some details, in my opinion.
Hatchery, lair, and hive. Supplies provided reduced from 6 to 4. That is to make the early game more normal. Otherwise, you have way too much supply left over at the start because you have 4 less workers in the early game. Creep spread/recede rate has slowed from 0.45 to 0.
Yeah, I'm not going to react to a whole video. That's so good. Pig, are you going to play? I've been playing all day, man. I think I'll play like one more Zerg game here. Hopefully get someone a bit easier than Eggs. That was a bit too stressful, that ZVZ. I think after that, we'll go over to Age of Empires, guys. Reason, I got to prepare for a $10,000 tournament. We did 3 hours of coaching yesterday with Survivalist. I was literally chomping at the bit. I was going to cast best games for about 5 hours today. And then I was going to go straight into AoE 2 for like 4 or 5 hours of grinding. Obviously, we didn't realize we'd be waking up to a balance day, a balance patch. We did not realize it'd be a PTR. So suddenly I'm like, oh my God, I have so many things to talk about. And that's been a really big shake up. So yeah. Did I just get a game? Shit. Okay, we in. We got Calix. Oh, this is kind of funny. Calix is one of the players who, good luck, have fun. Not just any PP. Where are the big PPs? The best kind of PPs. But yeah, Calix, I think, was one of the players who was very against these changes. Glad to see he's given it a chance. Because I do think he was a bit more on the side of like, I'm going to lose all my progress. This is shit. But I think he'll realize most of his skills will carry over because he's a very good player. So it's also nice to have a what do you call it? Oh shit. Yeah, read your comments. I think it's fair to have that view. How's it felt today? Glad you're open to it, mate. Yeah, he was quite negative in the comments of my my last video. I'm really glad that he's actually given it a go and tried. I think it's one of those things where the breakup of the meta, it really is impressive, you know? And I did respond in like a nice way to his message as well. It's not like he wasn't negative towards me. He wasn't aggressive towards me. He was just like, hey man, this makes me feel this way. These changes make me feel this way. And I think that's always fair. I can always appreciate when someone says like, I don't like these changes. It makes me feel kind of shit about this and this. And he was like not a dick about it. I obviously at first I was like, well, guy disagrees with me on the internet. I got to tell him he's wrong. And I was like, well, no, he's really respectful. And I was kind of like, you know what? I think your skill's going to carry over a lot more than you give credit for. And yeah, we'll kind of see how we go. I think it's mostly positive. Seems good so far. Keen to see how it evolves. Warp gate changes seem wild. Hope that gets balanced well. All right, I'm gonna stop typing. I currently type, guys. But it's been really good because I do believe, like, just from my own experience, whenever I played with lower workers, like, there was just this thing where I was like, oh my god, I love the flow. Oh geez, he's already here. Okay, okay. Well. Oh, geez, he's going multiple. No. I've got a spore crawler, guys. Jeez. Oh, don't type to me and then do a cheese. No, it's perfectly fine. I was not scouting at all. I was playing a little greedy. No pull first, no scout. You're gonna get punished, aren't ya? Oh! Okay. Looks like he's proxied the Reapers. GG! Well played! A bit too greedy there. Bit too greedy. It wasn't just multiple, it was proxied, right? I think he proxied 3. Oh, 3 racks on 12! Big commit. He cut a lot of boys for that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Blind Hatch first is a greedy boy build. I should be Captain Dickheading against Terran most games. Should have built a spine instead of a sport. The point was always to cancel it. I thought it was a single Reaper. I thought, or maybe 2. I didn't think it was. I should have known from the timing. Because that was so early, I should have known it was proxied. There's no in-game sound? What are you talking about? There's no in-game sound. Don't fucking lie to me, guys. You guys lie to me one more time about this shit, I swear. Fucking, how's it keep breaking? How does it keep breaking? I don't know, bro. Oh my god, are we playing Calyx again? 1 second. Sound burp. Sorry. Fucking piece of shit, dog. Why does it keep fucking doing this, man? Why is there no fucking beta? What the fuck is this? Okay. You guys can hear that, yeah? Are we not? Why was that? That's so weird. I was on the wrong scene last game. I didn't have a cam either. Oh, I didn't have a cam. That means, yeah, we were just on the wrong scene. Thank you. Yeah, okay, we were just on the wrong scene. I mean, I hit the wrong button on my my stream deck. I must have been on like a casting scene. Okay. That makes more sense. All right, let's go Captain Dickhead, guys. All right, so we're going to go harass with Captain Dickhead. I do think worker scouting is really good. I think it's really good. Worker scouting is great. Feels like we've got a new StarCraft expansion to figure out, guys. Woo! Overlord? Why not? Yeah, we'll do a greedy start. I think greedy start's fine if you scout early. Because then you have time to react, right? I think we can do, yeah. Alright. You go there. I'll build one more. Okay. Feels like the drone bugs out more when attacking the barracks SCV. I don't know if I'm imagining it, guys, but like the targeting issue, it does feel like it makes... Maybe I just need to learn how to micro it a little bit different now, but you know how they were meant to fix a thing with targeting guys when they're building, and it really feels just a little bit weird. Feels a little bit weird. Not sure what it is, but not a fan. We'll see how we go. I don't think I need gas. I don't need gas. Yeah. I think gasless is quite good. Heyo. You know Reaper? Feel like I haven't seen a Reaper, you know? These guys are tripled up, fix it. Alright, let's slow down. One of the big problems I have is trying to play a bit too fast. Especially with the lag I've got, I gotta like slow down or I'm just gonna like panic click shit too much. Oh, let's go, son! Quick, get Captain Dickhead out of here. I saw like 4 Marines on the high ground. Get out! If Captain Dickhead gets home, he gets a holiday and a spawning pool with like 72 virgins. That's what you get. You serve the swarm well, you get rewarded. You get rewarded. Okay, it's 3 barracks. Uncalled for pig. Don't need to be talking about virgins in here. That's weird. It's weird behavior. I just built 2 overlords. You might be wondering, why would you build 2 overlords here? It's too many. It is actually too many. That was a bit unnecessary. But I want to go roach warren soon. So we're droning onto double gas here after this gasless start. And I think when you do something like Captain Dickhead and stuff, you really can't do that handling speed, you know, and take a third all at once. Like you've got to kind of pick your poison a little bit, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do here is go, you know what? I will be a bit greedy and then go into the roaches after that. I think 2 gas is probably enough for now. Lots more drones. I am being a bit greedy, but he's 3 racks, remember? So we just got to keep that in mind. He is playing 3 racks. Yeah, I'm going to take a layer. See if I can get that up. Get 3 guys on gas. Is this too greedy? This feels way too greedy, what I'm doing. We're going to 50 drones. He's done a 3 racks. I have to do nothing but roaches from now. All I can do now is roaches, and I'll try to squeeze a 4th gas in. Yeah, for sure. Anything more than that is beyond the pale. Lots more overlords. We're going to build like 4 or 5 more overlords. I do want to get carapace, but just roach production has to take priority. Just roach. Get that Evo up. Obviously, don't start Carapace if situation does not allow us to. I'm going to try and squeeze 4 more drones there. 1 more. Probably not the right time. Oh, Jesus. Like I said, we need to be a bit more careful there. Nice. We got it. Okay. Nice. Let's go. Okay, I thought I was being too greedy, but it turns out I was towing the line. Let's go 3rd base or 4th base there. Do we want to try and poke? I don't think so. Not without roach speed. So what we're going to do is we'll make... I'm going to go swap to melee upgrades because I think melee is just better with Roach Ravager. With the microbial shroud is what I'm trying to say there. It's like, yeah, melee is a much better upgrade with Roach Ravager, pig. I also like to sharpen my knives before going into a gunfight because I'm a friggin' genius like that. What a gronk. Do we have these drones on this gas? Yeah, we do. Okay. So we're going to get ready. We want to go for that microbial because microbial looks like it's kind of cracked. Cracked as in overpowered, guys. As in very good. As in absolutely friggin' insane. Oh, what's a hotkey I'm not using? Maybe this one? All right, I'm going to try and do the hotkey spread creep as well. Hotkey creep spread could be amazing. Okay, I'm going to build another round of drones there. Alright, let's use the creeps tumors. Still natural for me to select them even though I don't need to, which is kind of hilarious. Okay, I'm going to try and get that, get that. Let's make some more lings. Ling speed's finally on the way. Alright, I want to try and catch him. I think he's unloaded there, so we want to fungal him when he's not watching. Maybe not. Okay, you guys go like this. So you can still just rush your economy up, which is what I'm doing here to try and get to those abusive microbials. 74 drones should be enough. So I could be like, go spread creep, select hotkey, and it'll automatically select all the newest tumors. So you see these are now on the tumor hotkey, which is kind of crazy, right? Okay, let's go. Oh, he's trying to run. He's trying to run. Nuh-uh. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh yeah.
Whoa! Fuyo! Come on, 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 come on. Let's go! You did now! You did now! Okay, maybe not. Alright, we need to wait for Microbial, because Microbial's the big dick ability. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Alright, let's go. And you guys can go like that. Build another round of drones for all these ones that are dying. Let's make carapace. I keep thinking, oh, I've got to make the Corruptor anti-armor upgrade where they stack armor debuffs. And then I realize I'm not playing modded games. Despite the flow being so similar with this economy. It's wild. Feels like I'm playing Green Earth's mod. Just don't get all the cool late game upgrades, unfortunately. Which is kind of a bummer, not gonna lie. Alright, now remember guys, you can also do this. So, changelings do damage, so these guys are gonna come in from behind, okay? I'm not gonna really bother with the control group creep trimmers, guys. It's just too hard to relearn that in the middle of a game. I'm used to boxing them or control clicking them, okay? I'm gonna keep doing it. But it would be worth relearning if you can be bothered putting the time into that. Alright, these guys are gonna go in. Oh, we don't have Overlord speed. We desperately need Overlord speed. Let's get Burrow. Do some more injects. Do some more injects. Alright, I think we should just go do a big microbial attack now. More Ultras and more Zerglings should be good. These guys are all gonna come in. Ooh! Let's go! Ultras just won't take damage, man. And his army's way bigger than mine, just so you know. Like, way bigger. I have like 7 Ultras in production. But look at this. Oh no, he didn't shoot him. I thought he'd set one off as it was landing, because I did it in vision, but he kept shooting the Overseer. Damn it. Oh, get the lings around, get the lings around. Alright, grab a few of these Marauders. Damn it. Do we have more Microbial? We need 100 energy, so we need a few more Infestors. I think I should have 3/3 soon at least, so that's something. We have creep spreading. Can we spread around that? Oh, we found a few siege tanks. Hide. You don't know I'm here. Shh. Oh, he knows I'm there! Alright, let's go. Woo! Okay. Changelings didn't do all that much, but... Corrupt Ultraling Bane's still kind of OP. Has been for a while. If you get to a good enough position with it. My PP! Not big enough! Calyx needs a bigger PP. Yeah, this is the new patch null voider. What's up, dude? We're on the PTR right now. If you guys want to come play, log into the PTR. Basically, you just do these ones. You just go, instead of StarCraft 2 game version, pick Public Test Realm, download it, and you can play. It's a bit of a shit show right now, but if you start winning a few games, you'll get pretty high-level players. If you lose a few games, you'll play pretty low-level players, because everyone starts at the same MMR. Hence me being Gold 1 right now. Like a real pro gamer. Give us a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Guys. Boy, guys, don't forget to subscribe so I can afford a couple Fosters. I'm getting thirsty, and you know I can't live every day without a Fosters in my hand. Also, don't know if you guys have heard, grocery costs have gone up, and every day I gotta toss a shrimp on the barbie. It just costs me too much. So I can't afford me Fosters and me shrimp on the barbie unless you guys donate me some dollary dues. Yes, please.
hit me some of those donations. Did you guys know I'm sending $200 to the winner of this tournament no matter what? That's right. And I'm going to lose money like I do most weeks, especially because I haven't been able to commentate these ones live in 2 out of the last 4 ones in the last month. So if you guys want to help minimize my losses and toss a few shrimps on me Barbie, don't forget to use that !tip button in the Twitch chat, and it's in the linked comment on YouTube. Help support the tournament so I can keep on running these. Thank you very much. Alongside Stegosaurus, of course. Absolute bloody legend that he is.
You need to have a strong elastic in the undies. If you're wearing an older pair of undies, and you're gonna put it on the side, on the hip. Obviously, you don't put it in the front, or your phone's gonna get dicked, literally. And then you're gonna be like, why does my phone smell like balls? You know, not a cool move, right? Go straight down the back. Problem is then, if you twist suddenly, it could turn on its side and then slide into the crack, which does look like it's one of those like wireless charging ports or something where you just place it into like a crevice. But unfortunately, my asshole does not actually have the power to wirelessly charge my phone yet. I'm working on it, but I haven't quite evolved that ability, so we're still trying to develop that. This is a bit of a tutorial. Oh, right, guys. We've run into someone a bit lower than me on the ladder, so I'm going to try and do a tutorial. And that's how you play ZVT. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you guys want more hot tips, please sign up to my exclusive Patreon coaching series. I'm a good teacher. What can I say? Escape. Okay, Viper's coming in. Let's see what he finds. Ling's coming in from the south. I like the Ling wraparound. There's a planetary in this engagement. Tank's exposed on that side. Baneling's going straight through the Hellbats and into the worker line, taking the planetary out as well. Oh my god. That was awful positioning for Maru. It was picture perfect for Shin. You guys remember there was that real deranged psychopath in this? At some point, I remember I was trying to impersonate the guy because the guy was a super fucking weirdo. He's like, you sound fucking Asian. Like, he was just real, like, the homeless guy that shouts at people to go back to their own country really aggressively. He kind of had that energy. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's it. I think it was at this point where, while editing this video, I was like, I think I need a haircut. Like, this was me impersonating him, the player. And I really feel that should be a GIF, by the way, guys. I should really... The Zergling Ravager Swarm Host finding insane efficiency. Look at that! Oh my god, that was cinematic. Oh, man. Still hits pretty early, though. 9 Stalkers? I think it's well worth blinking in for this tank. Actually, it's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of Marines. It's not worth blinking into that, yeah. Because that's like 8 Marines, 9 plus 4, 5, yeah. That's 13 Marines will do too much damage. Now, he can blink up if he wants, but... Oh, he's going to go for it. Is he going to get it? Oh my gosh, he's ferrying across the building wall. Dude, MaxPax with a crazy move. Gets the tank. It cost him, I think, only 1 Stalker. That was actually so cool. We've been thinking about this tank with this wall off as basically a brick wall that you just cannot get past. But if he has too many Marines on the natural, doesn't have any support, you can do that. And only 1 Stalker for 1 tank. Great trade. You can leave if you want to. You can leave my game behind. And if you don't leave, then you're no friends of mine. NA ladder is very special today. NA ladder is very... Alright, we're back, guys. Reaped has a build order for us to try. Double extractor trick. 14 hatch, 14 hatch. Oh, not 14 overlord. Surely you're not doing a 3rd extractor trick to get that overlord out, are you, Reaped? You mean 13 overlord, right? I think you mean 13 overlord, 13 pool. I ain't doing no third. 2 extractor tricks, I think, is already pushing it. Rarely is it the most efficient to do 2 extractor tricks. I don't think it ever has been previously, but it does just sound kind of cool. So I will try the double. Sending you love, Scorpa. Thank you so much for the subscription. I've canceled these streams help a lot to keep the mind busy when it's easy to get down in the dumps. Thanks, man. Thank you so much, Scorpa. Sending you a lot of love and energy, my friend. Whereabouts are you from? 14 hatch, 13 overlord, 13 pool. Okay, good. I thought you were doing a 3rd extractor trick reaped, and I was like, that's just unnecessary, my friend. That's unnecessary. I think we'll probably just play 1 or 2 more games and then go play Age of Empires, guys. I really wanted to get some practice in today, so yeah. Today kind of went off the rails a bit. It's good weather today for the first time in like a week and a half, and it's gonna go dark before I finish my stream. Wake up with the sun coming up, start streaming pretty early, finish when the sun's down. Nothing like a winter's day. Winter down here in the southern hemisphere, guys. So if you're getting some sun up there, enjoy it. Hey Pig, what does this mean? Disruptor now has a phantom attack weapon. So basically, if you just A-move the disruptor, it'll stop at like 5 or 6 range from the enemy as if it's like stopping to attack them. But it doesn't actually do any damage. So it's kind of the same thing where like the Infestor and the High Templar have a little snowball attack that does almost nothing, except for them it actually does a tiny bit of damage. For the Disruptor it does nothing. It just stops them from derping. Like it basically builds AI into them essentially to go, don't charge into the opponent's army. When I tell the whole army to attack move, you guys can just kill. It's ridiculously hot at the moment in EU. Yeah, I heard it was getting up to 35 degrees in the UK and everyone was like melting down. They're like, what are we gonna do? It's not even June. It's what? And as an Australian, of course, I'm always laughing, but I do get it. Like in Manchester in friggin' September, it was too hot in the apartment, the Airbnb we were staying in. I was like, dude, what is this? Why is it so hot? Oops. Turns out you guys have insulation. Keeps all the heat in, even when it's quite cool out. Which, let's cause some issues. Okay, so we're gonna try Reap's opening, even though it's ZVZ, where I would rather be a bit more aggressive. I think I'm sending this drone just a few seconds late. I also should have done the extractor tricks a little bit later when I had enough money for both. 13 Overlord. So we go Overlord after Hatchery, so we can continue building the drone soon. But we got up to 14 very quickly. We're gonna build Spawning Pool there. And of course, gas, not too long after. Now, I'm a bit happier playing some gasless openings and mixing them in against Terran and Protoss. It does feel quite like a nice variation to go gasless early against them and try and get that like head start in the economy. It feels very different to going early Ling speed. I think when you go Ling speed, you really want to be like trying to get some scouting or interaction or harassment out of it. Surrounding a Hellion or something. Just feels like there's a little bit more like, oh, I should do something with this, you know? Okay. I do need to start that second Overlord. Yeah, it feels... Okay, I think we might have to go 2 Queens before second Overlord. We almost... Yeah, I don't think this build's good for ZVZ. I think this would be okay for other matchups. I think just single Extractor into, like, Overlord or into 13 hatch is okay. Build 1 more drone. Should have put that drone earlier. So I didn't time that quite right, guys. We're going to just build a few more drones here. Okay, and then you go Overlord. Overlord on 23 is not the end of the world. It's not great. It's not the end of the world, though. And we've already got some Lings coming across, so I better... I'll build 4 Zerglings. Just 2 for now. I think it's just 2. I think it's just a normal hatch first. It's just 2 Scouting Zerglings. Okay, super standard from my opponent. Nothing to worry about. I'm going to build another Overlord for the middle of the map. Okay. So this Overlord's just going to chill out front. It's going to take a while for the other Overlord to get there, so I've really got to realize how important that first Overlord is at the start. I'm gonna kind of do the similar thing to what I do in Legacy, rallying dudes over there. I'm gonna try and go for this quick third. Send the Lings to confirm if it's happening.
I may have to scramble back to my ramp if he's doing what I suspect, which is something highly aggressive with Zerglings. I build the Baneling Nest up here. Oh, he's building a Baneling Nest and 3 queens. Very defensive build. Okay, very defensive build. Never mind. This is chill, guys. Drones, drones, drones. The fact there's a 3rd queen and the Baneling Nest in such a defensive stance, it just does not look like he has any intention of being crazy. He's just gonna chill. Oh, and this looks scary. This looks kind of aggressive, doesn't it? Hopefully he doesn't notice those guys coming out. Okay. Okay, these guys are gonna go across Morph Banes. Notice we've got these Overlords building. We've got a big amount of economy coming in. Okay, we're gonna go Zergling pressure. I think Ling Bane pressure. Like, we can actually go back to, like, complete... aggression is the key, like my old guide for this matchup. We can actually completely do that, I think. And we can put you guys there. Build a Roach Warren behind it. Oh, yeah. I think we can. What we're going to do is these guys are going to go up into the main and then hide. Oh, he finds it. Oh, jeez. Maybe not. Roach is building. Spine building. Only a few guys counter-attacking though, so I think we're okay. Is there a queen here? 2 queens. Holy moly! Vorloff's the base. Oh, I forgot to build guys. Oops, off the one in front. Okay, not too bad. Oh ho! Run! Transfuse the queen! God, transfuse the queen. Oh, 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 that's old. That's old. All right, nice. All right, let's go 6 gas. I think we're good now. Okay, pull the lings back. Yeah, you guys could go back here. That's fine. Blow that up. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, we're all good. We're good. We're good. There's nothing you can do now. There's nothing you can do. Okay. You guys drone that. You guys drone that. You guys drone there. You drone there. Do I have any queens left is my question. The answer is yes, 2. And a 4th hatch. I think we've got this one in the bag officially at this point. Definitely gets a little bit chaotic in these games, but I think we survive and I think we're okay. Dude, this is good. This is really good. That's a bingo. Yeah, I think we can chill for a minute and just like fix the economy. Far out. Oh yeah, look, his economy is so much smaller than mine. That's awesome. Okay, so my 3rd, I built a few more drones. I guess I could also inject that 4th. We can also get 4 Ravagers, so we can go hunting now. And Overseer's running away. You guys can go there, you guys can go there, you can go there. I built a few more drones for the 4th. Just feels like the right thing to do. I have a few idle drones just chilling. Pull the Overseer back, pull the Overseer back. What is this? Oh, okay. Check this out. So we're gonna, you see the Zerglings there. What we're gonna do is we're gonna try and get this onto there. Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Sorry, guys. That feels good. I think what I really like about this different economy is it slows the pace down so there's more room for gloating as a player, which, for me, the only reason I actually play StarCraft is so I can gloat over my opponent when I'm winning, and then rage and call them a tryhard cuck when they beat me. It's one of my main goals as a competitive gamer. Oh, you can't dodge battles with overlords anymore? Oh, is that true? I haven't tried it. That might actually be true. You might not be able to. I hadn't even thought of that. Overlord speed, more important than ever. Ravager low-key busted. Spread those biles out. No, GG. GG, you played really good though. They played really good. GG's. I'll play one last game. One last game before we go Age of Empires. How you doing, Trisha? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a lovely stream. I think Reap, that opening feels pretty good if it's gasless, right? I think if it's gasless, I just don't want to play gasless CVZ, I don't think. I'm not banned here, says Jack Tree Quitter. Not sure why you would be. What's up, bruv? What's going on? Pig, you play any Protoss? Yeah, what's up, Dwarmir? I'm not the biggest fan of the Gateway Warp Gate thing. I can't quite wrap my head around. It hurt my brain. I really like adapting to the economy star. I don't mind Warp Gate being an option. I've played a lot of mods with 8 worker change, but it felt like for people who do love Warp Gate, which is not me. I don't mind it. Of course, I'm fine with it. I play with it all the time. But for them, it's like, wow, you're taking away my toy. We don't get much in return. And then I think the problem is that it's really hard to figure out what I'm meant to do in the opening. Like, apparently, you go, I guess you kind of have to rush 2 gateways early, but then, I don't know, it's maybe there's like a whole, maybe it makes a lot of sense. I think I need to like watch a Protoss player who spends some time doing it. I don't have the mental energy to figure it out myself, if that makes sense. I was like, okay, like there's some cool stuff here, I guess, maybe. But like at first I just thought it was overpowered or underpowered, and it was like kind of like, oh, big nerfs for Protoss, that's really sad. You know, I don't really like that. I'm not sure anymore. I have no idea. All right, so we're once again doing an economy build. I don't know why I'm just defaulting to like legacy play. I think I'm gonna do a 2-base tech build off of it. I think even if you do choose to do like a more conservative economic approach, I think it's really nice if you can, we're gonna go 14 hatchery this game. I think it's really nice if you can, I think 14 hatchery, 15 pool was decently timed out, or 15 is also fine. But yeah, I don't know, I need Protoss players to figure it out for me, or them to just change it. But it felt like it was just kind of not quite balanced, I guess, or not fully thought through. I could be wrong. But I'm not, you know, I'm not privy to where these changes come from. So people are like, but you made the changes, pig. We talked about economy. I may have influenced changes. I'd like to think I was an influence on that. Since I've done a lot of videos about it about a year ago, talking about it in detail. But yeah, let's see how we go. Unplayable. Playing without warp gate. I mean, I was winning games still, right? But it definitely is way more awkward than it needs to be. You could still win games, but it does feel like a handicap. And of course, with how uneven a lot of the matches are on the PTR. You're going to get people way higher than you a fair bit. It's probably not going to feel great trying to reinvent the wheel when you're playing someone who's a fair bit higher level than you as well, which is going to happen. I should have not built that drone straight away, guys. That made that a bit more awkward. But that's okay. Overlord here. Overlord here. Third base, fourth base, fifth base. Seems fine. Oh, I've not put a third worker on gas. That's bad. Overlord needs to happen and soon. Oh! We got another player who's just chronoing Warp Gate straight away. There's no way this is good, man. There's no way skipping your first gateway unit is good. But everyone keeps doing it. Mate! There's no way. I appreciate the innovation, but come on. Be serious, Protoss players. Be serious, man. Like my Zerg, imagine if I went extra Zerglings as well. I guess if I go extra Zerglings, if I don't go hatch first, maybe they do something about it, but... Your main goal here is to distract guys. Hey, got him. Unfortunately, I lost half of my DPS, so... Oh, as if we didn't get it. Damn. I really thought I'd get that. Oh, well. At least one of the adepts is deep in the red, so it's not going to do too much to me. I forgot to put back on gas, and I forgot I said I was going to do 2-base tech, because I got distracted by my opponent doing funny business. He's just chilling at home for now. He's going to go for a forge. A robo, I mean. Let's make sure there's no pylons. So Heart of the Swarm style, you got to check all the corners. I think because we see a robo, it can't be like too scary, the attack, you know what I mean? Part of it's like, oh, it just can't hit that hard, right? Alright, just putting a few overlords around the edges, a few more here. He hasn't taken a third, and we're up to 50 drones. So remember, he's going to stop at probably 44, maybe even lower than that. So it could be like no gases on the third. It could be 40. So going 50 drones is probably too greedy. Big thing we used to think about in old school StarCraft is a safe economy lead. And safe lead is normally like 8 workers above your opponent. Depends, matchup situation, what tech you're building. Oh, but that is a good way to think of it. We're just going to go Overseer straight through. I'm massing roaches here for safety. He's coming for me. Yeah. More overlords. Spire. Still no expansion. Which means I better go back to building roaches. I've tried to squeeze in a spire and another round of drones, but this is legacy greed. This is legacy greed. This can get me killed. In legacy, by default, just play a little bit greedier. On a lower economy start, that can get you punished. You got to be a bit more respectful. And yet I build 5 more drones. The instincts, I just can't fight them, guys. I just can't fight my bloody greedy ass instincts. You can still get away with it a lot more than you could on the old worker starts, to be fair. Alright, we need to make a lot more stuff here. Because you know he's coming in right now, guys. He'll be hitting me any moment now with a 2 base immortal. And I've gone 66 workers. And can the Ravager allow me to do this? Maybe. Ravager's OP, so... Notice we just throw 2, 3 at a time. Okay, cute move by him. He's going to be really focusing. Good thing I got greedy, because actually he's making so many adepts and so many sentries. Whew! Nail-bitingly close there. Nail-bitingly close. That was very scary, actually. So many sentries. It was a 4 gas. This is a later timing. For me, droning as much as I did without seeing the gases initially, a little greedy. So I should remember to be sending a second overlord across, like up here or something, so I can send it in. 2 base tech is going to keep you a lot safer in general, but if you want to do the fast 3 base income, you are going to either be cutting, you're going to be not safe versus everything, or you're going to have a second overlord in position to go do that scout. So I think you would do that about 5 minutes, and then you would do it again later as well, right? So about 4.5, 5 minutes, you want to be checking these gases, just to confirm. Probably 5 minutes, right? Yeah, 5 minutes is probably a good time to check that. Since this is not 12 worker start, 5, even 5:20 is probably fine to check the gases, 5:30. Yeah, pretty greedy to go 66 though. I think what I should have done is 5 gases, maybe 6, but only like 10 workers on minerals on the 3rd. Would have been a bit safer. Turned out gas was super vital though, because we needed just roaches and ravagers. Lings are going to be nearly worthless against that army. Too many adepts, you know? What's up, guys? Guys having a little chatty chat. Fair call. Hey, Kev's awake. What's up, Roddy? Yeah, I know. I'm happy, Kev. The games have been really fun, actually. Did you know, though, how many bugs there are? I don't know when you went to sleep. There are so many bugs. It's so funny. So, changelings blow up and do damage to everything. Friendly enemy, not just other changelings. It's meant to be just other changelings they blow up, but they do 10 AoE damage. So if you drop like 100 changelings, they can all blow each other up and stuff. I keep trying to spam changelings in people's mineral lines, but I really need to build like a single mutalisk to actually go detonate them, because everyone knows about the bug, so no one's attacking them.
I'm like, come on, just attack the changelings, blow up your own workers. No one's falling for it. Word spreads way too quickly these days. Like, I kept just dumping changelings through people's bases. At one of the games earlier, one person panicked and started running all their workers away. So they knew about it, but they panicked rather than just ignoring them because I had nothing to actually detonate the changelings, which was funny. But yeah, other than that, there's a bunch of bugs. There's so many bugs, man. Microbial, there's still an upgrade for Microbial, even though you don't need to upgrade it to cast it. Abduct apparently isn't working on tanks, I've heard. Orbital adds 2 supply, which it's not meant to do. There's a few things. Warp Gate Gateway priority gets a bit confused if some Warp Gates are transformed and other ones aren't. I think you can't tab between them, so you can only build out of like the gateways, not the Warp Gates, I think, unless you select them separately. It's pretty funny though. Overall, I think the economy is going to be really interesting. It's a bit different to the mineral changes I'd suggested. But I think the Protoss changes are a bit half-baked. What, have you tried them, Kevin? It looks like it's not super thought out. I just don't understand how you're meant to make Warp Gate. So maybe I just don't understand it. And there's like, apparently response in some of the NAGMs were like, basically they would go gas into Gateway and then immediately make Warp Gate and then like get extra gates and they'd be able to like warp in units at like 3:10 or something. In PvP, apparently they warp in 3 Stalkers at 3 minutes 10. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of scary, but also like probably really easy to scout and super all in, I guess. It feels like it's just a bit weird that you've got to make it on the Gateway. I've actually just not been getting the upgrade for like until like 5 minutes and then I'll start it. I'm basically just going, because I like playing Gateway Man anyway. I'd prefer to play like non-Warp Gate. I've been doing that on some of the mods. In those mods though, it's done a bit more elegantly than this, I feel like. So in this case, it's like, I just ignore the upgrade and don't get it until about 5 minutes. And then I'm like, okay, now we can afford to have a gateway idle. Because I'm on 4 gates, like one of the gateways can sit there for 2 minutes upgrading. But early game, it just feels a bit too awkward. Yeah, this is like a big expansion. Yeah, balance will naturally have to go. I think the idea is good. So just to clarify, like Digletto says, I think the idea is good of like, let's make Warp Gate into a special tech that you use sometimes. But it just feels like it's not balanced yet. These changes. I like the idea of like, yeah, you got to pay to transform each Warp Gate. It's a special thing. The warp-in fields are quicker though. There's none of this slow pylon, fast pylon business. You get extra production speed out of that form. It just, I would love to have tested this if they just didn't have this change and if the production of these was a little faster. I think these should be like 16 seconds. For these gateway units or something like that. Just make it like 20% fast. I think it would be better for it to be a bit overpowered, the regular gateway production for Protoss, because it's going to be such an adjustment and everyone's going to be so shit at rallying units out of their gateway for like a week. I don't know. I think it's a PTR. I think just make these build like insanely fast, because people think, oh, but 18 seconds a zealot's crazy. And it's like, well, you know, like a zealot builds every 20 seconds with warp gate, right? So like, I don't know, make it a little bit better so that you're more rewarded for leaving them in gateway form. And then I don't mind so much the warp gate being a cost to transform and that sort of stuff, you know? So I think it would be cool if I could upgrade off Cybercore like normal. It would be really cool if these were sped up a little bit. It would just be easier for me to wrap my head around like what is trying to happen here and how it plays out, but it's a bit hard to think about. This is like the Nightmare Campaign ineptitude you show. You need to adapt faster to a new concept instead of bemoaning the weird new native New Mexicans back. Hey, you gotta calm down, buddy. You can't be just trying to neg me for attention. You're allowed a one-off. You're allowed a one-off, buddy. Only one comment like that before you get banned, bro. Only one. Naughty, naughty. Because otherwise everyone does it. Otherwise everyone just basically tries to heckle to get attention. It's not a good, yeah. The cost stuff seems silly. Warp Gate should have a long cooldown instead. To the battle. So yeah, you could do that as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. My man. I think there's a lot of game devs choose not to explain changes too much these days in that attack, just so that, you know, they don't get nitpicked on them. Well, the problem is it costs 50 minerals and 50 gas to make each gateway into a warp gate funky and tanky. So I don't know how you do a super aggro build like that. 50-50 is very expensive for something that used to always be free, yes. Because it used to be free. So now you got to pay 50 minerals, 50 gas for each warp gate. It's quite expensive. It just feels a bit awkward. Right? It's like, it's one of those things where the way I see the implementation is right now, you're not really meant to play warp gate with these changes until late game. It's like a luxury, or if you're doing a DT rush. I kind of like the intentionality behind it. Ooh, I'm making just 2 warp gates that I've got to factor into my build to do a 2 Dark Templar opening. Like that's fucking cool. And that's awesome, and I like that. But, or like even a single gateway to warp in a single DT on the other side. Like I like that. That's awesome. But yeah, it's just a bit awkward right now. Yeah. Probably not worth it till you move out with Warp Prism. Even beyond then, I think you just be rallying units out on the ground and just do like Adept run buys and Zealot run buys and stuff. It's not going to change much late game. No, late game you just turn them all into warp gates. I mean, it's still money. Money's money, but yeah. Early and mid game is what matters the most. It's the build up where a lot of games are won or lost. But the game flow's been pretty good so far, guys. There's been some shit shows. There's been some all-ins. I think we're seeing very few 2-base tech builds. I haven't done very many. Tomorrow, I think we'll hop on and do a bunch of 2-base tech builds. And really try to pivot between different pieces of tech and enjoy the fact that our main doesn't mind out. I really think that's what I'm going to have the most fun with, is going like 2-base Muta into Swarmhost Nidus. I haven't played any Terran. Terran's broken right now. Orbital gives you plus free supply, so I refuse to play broken things. The guy who's been dropping changelings on people's armies constantly. Yeah, no, it's just adjusting to the economy. I've played a bit of Terran with economy changes. It is the race I've played the least. The least. I don't know why I said the least, but I did. All right, guys, I'm going to finish up on StarCraft. I got to get some Age of Empires training in for our Heroes tournament. But we've spent like a good friggin' 8 hours playing and talking about StarCraft. It deserves it on a day where we've got patches and we've got huge news. We're going to be playing a lot over the next week and putting out videos and stuff. If you guys haven't already watched my whole take, you got to type !patch. There's a link right there. Give it a clickety-click and see what goes on. The new Gateways rule says Roasted Garlic. Open 2 gate, grab warp gate attack, making first 3 stalkers, and then just go bully with 12-second chronoed stalkers. Oh yeah. I mean, they do build quickly, but it's still effectively not as good at bullying as warping in stalkers on the other side of the map, is it? Don't get me wrong, like I like it, but I don't think it's that good. I like it. What's the Mutalisk change? Oh, it's the Arc Slop mess makers. Arc Slop and Glaive Worm attack priority. If you don't know what that means, you are like me, an infidel, a moron who does not speak map editor. And that's okay. We'll let the map makers explain. Apparently, people are saying they think it means like the Muta can, like, if it starts attacking and a unit moves out of range, it'll still hit it a bit further away or in a bit of a bigger arc than it used to or something. I don't know. Production time is 18 seconds for a Stalker. That's Warp Gate. Oh, down here. Sorry. Stalker is only 18. Right. It is only... no, Chrono knocks 10 seconds off Roasted Garlic. It's 8 seconds with Chrono. Yeah. You can Chrono a Stalker completely, right? Yeah, you can completely Chrono a Stalker out with these changes. It's actually 8 seconds, I'm pretty sure. Right? No, it knocks 1/3 off. It's plus 50%, is it? Plus 50% production speed. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right. Yeah, I think you're right, Garlic. Yeah, I think you're right. Do you still need Cyber to upgrade Warp Gate? No. Apparently, no. Yeah, I think you're right, Roasted Garlic. My bad. I was thinking that Chrono's knocked 10 seconds off. But I was wrong. My bad. It's 10 seconds of Chrono at 50% extra production speed. 20 seconds. How long does a Chrono last? 20 seconds. No. Okay, yeah. It gives you 10 seconds of build time, but it would be across 2 Stalkers. Does that make sense? No? I thought each Chrono gives you 10 second build time. It's plus 50%.
How much build time do you get from one chrono? I'm not sure. Is it just 6 seconds then? Always. Is each chrono only 6 seconds or is it more than that? So I'm having a mental fart, guys. I always thought it was 10 seconds, but they changed chronos so many times. I thought you got 10 seconds essentially of free build time. But I could be wrong on that because StarCraft's had 43,000 changes over the years, so my brain is like melted from them. I never know like which patch I'm recalling, you know? I'm like, ugh, I don't know, they've changed it. I think it's 10 seconds, but we could be wrong. Yeah, you need to make 2 stalkers and you still get 10 seconds of value, but across 2 stalkers. Fair call, fair call. Yeah. 10 seconds of build time you get. Okay, awesome. Does make sense. All right, sick as, guys. All right. Okay, all right, let's see if I haven't blown my wad. Let's go use some energy. Let's practice a build order and hop on Age of Empires and see if we can do it after 8 hours of StarCraft. It's gonna be tough. We're just gonna play a couple games just to get a few games in, and we'll probably go exercise, eat some food, and then go do actual Age of Empires stream later today. Or maybe not stream, but practice off stream probably. Time to get some wood. All right, guys, we got $10,000 tournament we're going to prepare for. Thank you so much for the support. We'll be back tomorrow with more StarCraft. I'm not going anywhere. If you don't mind Age of Empires content, hang around. We'll be back in a minute. Should be fun.
And we are back. Welcome, my friends, to the Age of Empires. All right, we're gonna play one game very quickly here to warm up. Let's see if we can remember the build. You guys can hear the game, right? Sounds all right. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna be a bit slow and rusty today, but I think later tonight we'll probably get some higher quality games in after I get a chance to go exercise. But we'll see how we go. Nice. That shift click issue that I have popped up right there. Is this the only version people still play? People still play all the versions of Age of Empires. Guys, don't tell this man in YouTube chat about Vietnam. They're still playing Age of Empires 1. Millions of them. It's insane. Great game. Great game. AoE 2 is very competitive though. One of the best players in the world, his name is Hera, is running a big tournament. And he's been cool enough to invite me and a ton of other players from StarCraft and other strategy games, RTSs, League of Legends, World of Tanks, Warcraft 3, all sorts of stuff to come and play. And we're all having a blast learning the game. I am one of the more experienced players, I believe, historically, in that I have like a few hundred games. And I thought that would give me like an unfair advantage. I was like, oh, this is going to be a complete noob tournament. I'm going to kind of stomp everyone. Feel a little bad. Then I saw that Grubby and Euthermal are both very similar rank to me and have both already played like a billion games. And I was like, oh shit. We need to grind. We need to grind. So that's what we're on to now, guys. We're going to be grinding. Trying to figure out what we can do. Boar there. So we'll grab this boar first. And see how we go. We're very open. This map's wide. What is this Arabia gen, guys? This is a little bit open, bro. A little bit open. Okay. Okay. This is Arabia, right? Be funny if this wasn't Arabia. I'd be like, that explains things. Oh, shizzle. Noville production. I had to force drop there. Yeah. Okay. Go here. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, I didn't realize we were already on top of that ball. Oh, please don't die. No. You're fine. You're fine. No problem. That wasn't stressful. That's all right. Survivalist has been coaching us, by the way. Absolute legend that he is, guys. And I feel like after yesterday, he donated so much of his time, just telling me all the things. And as a result, I feel really good. Feel like we learned so much yesterday, but because I've had a very long stream already, I am going to be pretty derpy today, guys. We're going to be a little slow to kind of catch on to everything and see how we go. Yeah. How much food we got? 22 on each of those. Okay. I think we're okay. Gonna be a little slow today, just brain-wise, brain fuel. It's not quite there. Okay. Oh, we do not quite have enough to go up. Okay. Well, I'm rebalancing early. We'll have 500. There we go. We got 500 after Loom anyway. That's okay. It's not the smoothest TC timing or anything, but that's all right. Okay. You guys can go there as well. You guys can go here. You guys can go here.
You can go there. And I think we are okay. 5 all on one side is also not great. Let's rebalance those a little bit. And let's think about, we want to kind of wall just towards here. And you also can go like that. Okay. We'll just wall down this way. Okay, I haven't really scouted what my opponent's doing at all. This is not a ladder game, so that's probably okay for this warm-up game, but, you know, normally we do want to be doing that. And you guys go back to berries. Okay. Pewdle's almost there. Okay. Okay. Go to Spearman, put it in the back. Some of these guys going. Did I miss 2 of my sheep, by the way? Oh my god, I did. They're right there. Like I said, gonna be a little bit slow. But the important thing is keeping big picture alertness rather than anything else. And I think we're doing okay on that, except for gold. We forgot gold. I was like, why do I have so much money? Well, there's a reason. Okay. You guys go back to that. Alright, we've only got one of these guys. Hopefully we can catch up on gold here. Is it like 45, right? 45 per archer. Pretty sloppy. This is not bad as a warm-up game. This is not bad as a warm-up game. Obviously it doesn't feel good, but it could be so much worse. Alright, we've got Vils queued up now. We've got Vils queued up. We've got that going. Let's check what our opponent's build is. Do a semblance of scouting. Oh, they don't even lure the boar, the AI. That's hilarious. I always figured they did it. They just give them resource. Actually, I think I'm on the easy AI still. That's why. Part of why. Obviously, we should have walled this off. And this also should be walled off. Okay. Spearman can just hang there in case they run past. Alright. And I completely forgot to build farms. We've got a crazy amount of wood. Alright. Absolute mess, but that's alright. At least I'm remembering things after doing them wrong. Which is better than not remembering them at all. Okay, archers are building. How many farms is that? 10? Okay. I think we just... Oh, this mill farm placement sucks. Alright. I guess we just rally to wood now. And we're just so slow to get up, aren't we? Jesus. Nothing fits there. Ugh. Very inefficient. Alright. We can go wheelbarrow now, and then we'll go up after wheelbarrow would be the idea. Obviously, we're way too late. This is wide open as well. Because with a forward gold like that, the moment when I take it is always going to be scary. Something where I've got to kind of think about that ahead of time a little bit, but... Which is why, yeah. No, I think I'll normally be able to get it up. Just got to go there the moment my archery range goes down. Normally it's archery range goes down, go to take gold, and we should be good.
It's a terrible gold position. It's directly, yeah. Actually, this is one where I should be mentally prepared to just build a tower if they come and pressure it, right? Probably up here. I don't know where you'd build the tower. It's yeah. That's something like I've never really done before. Is like know when to build towers and stuff. So that's something that'd be a really good thing to focus on. Oh, dude. Okay. Oh, I forgot to get my blacksmith. Put this out here. Let's just stretch that wall over there. Oh, jeez. We're still not building villas. Come on, man. Come on. I need that food. We've got 16 farms. So I think the slowdown on the initial sheep was bad. Obviously, we could get the rabbits / chickens later. For now, we don't want to click fletching until after we go up. Still not 18 minutes. This could be work. Like, the thing is, I guess my perspective of what's good and bad players changed so much recently. Oh. Actually, yeah, we can put these guys on gold. All right. So... Oh, there's another bush. Oh, there's another berry bush I didn't get, guys. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, I'm a nub. Does feel like I'm a little zoomed out, doesn't it? Feels like it's always like taking me a little more zoomed out every time I play. Did I not change the zoom? Where is it? Graphics, isn't it? I mean, I'm at zoom in 0%. It says maximum zoom, right? Is this the maximum zoom on my monitor? Maybe it is. Actually, maybe it is. Oh yeah, because I can go so far out on 1440p. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Castle Age starts at 1840. Kind of horrendous. Horse collar needs to get clicked right after that. And then gold upgrade. Okay. Oh my god, these guys are... Yeah? Fletching. These guys are going to sneak across. Okay. Castle Age is getting close. We've got to think about where we're going to secure our TCs. Our second gold is there, so over there. TC there. I don't know if I even can TC that. We're going to get this upgrade. The armor. And I guess we take this stone, or we could just delete this and build the TC back here. Would be nice, actually. Yeah, I think we might just build our other TC back here. So we need it on wood. Try and sneak around the back. All right, Bodkin. You guys, can we can? No? Oh my god. We built it there, jeez. Okay, and then you guys can build that there as well. Okay. I actually am going to turn this back on. And these guys should have already been clicked in. Okay. At least I'm remembering things. Bowsaw's a little late, but that's okay. We're not doing ballistics this game. It's just going to be a 3TC. Try to use G for stop. That's what Survivalist told me, rather than just focus firing every time like I normally do.
You can go there. Make sure these farms are still going. I'm going to put one there, and then we're going to go... And then, yeah, you rally up here. You can go there. We can do those ones, and then you can go that. Okay. Okay, go there. Oh, we don't have enough to rebuild. Okay. Struggling on wood, guys. Struggling on wood. We probably need a new wood camp up there soon. Okay. I still haven't got my ballistics up, my university. At least my money's low. And all right. Assuming my opponent doesn't have cav, send another army out. And also grab one of these guys and just go like this. So start house walling there. And we can finally build that. Okay. Food's starting to build up. Where's the stone? Here. Yeah, not securing my stone is kind of bad. Building these little house walls, if I can afford to get them up. Obviously, a lot of the time we can't. Ballistics finally coming in. Forgot about that for a long time there. And we are at... Cool. What's up, Dragon's Rock? Is it gonna be on YouTube at some point or just Twitch? I don't know if I have time to really edit anything, but we will start just kind of maybe sharing some simple videos, just kind of updating people in the tournament, what our goals are, maybe doing a little vlog here or there. All right, that was a bit of a mess, but you know what? Let's go on ladder. And let's make it more of a mess versus humans, versus actual human opponents. And let's try and stay focused on what we need to stay focused on despite that. Arabia is favorited. I think we will save Arena for later on. Looks like the map rotation has changed. I'm going to turn off Mega Random. I don't know about Kilimanjaro. Massive mountain limbs in the center of Conquest gains control of the map's key resources. Gold Rush or the gold in the middle. Runestones. 9 villages instead of the regular 3. Oh, we're probably not going to play that. I'll probably turn off runestones. Go for the tournament. Win the entire thing. Destroy everybody. I want to pillage. I would like to hear the whimper of my opponents, the lamentations of their women and children. I would like to drive any survivors into the swamp where they will have to, derive an existence of barely subsiding on muck, grime, and, semi-aquatic, poisonous, and venomous creatures to their delight. So, generally, just that stuff, pretty normal stuff. we would like to murder everybody. Yes. Let's go, guys. Definitive Edition. Commando? Yeah, so Definitive Edition, is it? We've got a big tournament coming up. We are just below 1,500. 1494 right now. I think we'll probably drop to about 1,400, and then we'll start climbing up really fast once we get the build order down. Is Terran the excluded child this patch? I think Terran just gets the economy, same as everyone else. And the economy alone is huge, Carl, in the cut. You don't enjoy having banelings rolled into you in late game. I think you got a lot more room to do some cheeky BS and aggressive builds, timing attacks in the earlier stages, which is really nice. So, yeah, good luck with that. Okay, already found a ball. That's good. This time we didn't shift click off our house. That's really nice. Alright, that's our gold. Oh, cool. We also just found our other ball. Alright, we've got gold in the back. We've got some wood lines in the back. Our opponent is a Mongol player, guys. Oh my. Is he trying to lame us? What are you doing over here, dickhead? Why are you scouting me? He must be trying to lame me. I'm just going to build that there, or maybe here. That's fine. Oh, jeez. What am I doing? Can you not, dude? Don't fucking steal my board. Dude. Welcome to ladder. People are going to be dickheads on the ladder, guys. It's going to happen. Did he escape? Did he get the boar? Dickhead. Do we have 2 foundations on top of each other? It looks like it's bugged. Shit. Not sure if he got my boar or not. Can you steal aggro? GG. I forgot I went to lure my boar and lost my guy. GG, well played. Alright, let's try again. I just forgot that, yeah, if they do that, go straight away, just pull it, and you would be, if I went and pulled it straight away, I would have been fine. He was never going to get the one in the back, but the one in the front, yeah. I also can't remember how the behavior works and if it's changed over the years. But, you can't take aggro with the boar? Is that right, guys? Is there no way to steal aggro? It's just, you can just try and block him and kill him, right? There's no way to take aggro. Okay. So you could just try to block him, so then you and the boar can kind of double team him is probably the best way to do it, right? Is it viable? If I caught him a bit earlier, would it have been viable to just micro it out and block him and kill him? Yeah. You could also stand in front of the boar to make the ball lose sight of him, and then it'll change targets. Okay, yep. Okay, thanks guys. Yeah, boar resets aggro if he doesn't see enemy scouts. The enemy, so I could kind of alternate between the two. Block the boar a bit, be annoying, and then chase after him and stuff. Okay. Yeah, just don't waste time attacking the boar. Okay, cool. Now we got it. This is what people hate about RTS games. They're like, oh, the other guy gets to ruin your build. It's what makes RTS games great. He gets to come in here, and I just wanted to build my base, and then he was in there. Nah, that's what's fun. That's the fun. The fun is intrinsically tied to the pain. It's intrinsically, I mean, because when you beat a cuck who does that, oh, it's so good. You're like, this guy's coming in here trying to steal my friggin' boar. What a loser. It's fun. Okay, just go like that. Should be fine. Oh, jeez. Keep moving. Keep moving, scout. Look at me getting distracted. One guy steals a boar. So easily distracted. Next game, still not paying attention. Alright, we found 2 boars. One at the back, one at the front. Obviously grab the front one first, as per standard. And we found some turkeys over there as well. Which... go for the boar next. Cool. I wonder if we need to kill this next turkey or not. Feel like we do. Maybe not. Oof. Where's my other turkeys at, guys? There should be 2 more, right? Force return, I think. Maybe just up here. Somewhere here. Maybe I already got him. No. Okay, good. Thought I might have lost track there. Oh! Idling! Come on, man! Oh, so much idle. 8-hour stream today of StarCraft, so we're expecting to be a little slow. I'm more just trying to refresh my memory a little bit, make sure we're doing that stuff, you know? A little slow to pull him, so we're gonna have to grab a turkey, that's fine. We've got 4 guys on berries, and we are good to go. It's fine. So we might not need to. Okay, that's alright. Lots of idle villager time, idle TC time, I mean, which is unfortunate. And he just killed a... Did he just kill a villager? With a feudal scout? How long was that attacking that I didn't notice? Jesus Christ. That's super nude, man. Alright. Yeah, I should probably just go exercise and play a bit later, I think. If I'm making mistakes like that, then I am super not focused. Alright, we've got 8 guys on food. We're gonna need to really tunnel vision on food for a little bit longer. We'll go up on 20, maybe 21. I'm not quite sure. One of those. Anyways, let's go across the map, see what can go on. My opponent's playing Magias. We can wall off here without barracks, I think. Then we can just wall off like there. It's fine. We're just there. Okay. You guys go there. You guys go there. 10 dudes. Alright, you go there. That's fine. That's going to be 1 more Ville, maybe? No. We'll go Loom and then go up. We should be okay. Actually, I'm not going to go Loom. We're going to go up before Loom. Alright, so we're going to check what he's up to. Alright, we're going to build 1 more Ville, then go up. Be a bit greedier, try and recover. There's a fucking turkey right there. Why would you guys go for that one? Oh, you dum-dums. Well, it is what it is. Okay, you guys go there. You guys go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. That's 6 on that line. 3 on there is fine. It's not great. It's better than nothing. Okay. Let me go here. And we can go archery range up here. Okay, what are you building? Just barracks, right? Just barracks. Feudal Age just came up. Nice. Okay, last guy's going down there. So we might as well just do the turkeys at once so that we don't use the high ground. Get double bit. Okay, looks like my scout died. Not sure how, but it did. You guys can all go here. This can go like that. Probably don't need to do that much, but that's okay. 6 guys on gold. Bit more than I need. Probably better to have more than less, though. Okay. Let's try and recover. So we're walling ourselves in, expecting scouts. Could easily be cav archers or something else or whatever. Doesn't matter. Just trying to get a bit better at walling, a bit more consistently. You guys can all go there. You guys can go there. We don't need that one. That's fine. Okay. Okie dokie. Spearman, hey? That's a unit, that is. Okay, we've got 11 dudes on wood. More than we need. Still 10. Okay. Mongols have cav archers, right? Or are they? They're not really a cav archer with Civ, are they? Actually, I don't know. Mangudai are cav archers. I think they have regular cav archers as well, surely. It'd be pretty historically inaccurate if they didn't. Wouldn't that be crazy? Put Mongols in your game and don't give them cav archers. Don't think they would do this. Okay, how many farms are we at? 9. Let's go for wheelbarrow. Let's build another farm there. Rally over to the wood now. I think 12 farms, maybe? I don't know. Go there. Ooh. Yeah. Probably more gold than we need. So get this one to go build a farm there. And then these 3 can build farms later. We should be able to go up soon. A minute or 2, right? And then let's just go out here. Just gonna try and do this. Okay, that's 13 farms plus these berries. Still going. Gonna build 2, maybe 3 more vills. Go up on a pretty high supply. Doesn't feel good. Oh, actually, no. 30 vills. That's fine, right? 38 supply. I was looking at, not my vill count. 31. 1 more? Maybe 1 more? 2 more vills? Not sure. We'll take a TC on the stone and the food there, and then we'll also maybe just plonk one down over here on this wood line. Or we delete and put it here on this wood line. Don't know. One of those. Okay, how are we doing for food? We're getting close. We are getting close, guys. Just gonna build some random houses out here. Alright, I might just pause building vills just to go up a bit quicker. Oh my god. Okay, fletching straight away, fletching straight away. Make sure we've got more houses. Thanks for the Bezos box. Oh my. Well, I was not expecting such a late scout dive.
My man.
And shit, I just sold that after finishing it. Food, please. Oh, I don't have any gold! Oh my god, I would have killed him with an archer timing if I wasn't delayed so long from going up. Oh, that was sloppy. I should have closed this. I should have closed it. There was no reason for that to be open. I forgot how bad I am at this game, guys. I'm so bad that... that people will hit timings that feel really, really late. Yeah, GG. Fucking hell. Ah, I was just about to click up as well, and I'm like, oh, I need thingamajig. I should have just walled off. If I didn't make fletching, I just went up. Even if I took that damage, the counterattack would have been unstoppable, man. Yeah, I should have built the market straight away. Oh, that's all right. Well played. Well played. Well played. Got me good. Low-level Age of Empires is a brutal mistress. Stu Slipper winnable 8 scouts is huge food. Yeah. Yeah, it might be. I mean, if I was quicker to react, maybe. I don't know, it just feels like I've already screwed it, but shouldn't get too down on myself. The farms are going to run out now as well, unfortunately. We've got plenty of food. I desperately need to be going for another archery range. And do we build a third one as well? Just a full commit? Full send? I think so. If I don't do big damage with my archers, I'm going to leave. Because I already feel a little bit defeated, you know? Guys, did I not? I already clicked it up. Why is it not going? Did it not click? I freaking pressed it. I must have mishit my hotkey. Oh my god. Oh, I cancelled it? How did I cancel it? GG's. This is game over, man. Alright, archers can move across. I was trying to cancel a Vil, maybe? And I cancelled it as well. Oh, when I clicked it twice, you reckon? Ooh, that hurts. Okay. Go there. Rally guys down here. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there. No one idle? Good. Alright, trying to sneak around the back. Gold's there. Gotta wait for the upgrades though. And we are way too early out here, aren't we? Guess we'll build a wood chop house then, while we're waiting. Oh, actually, I could have just built that, right? We can just grab these guys, and then build the TC to drop it off. Okay. Thanks for the backseat advice, guys. Sorry, I'm very slow at taking it right now. Alright, let's go. Actually, go there. Come on, come on. Okay. This is low enough level. Anything can happen, guys. Crossbowman. I'm gonna send these guys across as well. Is he in castle? He's in castle. That's not good. We've got like, what, 10 seconds still, Bodkin? Just go. I don't have any wood. He's got town centers nice and tightly placed. Elite skirms are up. GG, well played. Oh my god. So bad. Alright. I should have just closed that off a little bit more. And I could have walled off quickly as well by pulling my farmers and just full walling. And the moment I saw the scouts, full wall first, then worry about upgrades. Full wall first, then worry about upgrades. This guy was Magias. They always go for heavy scouts anyway because they get those free attack upgrades, right? So that's pretty common. Super sloppy by me. GG, well played. And I lost a Vil at the start to the scout as well, which was really bad. GG's. We're on like day 4 or something. I don't know. We've only been going for a few days, but yesterday was the first day where we actually got some good coaching. We're going to play one last game here really quickly. Hopefully we can lose a bit more MMR. Play some noobs that give us a bit more room to breathe. GG's. I think the level AoE 2 is you can always come back with macro and boom. Yeah, I don't really want to though. I don't really want to. I want to fix my early game. So I've got to be really efficient about my time. If I'm just, you know, spending all my time dragging my way back into games from way behind, I'm going to spend too much time on really low quality games basically. And don't get me wrong, like there's something to be said for doing the correct thing in the late game, but I haven't really done much coaching or anything on that. So anything I do there is just going to be made up anyway. So I've got to really be very intentional about making sure I, like, you know, Survivalist spent 3 hours with me yesterday. We're talking about early wall-offs, build order, optimizing the opening, talking through all the little mechanical details. So I've got to practice that stuff while it's fresh. And that's the game. Are these capybaras, guys? Oh my god, we're eating capybaras. That's really bleak. Too cute, man. Okay, looks like gold is over here. We'll take the wood line up there. Nice protected wood line at the back. Gold is kind of at the front though. We might end up just full walling that whole side, or we can just wall there and there, I guess. Oh, come on! Guys, that capybara trying to kill my entire build. Do you see that? Idle workers again. It's alright. We're a bit slow on a few things. That's okay. We're going to fix it. There's always room to come back, like you guys were saying. 7? No, 6 villages. This capybara was in the grouping, which is why that showed up as a 7th. Okay. We'll go grab this. Are these boars? I think they're boars. Whatever it is. Grab this creature. Okay. Oh, this berries are in the middle of nowhere, man. These berries are in the middle of nowhere, bro. Okay, you do that. Javelina. Should I just grab this guy straight away? Yeah, I think I'm just going to pull this guy in a bit early. Make sure I don't forget it. More idle time on the TC? Sloppy. It's crazy because my idle time's been so low recently. Just goes to show. Inconsistency is a thing. All right, what do we got? 10 there. Nice, 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 nice. Move the cappies in. I think I got all my cappies, right? I did not get all my cappies. Let's go grab the last cappy over there. And then I can go scout after that. Oh, you're not... Are you not harvesting? You are. One more, then loom, then go up. Okay. Okay, what are we at? 350? 350 food, we should be fine. Go scout soon. Mad Gear player again. Is this the same guy from the last game? Feels like it. Okay. Okay. Going up at 720, it's fine. Serviceable. Okay. Barracks has started. It's pretty chill. I'm just gonna wall that. We can just try and seal this in a little bit. Jesus. Okay, we don't have enough wood, guys. Super sloppy. We should have been much more intentional about that. You guys can start chopping that. Did I not rebalance onto wood? I just didn't rebalance onto wood at all. 5 there, 2 there. Oh my god. No, okay. Yeah, just conditions bad. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to win any of these games. We'll give it a go. We'll still try. Okay. Come on. There we go. All right. That was just sloppy. Sloppy opening. Scout goes down. It's not good. Okay. I think berries are probably my most exposed point, especially once I wall that off. Okay. You guys go there. You chop that. Don't chop that tree anymore. That would over chop us. And you can actually go here now. Sorry. So we actually are a little over already on our thing. Build a spearman. You always want to build a spearman. Let's also just build houses back here, reinforce this wall. No reason why we would not. Double bit got completely forgotten in the midst of the chaos. It's okay. All right, we got this. Oh, yeah? Bro. Alright, I'm fine with that. I don't want to go across the map with these archers now. I don't think this makes any sense. Just manage your economy. Go home. Go home. These are such a small number of units, but I don't know. Maybe it does. If I lose them, I lose them. It doesn't matter. As long as it distracts him, it's probably fine. Don't know where I'm under attack. Just killed my spearman, which is not good. I've not been macroing. Oh, I didn't have money for these. Oh my. You go there. Go there, you go there. You go there, you go there. Alright, we're just going to deny some mining as best we can. Just be annoying. I don't care if it does a lot. Our goal here is just to do stuff. How many farms are we up to? 15 farms, and there's still plenty of berries. Okay, now we can rally back onto wood. We don't want to overshoot. We've already somewhat corrected. Alright, we're going to go around this side and see if we can be more annoying. And obviously I don't think we really can. Okay. Wheelbarrow, and then we go up after wheelbarrow. We've got 11 on wood, 5 on gold. We will start rallying to the gold now, and we'll start building another range and then walling off the front, because we've made this early game a bit of a shit show, which is exactly what we wanted. Where'd this guy come from? Wood, right? 16 on food right now. That's the last berry bush. It'll be running out soon. So it looks like we're not going up as fast as I would have liked. It's 18 minutes. It's fine. Okay. So we're rallying onto gold maybe a bit too early. 15 farms should be enough. Okay. I guess after this villager, we should have 800 food by then. And enough gold. Especially if we clear the queue on the first range, right? Okay, you guys can go on wood. Build some more houses there. I'm just waiting to go up. Okay. All right, we can go up now. He's got skirms, but that's okay. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna try to move out. We're gonna go out this left side. Punch a hole in the wall and escape. TC here. And we'd like to go get another gold, but I think we're probably going to have to pass it up, at least initially. Okay. Oh shit, I should have built that already, eh? I've only got 8 dudes there. We probably need a few more on gold. Okay, let's do that. Let's go in. We're gonna try and bust in from this side. Hopefully he's overchopped it. Okay. Not an early timing by any means, but at least we managed to get back. Oh, I forgot to make fletching. Shit. Alright. Well, crossbow's on the way. Fletching as well. And then we can do things like, okay, you guys can go there. Okay, and then you guys can try to go out there as well. Let's go. These guys can come from this side. Alright, we've got Bodkin on the way. Bodkin would be nice. Oh, the gate's locked. The gate's locked. So I normally never lock the gate. Oh my god, that means these guys didn't walk across the map either. Oh, this is so annoying. Taking some arrows, that's alright. Just try and leave the same way we came in. Did you just get an upgrade? Is that what that image was? We got bowsaw. Get that. Good defense. Okay. Just gonna come around and be annoying. You guys can do that. Let's get a bit more food. Eco upgrades are nice. Sending individual crossbowmen to be dickheads is fun. Try to boom from behind this. See what we can do. Oh, there we go. Can build a mango. Deal with the skirms. He wants to throw a castle here, so we should some guys on wood, so we can throw a castle there first. Okay, we're just gonna go there and there. Can you go out there? Yes, you can. You guys can go there. Alright, let's move forward, clean this hill. Don't think he's really committing to cavalry, so let's just move forward there. Oh Jesus, what did I just press? Oof, that's better. I don't know if he's going for relics, so I'm gonna do that as well. Okay, you guys can do that. Okay, see what we can do. Have archers, eh? Oh, he's got a castle there, defensively. Nice. He's only up 200 points on me. That's usually recoverable. Wait, what's the university hockey again? Why am I mental blanking on that? Okay. Okay, I'd like to build that, that castle out here now. More vills. Ballistics. Okay. Get some monks out here. Start gathering thingy-majiggies. Go for this one, back to itself, then this one, back to itself, and then if you're lucky, you get that one as well. Okay, we're just gonna throw a castle up like here. For now? Actually, no, we're going to throw it. Yeah. Should I go in? I'm gonna go build some outposts. Chemistry. Oops. I need 105 vills. Not very confident pushing. It's one of my problems. I normally just raid people to death. I don't actually know what my castle global hotkey is. I gotta try to remember. It's V. Control V? Oh, Control V goes between them. I gotta check that hotkey later. Okay. And what upgrades do we have? Lumberjack slowly generate gold. Whoa! Let's go, son. This is a bit of jumping ahead here. We're going mass food. You're going to notice I don't have stables up yet. So I'm kind of jumping the gun there. Okay, and then you guys can go like that. You guys need to realize that's the way to go. This one here as well. We're gonna buy some thing, sell some food, just to make sure we can get these up. Okay, and then we're gonna go husbandry. Start building these guys. Build another one and then make it into an onager. This guy can go build another outpost out here. Alright. Let's get one more archer armor and then let's start getting the upgrades for the raidy boys, horsey boys. You can come over there. Desperately need a castle here to kind of guard this side a little bit. Build one more outpost down there. I'm only at 125, so we can build a few more. Let's get Town Watch. We never got that. We never got this. We never got that. We never got that. Okay. I don't think we need any of these other university upgrades. We're going to get forging next. Gonna kill a bunch of villages on the gold, which is nice. Cool. You guys can do that. Need that next level of scale barding for sure. These guys are in the back. Nice. Found that. Nice. Did the castle die? Shouldn't. Oh, I won. That was really dumb. Hey, Pop, thanks for the raid. Okay. GG, well played. I misplayed? I think we both misplayed a lot, my friend. I think we both misplayed a lot. Oh my god. Alright, I mean, it's good. At least it felt like I stumbled from one thing to the next, but I didn't play as like... I had a bit more of a clear picture of at least where I was going, even if it was terrible and badly done. You don't need a billion farms, so when I go for Imp, I gotta remember, it's cool, like 30 farms, go to Imp, prioritize wood and gold, get all that going, and then after I'm done with like my Archer Siege kind of push and seeing what happens there, yeah, like we should be preparing to swap stables. But to do that, you just need to build up an immense wood bank, and then go 15 stables and like 50 more farms, and start going mass light cav as kind of the raiding unit. But go for the arbs first. Remember to keep that balance on wood and gold for the most part as the game goes on. And yeah, secure the hills in front of your base. Try to push them towards their base because, you know, people panic when there's castles near them. I should have scouted this top side and been a bit more aware of my future golds and like transitioning to them. Luckily there was a few golds over here, which were all kind of close to each other, but I really should have gone and put a castle over here and kind of in the middle of the three and just secured that side as well. This castle here was a decent idea. It doesn't fully cover everything, but at least it gives you like a bit of a safety buffer. We had some light cav going over here as well. Yeah. Our first pressure was really bad, but our opening was really bad, but we won a game. And winning a game 10 hours in with a game that you're pretty new about while doing a new build, it's good. It takes a bit of effort. People, oh, we didn't get siege engineers. That's a good point. Yeah, siege engineers would have been the one late game tech that we completely forgot about. I think I didn't really need any of the others other than maybe get elephant. Get a few elephants would have been a fun thing to do. But other than that, I guess we were okay. Yeah, it just felt awkward because it felt like we were so far behind from early on as well. F's in the chat. What are the F's for? F's normally if the stream goes offline. Oh, the stream got offline? Sorry, guys. I was like, why are the F's in the chat? What's happening? Oh, I went offline for a second. Sorry. This economy is for Frank Paladin with that amount of food. Well, I was about to go 50 stable light cav, but I probably only need like a bit of light cav to go in. So I probably only need like 50 farms, if even that, and 10 stables, because I just need to be able to keep going in. Streams. Oh, I think Twitch is dying. Internet's solid. It's derping. Anyway, thanks for the love, gang. I think we got to finish up the stream kind of about here anyway. But I will see what happens. Thank you for the love, guys. Thank you for explaining things to those who are not as AoE 2, as into AoE 2. Oh, ads are about to play as well. Is it stable now? Oh, my bitrate's arse. So it's definitely shitting itself. I think it's having a crap. Either way, thanks for watching though, guys. I appreciate you all. Have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow. we might have a power outage. So I think we're just going to do some StarCraft 2 games, then do some AoE 2 games. I was meant to do best games today, but I think we'll save that for a day when there's definitely no power outage. So tomorrow's just going to be playing games, having some fun. Thanks for hanging, guys. If you've never played AoE 2, it's kind of epic. It's fantastic. It is a grand RTS with a unlimited amount of min-maxing you can do on your resource management and your buildings. And once you get all that down, you can micro your ass off and basically do the full RTS. But for me, I'm trying to focus a bit more on the macro. I'm trying not to stare at the fights very much, which is hard because my instincts are just to click buttons mindlessly. But yeah, I think with the survivalist coaching, we're going to be doing really well. I'm going to play more games probably off stream later tonight, but I really need to get some exercise in, get moving, get flowing, give myself a break from the computer. So that's, I think, why these games were a bit sloppy. But hey, it's good to... I think that was actually my first win since I came back. Because I've mostly just been playing versus AI, practicing builds, trying to get it down. We'll see how we go. Yeah, they made it so you have to spend 50 wood and 50 gold to put down auto farms. The new AoE 2 PTR. Hey, they're also giving Wallalus of love too. Indeed, Avex. Indeed. Yeah, apparently the laser car is going to be dead though, so it is what it is. All right, you guys have a good night. I'll catch you all later. I will be streaming a ton more AoE 2 over the coming weeks, but I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging. Goodbye and good night. I would raid Survivalist, but the stream basically just finished, so we lost all of our audience, which is sad. That's very sad. All right, we're going to raid up Coach.